this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called Samani, then Rawala Kot, Lipa, then you have Kundal Shahi, then you have Taubat and Kale. So these are the hubs where all the tanzeems are there. They are like, transit camps for these infiltrators. So when they are infiltrating or into India, or they are
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Right, viewers, we continue to get you live updates as I report from Srinagar's Lal Chowk right now. And it's, of course, a story that we will be on throughout the day. We are showing you the anti-terror operations, what is happening across, what is happening alongside the border. And, of course, the politics also that is blowing up. We will get you more, but first, let's take a look at the headlines at this hour.
Is open to participate in any neutral, transparent and credible investigation.
Cornered by India's diplomatic strike, Pakistan Prime Minister now wants a neutral probe into Pahalgam terror attack. Panic in Pakistan, Lashkar-e-Taiba offshoot backtracks on statement, denies any involvement in Pahalgam terror attack. Pakistan Defence Attaché publicly threatens the civilians, makes throat-slitting gestures at protesters outside High Commission in London.
Stop terrorism! Pakistan! Stop terrorism! Pakistan! Stop terrorism! Pakistan! Stop terrorism!
Protests against Pakistan taken to the global stage. Indian diaspora demonstrates outside Pakistan High Commission in London, in Copenhagen and in Melbourne. Forces act on zero tolerance policy. Houses of 3 more terrorists demolished in Pulwama, Shopian and Kulgam. Massive search operations underway in South Kashmir. India seeks revenge for the 26 brothers and sisters killed in Pahalgam. But Karnataka Chief Minister says that there's no need for war against Pakistan. All right, viewers, there is breaking news coming in right now. The MOS for Defence, Sanjay Seth, has said that the entire world is standing with India and the terrorists will not be spared. Citing Prime Minister Modi's statement, Sanjay Seth says that the Prime Minister has promised to teach Pakistan a lesson and that the nation is with Prime Minister Modi. Let's take a listen to Union Minister of State for Defence, Sanjay Seth.
देखो कार्रवाई शिमला समझौता कार्य किया है पाकिस्तान ने और जो घृणित कार्य आतंकवादियों ने किया है, पूरा देश और जो पीड़ित परिवार के उनके जो आंसू हैं, एक एक आंसू का बदला होगा। ऐसे आतंकवादियों को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा और इसीलिए इस आतंकवाद के खिलाफ पूरी दुनिया भारत के साथ खड़ी है, पूरी दुनिया मोदी जी के साथ खड़ी है। अब आतंकवाद का समूल नष्ट ही एक उपाय है।
And we have some breaking news coming in right now. Kupwara police, along with the Indian armed forces, have successfully busted a terror hideout in the Machal area of North Kashmir's Kupwara. A large cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered, including the 5 AK series rifles and 1 pistol. Operation was initiated based on specific intelligence inputs. Combing operations are ongoing in the area to ensure that there are no additional threats. And we continue to get you more updates. Zinat is in fact moving towards North Kashmir. Zinat, tell us more updates about this very important operation that is underway right now.
See, North Kashmir has witnessed one incident in Sopore where the operation was carried. Then other we saw in Kupwara along the line of control where the 12 Siklai along with Kupwara police has busted a hideout, and this is in Machal village. This is quite close to the line of control where a huge cache of arms and ammunitions have been recovered. That includes the pistols, ammunitions, rounds, AK-47 and other ammunitions that have been recovered from the Kupwara hideout. And this is also a time telling the people that the forces are working round the clock. They are active on the ground. The alertness is there, and it is also to see that the forces, apart from trying to nab or neutralize the terrorists, they are also trying to avoid the tragedies that could have been carried using these kind of ammunition or the arms. The Pakistan trying to push infiltration in the form of the dreaded terrorists that we have seen in Baramulla recently, where the 2 terrorists, PAK origin terrorists, got neutralized, and then a huge cache of arms and ammunition today recovered from the Kupwara of Machal's Kupwara, where the huge cache of arms and ammunitions were recovered. This is more like that if this ammunition and arms could have penetrated into the hinterland and it would have got circulated among the terror networks, then there would are the chances that they could have carried a strike or would have disturbed the law and order. But before it could have reached to hinterland, the threat was neutralized itself in Machal Bowl, where this operation was carried by 12 Siklai, which is a part of Indian Army. Indian Army carried the operation. They bust this entire terror network and also recovered huge cache of arms and ammunition from the Kupwara along the line of control.
All right, thanks so much, Zina, for joining us with those details, viewers. We also have, in the meanwhile, getting in more updates from other parts. We have now Pahalgam search operation update. The security forces conducting search operations in Pahalgam, action intensifying against Pakistan, and there is zero tolerance for any of these terrorists or anyone who supports these terrorists in any which way. Along with the security forces, the CRPF and the Jammu and Kashmir police are present at the spot. My colleague Jatin has filed this report from Pahalgam. Take a listen in.
के जहां जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस है वो अंदर सर्च ऑपरेशन को अंजाम देने के लिए पहुंच रही हैं। आप देखेंगे तमाम जो इक्विपमेंट्स है सर्च ऑपरेशन के लिए चाहिए, तमाम जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस की जरूरत है, वो सभी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस जो है वो यहां पर पहुंची हुई है, जिसमें सीआरपीएफ के जवान शामिल है, जम्मू कश्मीर के जवान शामिल है, एसओजी के जवान जो है वो शामिल है, और साथ ही जो इंडियन आर्मी है वो भी यहां पर मौजूद है। और आप देखेंगे कि जिस तरीके से मूवमेंट यहां पर हो रही है, कहीं ना कहीं आशंका इस बात की है कि इन्हीं घने जंगलों में आतंकियों के छिपे होने की आशंका, और यही कारण है कि इस पूरे इलाके को कॉर्डन ऑफ किया गया, इस पूरे इलाके को जो है वो बंद कर दिया गया, आवाजाही यहां पर रोक दी गई है, और उसके बाद सर्च ऑपरेशन बड़ी तेजी से चलाया जा रहा है। तस्वीरें मैं आपको लगातार दिखा लूं, अगर मेरे विजय पंकज आगे जाएंगे तो आप देख पाएंगे कि जिस तरीके की मूवमेंट यहां पर सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस की हो रही है, वो तमाम अति आधुनिक जो उनके पास हथियार हैं वो लेकर वो लोग आगे की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं। सीआरपीएफ की तमाम गाड़ियां आपको यहां पर नजर आ जाएंगी, जो यहां पर फोर्स है उनकी मूवमेंट को आप देख सकते हैं। तमाम जो बख्तरबंद गाड़ियां हैं वो यहां पर मौजूद है, और हर कोशिश ये की जा रही है कि इस पूरे इलाके को जो सैनिटाइज किया जाए। आप देखेंगे घने जंगल यहां पर मौजूद है, फोर्स के जवान जो है यहां पर तैनात नजर आ रहे हैं, और बख्तरबंद गाड़ियां जो है वो आगे की तरफ आपको मूव करती हुई नजर आ रही हैं। इन्हीं घने जंगलों में आतंकियों के छुपे होने की आशंका है, और यही कारण है कि बड़े स्तर पर कुलगाम में जो सर्च ऑपरेशन इन झाड़ियों में किया जा रहा है, बेहद चुनौतीपूर्ण ये सर्च ऑपरेशन है। और यही कारण है कि चाहे वो सीआरपीएफ के जवान हो, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस हो, इंडियन आर्मी की टुकड़ी हो, साथ ही एसओजी जो कि स्पेशल ऑपरेशन ग्रुप है, ये चारों मिलकर बड़ी संख्या में जो सर्च ऑपरेशन है वो चला रहे हैं। और यही कारण है कि चाहे वो सीआरपीएफ मूवमेंट लगातार बहुत तेजी से यहां पर हो रही है सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस की, और राउंड अप करते हुए आपको लोग जो आर्मी एसओजी के जवान हैं वो आपको यहां पर नजर आएंगे, और इस पूरे इलाके को इस तरीके से कॉर्डन ऑफ किया गया।
Right, viewers, now we are shifting focus to the Wagah-Attari border where the Pakistani nationals continue to be deported. Remember, viewers, this as the 48-hour deadline is ending, and many of the states have begun the deportation of PAK nationals after centre's advisory. India, remember, had ordered the deportation of all Pakistani nationals following the Pahalgam terror attack. And Bihar, Karnataka, several other states have started identifying and removing these residents. As per Home Minister Amit Shah's directive, as per the centre's directive. Union Home Minister, remember, had directed all the states yesterday to identify and deport Pakistani citizens, not even wait for the 48-hour deadline, but deport them, identify them and deport them with immediate effect as soon as possible. India has also suspended visa services for Pakistanis post-Pahalgam attack. And we have hundreds of Pakistani nationals who have been deported so far, and Wagah-Attari border, a very important entry point. We see many Pakistani nationals who enter India via the Attari border, that's in Punjab. And today we are going to get you more updates as we will show you a report from ground zero from the Attari border. And this is, of course, a diplomatic strike. It's part of India's diplomatic strike against Pakistan. And all across the length and breadth of the country, these Pakistani nationals are being deported. All right, viewers, let's take a quick roundup of all other stories that we're tracking for you right now. The Assam government launched a crackdown on suspected pro-Pakistan voices in the state. The Chief Minister's office in Assam put out an official release informing that the process of identifying people taking a pro-Pakistan line and trying to whitewash the country's role in Pahalgam terror attack was underway. According to the release, 10 such individuals have already been arrested for alleged pro-Pakistani posts on their social media handles, and more could follow. It added that locals were being encouraged to report such people to the local authorities without any delay. The ruling Mahayuti in Maharashtra has moved to deport Pakistanis in the state following the centre's directive to all the people from across the border to leave Indian shores in 48 hours. A top official at the state government says Pakistan nationals currently residing in Maharashtra on short-term visas have been asked to leave the country by 27th of April. It is understood that as many as 55 Pakistani nationals in Maharashtra have been asked to leave the country by the end of the deadline. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has directed the officials to start the process of identifying and deporting Pakistani nationals currently residing in the state. The decision follows a stern directive by the Ministry of External Affairs asking states to send Pakistanis by the 27th of April. The Chief Minister directed immediate deportation proceedings against Pakistanis in the state. Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri launched a blistering attack on Pakistan over the terror attack, saying it was directed, sponsored and abetted from across the border. Puri said that leaders holding top public offices in Pakistan have already owned up to the country's role in the 22nd April terror attack on the big diplomatic offensive by the centre against Pakistan. He said it was just the beginning, as the country would have to pay a big price for the cowardly killings.
और ये जो पहलगाम में इंसिडेंट हुआ, ये इंसिडेंट नहीं है, इट इज़ अ टेररिस्ट अटैक. इसमें किसी को गलतफहमी नहीं होनी चाहिए कि ये कोई उसको परिभाषा गलत हो रही है. इधर ये क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिस्ट है, अनलीश्ड बाय अ नेबरिंग स्टेट, और इसका वंस एंड फॉर ऑल पाकिस्तान विल हैव टू पे अ वेरी हैवी प्राइस. और अभी तो ये शुरुआत हुई है.
Senior BJP leader Praneeth Kaur called on the United Nations to take a tough stand against Pakistan in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack. Recalling the days when she was posted in UN headquarters in New York City, the career diplomat said that she took up the matter at the biggest global forums, asking for a consensus for action against Pakistan. She said that the centre has already demonstrated the political will to go after Pakistan in light of the monstrous terror attack.
ये बहुत बुरी बात है। पाकिस्तान को अब तक हमने इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर कई बारी कहा है कि जो इनके धरती के ऊपर टेररिज्म हो रही है, हमारे देश में आकर करते हैं, इसकी निंदा करो, इसके खिलाफ स्टैंड यूनाइटेड नेशंस को लेना चाहिए।
Union Minister Shrikant Majumdar mocked Pakistan Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif over his claim that his country was ready for a credible and neutral probe into the Pahalgam terror attack. The minister said that the Pakistani Prime Minister made the remark out of fear, adding that India will strike whenever the enemy forces lower their guard.
देखिए, जांच क्या करेंगे? चोर कभी चोरी का जांच कर सकते हैं क्या? पाकिस्तान से ही आए थे लोग, हर जगह से दिख रहा है, और इसका ऑलरेडी कौन कौन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इसके पीछे है। पाकिस्तान में भी लोग चिल्ला रहे हैं कि हम पीछे। बाकी जो पाकिस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री बोल रहे हैं, वो डर के मारे बोल रहे हैं कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए तैयार हैं। ये डर अच्छा है, डर रहना चाहिए। वो प्रिपेयर्ड है, प्रिपेयर्ड जब रहेंगे हम मारेंगे नहीं, जब प्रिपेयर्ड नहीं रहेंगे, अनप्रिपेयर्ड रहेंगे तभी मारेंगे। और
आप डायरेक्टर हो क्या मेरे? Suspend the Indus Water Treaty with Pakistan in wake of Pahalgam terror attack. Haryana Minister Anil Vitt said not a drop of water would go across the border come what may. He said India was not obliged to provide water to Pakistan when it was sending terrorists across the border to bleed India. He said Pakistani is already short of food and will soon experience crippling water situation.
अब आप ये है कि जैसे मर्जी सोच लो, पानी तो हमने देना नहीं, हमारा पानी है, हिमालय से आ रहा है सिंधु नदी। और सिंधु नदी भी एक सभ्यता का नाम है, केवल नदी का नाम नहीं है। हम तो भाईचारे में दे रहे थे, अगर अब तुम लड़ोगे तो क्यों देंगे? आटा तो मेरे पास पहले नहीं था, पानी अब बंद हो गया, तुम्हारा आटा पानी बंद हो गया।
Breaking news coming in right now. IGBSF has visited forward areas of India-Pakistan international border in Rajasthan amid a prevailing situation. Now, IGBSF Rajasthan ML Garg carried out three-day long border visit from Sri Ganganagar to Jaisalmer. IGBSF has also reviewed the arrangements at the border outposts in districts of Jaisalmer and Bikaner. He held a review meeting at the sector headquarters Jaisalmer with all the security agencies and the local administration also involved in there. IGBSF said the border security force is vigilant and committed to the protection of the international border, and is fully capable of countering any challenges along the border. Could tell us more about the IGBSF who is visiting the forward areas along the India-Pakistan international border? Please tell us more details.
Yes, Rakshita, it is the IG of the Border Security Force, Rajasthan Frontier, ML Garg, who has carried out a 3-day-long visit to the international border in the Rajasthan. It is the Indo-Pakistan international border, wherein he has visited during the current prevailing security scenario. And also comes the first statement from the Border Security Force on the challenge being posed by the adversary. ML Garg, during a meeting, has said that BSF is committed to protection of the border and also is capable enough to counter any challenge thrown by the adversary. So, very clear-cut message coming from the IGBSF of the Rajasthan Frontier, ML Garg, who carried out the post-to-post visit from Jaisalmer to Sri Ganganagar. It was a 3-day-long visit, that is what we are picking up, and during this visit he has also held meetings with the Rajasthan police for the law and order and also the intelligence agencies to look into every input that is being developed by the intelligence agencies with regards to any misadventure from Pakistan, because the situation that is prevailing on the international border, with the way Pakistan trying to provoke India on the line of control, in all likelihood there are possibilities that Pakistan may try to foment the trouble on the international border as well, and that's why a heightened security grid is being maintained on the international border from Jammu and Kashmir to Rajasthan to Punjab to Gujarat. Everyone at the international border is keeping a high level alertness, and now a 3-day visit of the IGBSF Rajasthan frontier that comes to an end. In the 3 days, he has gone to every forward village and the border outpost of the Rajasthan frontier of the Border Security Force and has reviewed the security scenario. Important to mention that he has also held a series of meetings, not only in Jaisalmer but also in the Sri Ganganagar with the local authorities. He has gone deliberate inputs from the input agencies that they have the inputs, what are the inputs, how they will be worked upon. Also, the meetings were held with the local police so that BSF can work in coordination with the local police and thwart any threat from across the border, because we have seen that in the Rajasthan also Pakistan has been making the misadventure of pushing narcotics, weapons into the Indian territory using the drones that have been foiled time and again by the BSF. But at this crucial juncture, when the escalations are increasing from the Pakistani side, which is fearing the retaliation from India in response to the Pahalgam terror attack, now IGBSF himself going to the forward post of the Border Security Force in the Sri Ganganagar and the Jaisalmer sectors of the Border Security Force shows that the top brass of the BSF too is on the ground, hitting the ground, so as not only for a morale booster but also to get a sense of the idea that is the situation which prevails on the ground, because it is very important. We have seen that for the last 2 days Pakistan's misadventure has begun on the line of control where it is provoking India, and now it is in all likelihood Pakistan.
Right, good Simran. Right, good Simran. Right, the IGBSF, of course, monitoring the situation right now, and that's what we are covering. We continue to get you more updates, viewers. Let's take a look at some more stories that we are tracking as we continue to get you a sense of what's happening around Lal Chowk. The tourists are here, the shops are flourishing, and there is an answer that should be given back to Pakistan, that the Indians are united, that everybody on this soil is united, and they want that the tourists should come back. The tourists should be enjoying this part of the country, which is very much their own part of the country. We shift our focus to the other stories. As the probe continues in the Pahalgam terror attack, there are more updates that are coming in. Now, Ekta Tiwari, there's a story of a woman who was here in Pahalgam during the terror attack, and she had in fact identified a man whose photo was released in the sketches, one of the terrorists behind this attack, and the sketches were released, and she says that she did spot that man in Pahalgam, and he was coordinating with some people on the phone line. Here's more on that. Take a look at this report.
As a billion-plus Indians continue to raise chorus for retribution and revenge, the security forces swept the valley for the tiny scrap of evidence that would lead to the Pahalgam killers. Dramatic visuals showed armed police and security personnel going into homes that suspected of holding clues on the terrorists. Across multiple locations in the valley, alert forces were seen checking rooms, corners and furniture for clues to the Lashkar men who are believed to be on the run in the wake of the attack. As the Pahalgam probe moved through the gears, a Rajasthan woman came out with a sensational claim. The woman said she recognized one of the Lashkar terrorists from the sketches released by the probe agencies as the man who posed as a pony handler. Speaking to Republic, Ekta Tiwari said she ran into the man while making inquiries about ponies for a ride up to the Baisaran meadows in Pahalgam. The woman recalled the bearded Lashkar man asking her about her religion and advising her to read the Quran. Significantly, the woman also claimed to have overheard a conversation in which the man told fellow Lashkar terrorists posing as ponywalas to switch to Plan B.
Plan A fail, Plan A break fail,
Plan A break fail. आप सुन सकते हैं कि इस तरह के मैसेज प्लान ए ब्रेक फेल, ये पहला कोड वर्ड मैसेज था।
और सेकंड उनका था 35 बंदूकें भेज दिया गया है और वो झाड़ी में रखा है, उसमें झाड़ी में भेज दिया गया है और उसके घास के झाड़ी में रखा है। घाटी जगह का वहाँ पे बार-बार नाम लिया जा रहा था।
Based on the woman's statement, the forces later launched a massive combing operation in Jammu's Kathua.
All right, we have some more breaking news coming in as we speak. There is an update coming in as 14 active terrorists from Srinagar, Shopian and Pulwama have been identified, and security forces in Jammu and Kashmir are searching for them. They're listing two individuals affiliated to the Lashkar-e-Taiba and other fronts, Jaish-e-Mohammed as well, Hizbul Mujahideen, and also the terrorist resistance, the resistance front, that is the TRF. So that's the breaking news we have. There are, of course, all-out combing operations and the search operations that are underway right now across several parts of South Kashmir, also in North Kashmir as well now. But in Srinagar and Shopian and Pulwama, there are at least 14 active terrorists that have been identified. Security forces in Jammu and Kashmir have identified a number of active local terrorists across various districts. The list includes individuals affiliated with the groups such as Lashkar and Hizbul Mujahideen as well. And Viewers, Republic TV continues to bring you more updates from across the length and breadth of Jammu and Kashmir as we track the war against terror and also what is happening in Kashmir, showing you around what is happening, what are the people of Kashmir saying, and of course every response that should be given back to Pakistan. We will be tracking everything, but right now we're simply to a short break. Don't go anywhere.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
जुल दे यार तू मौत ही कश्मीर की गेंद है गुंडी गुंडी बेटी गुंडी
আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে মেরেছে বলুন বলুন আপনি
মুসলিম আপনি কি কালমা পড়তে জানেন না জানি না
বলুন এদের বলুন সেকুলার নেতাদের বলুন
এভাবে টেনে আর আগের দিনে যেহেতু বৃষ্টি হয়েছে ওখানে কাদাও ছিল আমার বাচ্চাটাকে টেনে দেখছি করে চেঁচাতে যাচ্ছে আমি না বুঝতে পারি না কি হলো হঠাৎ কি হলো আমি পেছনে যখন ঘুরি তখন দেখি ডিসটেন্স ছিল ধরুন আমি আপনি একটা লোক
हरे कृष्णा मैं भक्त भागवत एक पॉजिटिव इन्फ्लुएंसर हूँ मैं रिपब्लिक भारत और अर्नब गोस्वामी जी के इस मिशन में उनके साथ हूँ ये बहुत ही अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म है क्योंकि इसकी वजह से हम इस भारत के दिव्य ज्ञान को इस संस्कृति को पूरे विश्व में फैला सकते हैं जैसे प्रभुपाद जी ने सारे विश्व में प्रचार किया था हरे कृष्णा हरि बोल
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest. Then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called...
At Republic School of Journalism, you won't just learn how to report the news. You will learn from the people who shape it. At Republic School of Journalism, you will meet India's top newsmakers and learn live. Inside Republic headquarters, there's news happening in every room. Apply on republicschoolofjournalism.com. Applications are open.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Exchange of fire reported between terrorists and forces in South Kashmir's Pahalgam. Search operations underway. Forces launched search operations at Jamaat-e-Islami linked terrorist incriminating material linked to the banned outfit seized during the search. Indian Army successfully bust a terrorist hideout in the Machil area of North Kashmir's Kupwara. Large cache of arms, ammunition recovered, including AK rifles. Pakistan defense attaché publicly threatens Indians, makes throat-slitting gestures at protesters outside the High Commission in London. Protests against Pakistan take to the global stage. Indian diaspora demonstrating outside Pakistan High Commission in London, Copenhagen and Melbourne. As India fights back Pakistan terror, we're getting in some more breaking news on the show. We're only focusing on our counter-terror operations. Latest breaking news now coming in. Pakistani nationals leaving from Attari-Wagah border in Amritsar after India issued a deadline for Pakistani nationals to leave the country. These are pictures coming in from the Attari-Wagah border of the Pakistani nationals who were asked to leave within 48 hours. Different categories. Those with SARC visas asked to leave. Their deadline ended day before yesterday. Yesterday was the deadline also for those holding other kinds of visas, including medical visas. So these are pictures coming in of Pakistani nationals heading back after that deadline ended. Here's a report.
मैं सुबह से अटारी बॉर्डर पर खड़ा हूं और सुबह से ही पाकिस्तानियों के आने का सिलसिला जारी था। अब धीरे धीरे वो सिलसिला थमता जा रहा है क्योंकि अब जो बीटिंग रिट्रीट सेरेमनी रोज शाम को, हालांकि उस सेरेमनी में भी अब बदलाव है। अब गेट नहीं खुलेगा और दोनों सेना के बीच में जो हैंडशेक होता था वो नहीं होगा। तो उसके लिए भी जो पर्यटक हैं वो अब आना शुरू कर चुके हैं। लेकिन साथ ही साथ अब आपको बताएं कि करीब करीब 300 से ज़्यादा पाकिस्तानी इन 2 दिनों में, पिछले 2 दिनों में और आज भी करीब करीब 70 से 80 पाकिस्तानी गए हैं वापस और उन्हें भेजा गया है। कई लोगों से हमने बात की। कुछ लोग यहाँ पर फंक्शन में आए थे, शादी अटेंड करने आए थे। आज ही के दिन शादी होनी थी, लेकिन उन्हें अब ठहरना नहीं है, उन्हें रुकना नहीं है। सीधे कह दिया गया अल्टीमेटम 27 अप्रैल तक है, निकलिए आप। और साथ ही साथ जो कुछ लोग मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट के लिए आए थे, उनका ट्रीटमेंट भी अगर हुआ नहीं हुआ, आपको निकलना है, आपको जाना है। कुछ लोग गुस्से में नजर आए, कुछ लोग बात तक करने से हिचक रहे थे, कुछ लोग इनकार कर रहे थे। और यहाँ पर सबके सिक्योरिटी चेक की जा रही है। कुछ पर्यटक हैं जो यहाँ पर परेड देखने आए हैं, बीटिंग रिट्रीट सेरेमनी देखने आए हैं। हालांकि सबका डॉक्यूमेंट, आइडेंटिटी कार्ड जो है वो मांगा जा रहा है। आप देखिए कि सबका डॉक्यूमेंट चेक किया जा रहा है कि आपके पास डॉक्यूमेंट क्या है, इंडियन है या पाकिस्तान के आप नागरिक हैं, और उसके बाद फिर आगे एंट्री दी जा रही है। कुछ जो भारत के लोग हैं जो पाकिस्तान गए थे वो भी वापस आ रहे हैं। उनसे भी हमने कई लोगों से बात की जो वहाँ पाकिस्तान चले गए थे, उन्हें भी वहाँ से भेजा जा रहा है, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान अब यही कर सकता है भारत ने जो किया उसके जवाब में।
Search operations continue in different parts of Kashmir. Search operations underway. A Jamaat-e-Islami linked suspect. Gursimran joining us with the details. Gursimran, across Kashmir, there are different operations underway to crack down and to weed out anybody linked to terror.
Yes, Niranjan, large-scale anti-terror operations are underway across Jammu and Kashmir, and this is to ensure that the perpetrators and their supporter and the ecosystem that is there of the Pakistan-based terror groups in Jammu and Kashmir that can be dismantled. From the Shopian to Kulgam to Anantnag to Pulwama, we are witnessing that door-to-door search operations are being conducted by the Jammu and Kashmir Police along with the Special Operations Group of the J&K Police, CRPF and Indian Army. These operations are aimed at dismantling the entire ecosystem of the terror that is there in the Kashmir Valley, which is helping these terror groups in revival post-abrogation of Article 370. We have seen the top commanders of every Tanzim in Kashmir, be it Lashkar, Jaish, Hizbul Mujahideen, their entire leadership was wiped out. But this ground infrastructure, this overground ecosystem that was there for these terror groups, that was helping these terror groups to revive, and this was the sole reason behind the attack that has taken place on the pilgrims in Pahalgam, on the tourists in Pahalgam, in which we saw 26 tourists were killed by the Pakistani terrorists, these innocent civilians. And now the entire ecosystem is the dismantling it is the aim of the security forces, and that is what we are witnessing on ground. The Special Operations Group conducting the input-based operations. Also, in the previous FIRs, the Jamaat-e-Islami groups, those who are associated with the banned Jamaats, they are also being thoroughly scanned and searched by these authorities so that their modus operandi can be detected, and also they can be curbed from supporting these terrorists, because the terrorists are Pakistani, but they are getting every kind of a possible support from the ground in Kashmir. That is making it really very challenging for the security forces to track them down. And now the focus is that the perpetrators have to be neutralized. That is what the forces are hunting for. But apart from the perpetrators, the main aim of these operations are to dismantle the entire ecosystem that is prevailing on ground, because once the ecosystem is finished, then there will not be any additional support system for the terrorists, and then they have to be go, that's for sure. And that is what the ground is witnessing, where Zenith and Irawat are reporting from, that how large-scale anti-terror operations are underway. Niranjan.
Okay, stay with me. These are pictures coming in of the different search operations underway in Sopore, where suspects are being raided. Getting in details now of the IGBSF visiting forward areas of India-Pakistan international border in Rajasthan amid the prevailing situation. IGBSF Rajasthan ML Gar carrying out 3-day-long border visits from Sri Ganganagar to Jaisalmer. IGBSF reviewing the security arrangements at border outposts in the district of Jaisalmer and also Bikaner. These are pictures coming in. IGBSF held a review meeting at the sector headquarters, Jaisalmer, with all security agencies in the local administration, considering the current situation with Pakistan. IGBSF saying that the border security force is vigilant, committed to the protection of the international border, and fully capable of countering any challenges along the border. So our forces and the men leading our forces, different branches, taking stock, leading from the front. Gursimran, going back to him. Gursimran, BSF mans the international border, also taking stock and ensuring, this is the IGBSF pictures coming in of him taking stock in Jaisalmer.
Yes, Niranjan, and also the statement that is coming from the Border Security Force that they are committed to the protection of the border and also to give a reply to any challenges being posed on the border. So very clear that on the prevailing scenario, the BSF has come out with their stand very clear that they are alert to give adversary any befitting reply, because on the international border there lies a possibility that Pakistan may resort to the misadventure, because in the line of control we have seen Pakistan resorting to these kind of a ceasefire violations that are taking place. But now the BSF that has been deployed on the PAK international border, they too are alert to any situation. They are ensuring that the adversary is given a befitting reply, and they are also keeping a tab on each and every development that is taking place. In the BSF Rajasthan frontier, the IG ML Garg has visited the forward areas of Jaisalmer to Sri Ganganagar. From every border outpost to meeting the officials to holding the security assessment meetings, he has ensured, he has taken stock of the inputs that are with the intelligence agencies so that they can be worked upon, because Rajasthan continues to be one of those borders where Pakistan has their nefarious eyes on. They have been pushing the narcotics and weapons into the Rajasthan international border. That has been foiled many a times by the alert troops of the Border Security Force. So this continues to be a challenge for the BSF, the Pakistan's nefarious plots, and also the prevailing scenario that is there, the tensions that have escalated between both the countries after the Pahalgam terror attack. There lies a possibility that Pakistan may try any misadventure on any of the international borders, because on the line of control they are doing so. So that is why ML Garg held a 3-day-long visit to the international border, in which every minute challenge was discussed thoroughly, and what can be the result to it, what can be the countermeasure to the threats that are being posed. Everything was thoroughly discussed during this meeting that has taken place for 3 days at different, from Sri Ganganagar to Jaisalmer, the sector headquarters where he has visited along with the DIGs of the intelligence wing of BSF.
Okay, stay with us. Getting in some more breaking news now coming in. Pictures of the operations in different parts of Kashmir. Now from Kulgam, the action intensifying against Pakistan forces detecting suspicious movement in South Kashmir's Kulgam. Security forces have conducted search operations in Kulgam along with forces CRPF, Jammu and Kashmir police also present. Suspicious movement in Kulgam. Zinat joining us live from Shopian. Zinat.
Niran, this is a suspicious moment that was observed by the counter-terrorism grid of Kulgam. This is an operation of SOG Kulgam along with Army and the CRPF, the paramilitary troopers. They have been in the cordon and search operation when they observed the suspicious movement in the Gudar village of Kulgam in South Kashmir. They fired upon the moment, although there is no exchange of fire, but we are seeing the forces are maintaining and are not leaving the ground, because the combing operations are also taking place for the last 3 days. The first exchange of fire in Kulgam was reported from the Arbal village where the terrorists were hiding. Since then, for the last 2 days, the forces are holding the fort in Kulgam. Most of the villages are under scanner, under the radar. Even the aerial surveillance was also witnessed early in the day when these forces launched this operation in the Gudar village where the suspicious moment was observed.
Okay, thank you for joining us with those details. Zinat, be with me. I'm getting in non-stop breaking news updates on Pakistan. And I'm going across to the next bit of update coming in from Maharashtra. This update coming in from Maharashtra, where there is a review of the number of Pakistani citizens following the Pahalgam terror attack. Mumbai police has identified 14 Pakistani nationals residing in the city of Mumbai. Officials confirming that the exit permits were issued to 9 individuals yesterday, while the remaining 5 will receive their exit permits today. According to the Maharashtra government data, 5,037 Pakistani nationals reside in the state of Maharashtra, 107 untraceable, 34 living illegally. The highest number is in Nagpur, where 2,458 Pakistanis live, reportedly, followed by Thane, where there are 1,106 Pakistanis. In Jalgaon, Pakistani nationals are 393 number. In Pimpri Chinchwad, 290 Pakistanis. Navi Mumbai, 239 Pakistanis. Authorities are intensifying efforts to trace, regulate the status of these individuals post the recent security concerns, and the government has asked all Pakistani nationals to please pack up and go back to your country. Please go back to Pakistan where you came from. We don't want you on our land. Mumbai police has now identified 14 Pakistani nationals residing in the city. Officials have confirmed that exit permits were issued to 9 of them yesterday. Exit permits. Exit permit, one-way ticket. Please leave Mumbai, go to Pakistan and don't come back. And remaining 5 will receive their exit permits today. That's the breaking news update coming in on the number of Pakistanis that are living in different parts of Maharashtra. Amid the ongoing protests against Pakistan, it's not just in India where Pakistan is facing there is global anger over the Pahalgam terror attack, and these pictures are from the UK where Indian diaspora was protesting. don't know. It's a critical time for Iran, which is also in negotiations with the US on nuclear talks. It's come at a time when Iran is talking to America. But is that linked? We don't know. Is this a critical city for Iran? Yes, it is. It's a port city called Bandar Abbas. And we are picking up more details that the director of the province, which is Hormozgan Province Crisis Management Organization, saying that the injured have now been transferred out, but the number of those feared dead may rise in the next few hours. Safety officials had also visited the site and issued safety warnings, according to reports that are coming in. So it's not the first time. They were told in the past that there could be safety issues regarding this particular port. Now, some more details that we are picking up. The National Iranian Petroleum Refining and Distribution Company has also issued a statement following the blast, saying that oil facilities in the area were not affected. So that's another update coming in, that oil facilities have not been affected from Iran following this particular explosion. And the company is quoted to have said in the media that the explosion and fire in Shahid Rajai port have no connection whatsoever to refineries, fuel tanks, distribution complexes and oil pipelines related to this company. The Hormozgan Ports and Maritime Administration has gone on record to put some details out on where this happened. And these are more pictures coming in. We should be getting in our first expert from Iran in a few minutes from now. We are picking up more details as we speak. Other videos showing several damaged homes, vehicles, the containers up in flames, people seen attending to the injured and checking on damage to the properties. Look at that. That's the moment the explosion was reported. The moment of explosion also on camera, and the plumes of smoke seen from many kilometers away. Okay, we have the CCTV footage as well. Look at that. That's a container facility. Oh, that's a huge explosion. Huge explosion. 12 p.m. local time in Iran. And we have the CCTV footage as well as being reported. The date is on the CCTV. The date is seen on the top right of your screens, 26th of April, which is today, 2025, 12:07 this afternoon. Roughly 3 to 4 hours ago, Iran time, is when the explosion was reported. Look at that. It just goes up in flames. Container facility simply explodes, going up in flames in Iran. And as we stay with these pictures, we're getting some more details. It's coming at a time, of course, it's a very critical time in Iran. So anything that's happening in Iran, questions and the first thoughts also go out to the sensitive time, the sensitive nature of Iran's being when they are engaging in talks with American officials on a possible new nuclear deal. All right, so these are some more details that we're picking up. Going through the details once again for all our viewers joining us on the broadcast right now, a massive explosion and fire striking an Iranian port, injuring at least 406 people. The number of injured from an explosion at this port in southern Iran has jumped to 406. State-run IRNA news agency has also reported and confirmed these numbers coming in. The IRNA attributed a previous figure of 281 injured to a spokesman of the Iran National Emergency Organization. Before the reported injuries rose again, that number started at 80, went up to 115, went up to 286, as we speak is now at 406. All right, this is what else. Okay, we are getting in some more details. Some more details also being reported by the Associated Press and APTN, talking about the kind of load that was being handled at this particular port. The blast taking place at the Rajai port just outside of Bandar Abbas, a major facility for container shipments for Iran that handles roughly about 80 million tons or 72.5 million metric tons of goods in a year. So that visual that you see there, we'll have to play that again. I think it's stuck, it's frozen. We'll play that again. And there are more videos that are coming in. Social media videos also showing smoke billowing after the blast. Others showing glass buildings blown out. And the buildings being seen, and the explosion itself being seen from many, many kilometers away from the epicenter of this particular port. Authorities have offered no cause for the explosion yet, and industrial accidents we know have been taking place in Iran, as there are analysts who say that aging oil facilities are one of the reasons why these explosions take place. These aging oil facilities also struggle for access to parts under international sanctions, but Iranian state television specifically has ruled out any energy infrastructure as causing or being damaged in this particular blast. Okay, another piece of information that we have is that Mehrdad Hassanzadeh is a provincial disaster management official, has spoken to Iranian state television that first responders were trying to reach the area while others were attempting to evacuate the site. And the officials from the disaster management teams in Iran and at the Bandar Abbas port also saying that the blast came from containers at Rajai port in the city. They haven't elaborated much. State television also reporting that there had been a building collapse caused by the explosion, though there were no immediate other details offered. What you're seeing on your screens is the CCTV. Okay, different videos coming in. There are more and more videos coming in. All right, we have an update now. The number of injured in this particular explosion has gone up to 520. It is a huge explosion. 520 now injured. The number has gone up. It's being updated every minute. 520. Look at the pictures. We're getting in more pictures. First-hand accounts from Bandar Abbas. You can see the explosion from many, many kilometers away. This seems to be a parking facility and people moving in to try and... Okay, this seems to be a hospital. Inside a hospital where hundreds of those injured in Iran are being rushed inside to get treatment in time. Okay, looks like even the hospital, some of the medical facilities as well injured. Medical facilities also damaged in this particular explosion. That seems to be a medical facility in Iran, where many of these injured were taken, and day two, and this particular facility too seems to be injured, seems to be damaged. Okay, let me go across to Yasir Nazifi Gilawan, who's a Tehran-based journalist. Yasir Nazifi, can you hear me? Good evening.
Yes, I can hear you.
Good evening. So this is a very, very disturbing development. Any details you're picking up about the cause of this explosion?
No, so far there have been speculations about the causes of the incident. However, I think it is too early to come to a conclusion to decide what is the real cause of it. Because at the port, it is usual to reserve or preserve highly explosive material. So it can be just a simple accident. Or at the same time, there are also speculations that because of the current undergoing negotiations between Iran and the US, it can be natural to have some sabotage operations so that it will hurt the process of negotiations. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yasir.
So
yeah, Yasir.
Yes.
You just mentioned that there is speculation over any link to the ongoing negotiations. Is that also being discussed as one of the possibilities?
This is something that media people are talking about. However, as I told you earlier, I think it is too early to come to a conclusion because there has to be, specialized examination of the scene and also CCTV cameras. All of the things have to be considered, and later on, officials will give an answer. However, now it is too early to come to a conclusion. But the scale of the explosion is so big, and so far, more than 400 people have been hospitalized. So, unfortunately, the explosion has got a big scale, and the number of the casualties is rising. The latest number that I have heard is that more than 400 people have been taken to hospital or the emergency people are working in the area. There are worries about other tanks and reserves of material because there are also other highly explosive material preserved at the port. So I think it is too early to come to a conclusion. We cannot say if it is certainly just an accident or if it is an act of sabotage or terrorism. So I want to underline it. Please keep in mind that at this stage, nobody can be sure what is the real cause of it. It can be simply an accident because at the port, they do transport and they send and receive highly explosive material. And at the same time, media people have their own speculations, but it is too early. So we don't have to jump to the conclusion and say that it is an act of terrorism. I think it is. It will be seriously biased or a misunderstanding because it will cause more misunderstanding if we come to a conclusion at the current stage. We have to wait. I'm in Tehran, and this is my personal opinion. It's not an official opinion. We are still waiting for officials to give us the opinion or the early assessment for the reason of the explosion. So the number so far more than 400, around 406 people have been mentioned in by emergency officials and hospital officials. So it's a big number. It shows that it is a very big scale of explosion. So far, no. We don't have a verified number of dead people. But it is expected to have some people died in the accident. It's quite natural for such a big explosion. We will have some people died.
Mr. Yasir, could you give us an understanding of where this attack has taken place and the fact that this is considered to be one of the most significant port areas in Iran? For those who do not understand the significance of it, could you help us understand?
So if the officials confirm that it is an act of terrorism, yes, of course, it's one of the biggest transportation routes of the country. It is also linked to the national railroad network of Iran. So it is an important part of Iran's export and import. But it's not for sure so far to say that if it has been just simple accident or if it is just or it is an act of terrorism. So if they confirm that it is an act of terrorism or sabotage, it will be a big blow.
Mr. Yasir, the fact is that does the Iran administration essentially believe that this is a clear act of terrorism? Because as I understand from the Iranian media, that they are basically indicating that this is clearly a group which they believe has got terror links.
No official has so far commented about it, so we have to wait for just minutes to see what will be the opinion of the officials.
What are the initial reports that are suggesting? Because what are the initial reports that are suggesting who's involved behind this?
They are accusing Israel because they say that Israel is against the current round of pre-session of negotiations between Iran and Israel. But so far, nobody can be sure. We have to wait.
Just to quickly recap for all our viewers who are tuning in right now, the number of the injured from this explosion that has taken place has increased to 400. This is being reported by the state-run IRNA, that's the news agency, the state news agency. They had earlier attributed a figure of 281 that was the injured. The spokesperson of the Iran's National Emergency Organization has just reported that the number has actually increased. And we have Yasir, who's joining us from Tehran, helping us understand what's really happening on the ground. As far as the relation between Iran and Israel is concerned, remember, there are threats that were issued by the Iranians to the Israelis. Israelis said that it is going to be responded in the manner that they feel it's befitting. Do you believe that the first response that has come in so far is an indication that the Iranians are already indicating that Israel is behind this?
You know, the point is that since last month, the Supreme Leader warned officials in Iran that there should be a high status of alert for security officials and intelligence apparatus. So Iranian officials have been waiting or have been expecting to have sabotage operations or terrorist attacks like this. So there may be some officials who may jump to the conclusion and say that it is an act of terrorism by Israel, but we have to still wait to see the result.
Just also keeping in mind the tension that we have right now, because this port is not very far away from Gwadar. It's about 884 kilometers. And the fact that, importantly, as far as Pakistan and Iranians are concerned, their two tensions are on the rise. Is there any indication of the fact that there has been some sort of a retaliation that has been prepared, or what's the sense that you all get on the ground?
No, the rivalry between the two ports of Iran and Pakistan are about the Iranian port of Chabahar. It is far from the port that is in the news today. So I think it's out of discussion, and it's not included in the assessments, because normally this port will not have anything to do with the Pakistani port.
Okay. I'll just request you, Yasir, to just stay on with us as we're getting in more details of what has happened. A short while back, a report has also now come in from the ministry there. In fact, the provincial disaster management official has just spoken to the Iranian state TV, and they're saying that the first responders are trying to reach the area while others are attempting to evacuate the site. The blast basically came from the containers at the Rajai port in the city. Without elaborating much, the state TV has also reported that there had been a building collapse that was caused by the explosion that took place. However, there are no immediate other details really coming in. Just to help our viewers understand, this is a little far away from the capital city of Tehran. In fact, it is almost 1,000 kilometers away from Iran's capital. And it's on the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf, through which this, remember, a large transportation of oil essentially takes place. So on your screens right now, these are multiple images that are now coming in from Iran. The blast has basically taken place as Iran and the US also met on Saturday in Oman for the third round of negotiations over Tehran's rapidly advancing nuclear program. Because remember, the United States of America also indicating under Donald Trump that negotiations can actually take place with the Iranians. Now, with this explosion that has taken place, Iran hasn't really made it very clear whether at all this is a terror attack or this is because of what we have seen in the past too, because most of these infrastructure that you have in Iran, they are aging, and it could have been damaged in the blast, but that clarity hasn't really come in because similar blasts have taken place in the past. But having said that, the number of injured has basically increased to almost 406, and this number is coming in from state-run news agency. They are now saying that it has increased from 281 to 406. Let me see if we can go back to Yasir, who's joining us from Tehran. We'll try and see if we can go back to him in a short while from now. And I'll just recap for everyone who's tuning in right now. The blast basically took place at the Rajai port, which is just outside Bandar Abbas. This is again a major facility for container shipments for the Islamic Republic that basically handles about 80 million ton of goods a year. That's the capacity that this port has. We are being told that because of the explosion, a building also collapsed in the area. That could be one of the reasons why the number of injured has actually increased. We'll just try and see one of the visuals that are coming in. There are some that we could just play up right now and see if we can hear what's happening on the ground.
کل خدمات خراب شد. But in fact, news agency of Iran has also now posted another footage of the injured men who are lying on the road. There's absolute confusion on the streets right now as the rescue operation basically continues. Another word coming in from the state TV. They're basically also looking at the aspect of negligence in handling inflammable materials that they are saying could be a contributing factor. So there is no clarity whether at all this is some sort of an attack or this is just an explosion that has taken place in the container, because in the past too, ladies and gentlemen, many explosions have been reported from the same very area, because the infrastructure in this area, in this particular port, happens to be quite old. They're aging infrastructure, and that could be one of the reasons why the explosion has taken place. I'm also quoting a statement that has just now been put out by the National Iranian Petroleum Refining and Distribution Company. They say that the explosion and fire in Shahid Raji port has no connection to refineries, fuel tanks, distribution complexes and oil pipelines related to this company. A big news coming in from Iran as we keep tracking closely.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद.
अब आया स्वाद.
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें. MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला.
MDH.
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see, the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest. Then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called Samani, then Rawala Kot, Lipa, then you have...
At RSJ, you don't just learn journalism. You walk the hall with the people making the news. From the newsmakers to political leaders to defense experts, all at the Republic headquarters. It's the only place where you can learn and build your network. Apply now. republicschoolofjournalism.com. Applications open.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला जुल्दे यार तुम मौत ही कसम इधर गेंद है
गुंडे गुंडे बेटी गुंडे
আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে মেরেছে বলুন বলুন আপনি
মুসলিম আপনি কি কালমা পড়তে জানেন না জানি না
বলুন এদের বলুন সেকুলার নেতাদের বলুন
এভাবে টেনে আর আগের দিনে যেহেতু বৃষ্টি হয়েছে ওখানে কাদাও ছিল আমার বাচ্চাটাকে টেনে দেখছি করে চেঁচাতে যাচ্ছে আমি না বুঝতে পারিনি কি হলো হঠাৎ কি হলো আমি পেছনে যখন ঘুরি তখন দেখি ডিস্টেন্স ছিল ধরুন আমি আপনি একটা লোক রান করছে এভাবে মেরে দিল ডান শেষ আওয়াজ হচ্ছে ও বলছে মামা ফায়ার গান ইট ইজ পাটাশ ইট সাউন্ড ইটস সো লাউড সাউন্ড ও তো কাঁদছে মামা সাউন্ড করে কাঁদছে আর আমার হাজবেন্ড ও একটু নার্ভাসও হয়ে গেছিল ও বুঝতে পারেনি যে এরকম টেররিস্ট
It's 5:30 and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Shavin Sen. Our focus on the multiple combing operation being carried out in Kashmir following the Pahalgam attack. We'll get you all the latest in this bulletin. But up first, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. A massive explosion. Anti-terror operation being carried out in Pahalgam and several other combing operations also being carried out in the Jammu division. Forces launch a search operation as Jamaat-e-Islami linked terrorist incriminating material linked to the banned outfit was also seized during the search. Indian Army successfully busted a terror hideout in the Machal area of North Kashmir's Kupwara district. A large cache of arms and ammunition have also been recovered, including AK series rifles. Pakistani defense attaché publicly threatens civilians, makes throat-slitting gestures at protesters outside the High Commission in London.
Pakistan, stop terrorism! Pakistan, stop terrorism! Pakistan, stop terrorism! Pakistan, stop terrorism!
Protests against Pakistan takes global stage. Indian diaspora demonstrates outside Pakistan High Commission in London, Copenhagen as well as in Melbourne. Explosion at Iran's port city, at least 520 people injured. We started this edition with breaking news now coming in from the port city in Iran, Bandar Abbas, where we give it to understand an explosion that took place a short while back. 520 people have been injured. Iran has now ordered a probe into the Bandar Abbas explosion. They're essentially not ruling out
the possibility of this being a terror attack. But having said that, there's no official statement that Iran has put out as yet. In fact, some statements have come in from the companies that have been operating from the Shahid Raji port, and they say that it has no connection to refineries, fuel tanks, distribution complexes and oil pipelines that have been related to this company. In fact, let me just tell you where this explosion has taken place and the significance of this very place where the blast has actually taken place, because it is not very far away from certain other ports cities. And it's important to point out here that the explosion that has basically taken place, they're basically looking at whether at all there is any terror link. First, Iran's Shahid Raji port to Gwadar in Pakistan is roughly about 884 kilometers away. Shahid Raji to Chabar port is about 690 kilometers, and Chabar to Gwadar is about 200 kilometers from Karachi. Now, important to point out here on the screens, what you see, these are the latest images now coming in, put out by the state media a short while back, where they're saying that about 520, that's the latest coming in, those who have been injured in the explosion that has taken place. Now, the large blast that shattered the windows within a radius of several kilometers, and there's also footage now coming in of a mushrooming cloud forming following the explosion. Now, you just see that on your screens, that the cloud forming thereafter, after the explosion that has taken place. Now, Iran, however, hasn't made any official statement. This, interestingly, has happened when Iran is having the third round of nuclear talks with the United States of America in Oman, and although the cause of explosion was not immediately clear. Now, Iran currently has also been indicating that the firefighting operation is underway at the Bandar Abbas port. In fact, they have not been able to bring it under control, is what we are given to understand. Having said that, it's important to point out here that while there is no official statement, some authorities, some reports coming in from the Iranian media that the authorities are not really ruling out the possibility of a terror attack. Now, where exactly has this attack taken place? The location of it is also extremely important, because remember, this is the very port which basically handles about 80 million tons of goods every year. And this is not very far away from the Strait of Hormuz. So it's important to point out here, as far as the oil trade is concerned, large part of the oil trade basically takes place in this very area. Now, these are the latest images coming in of the rescue operation that is being carried out by the Iranian authorities. In fact, the first number that they had put out was about 281, and this has basically now increased to about 406. And thereafter, the latest now coming in is of about 520 people who have already been injured. Now, authorities, however, they've not offered any cause for the explosion yet, because remember, in this area, industrial accidents keep happening because of the aging oil facilities, and they essentially struggle for access to parts under international sanctions. That's one of the other reasons why. So one cannot really take away the fact that that could be one of the possibilities, because the Iranian state TV hasn't really made any statement as yet. Yasir is also joining us right now. Yasir is joining us from Tehran. Yasir, how important is this very place because this is not very far away from the Strait of Hormuz, and the very fact that it has come under intense pressure, particularly following the international sanctions that have come in. So it's an aging facility, as I understand.
Hello, thanks for having me. Pay attention that the Strait of Hormuz is not in a small area. So it is an international corridor that Iran has got border from hundreds of kilometers before it and after it. So this is one small place, if we consider the size of the border that Iran has with this water corridor. So I don't think that it will have anything to do with the Strait of Hormuz, but we have to accept that this is one of the biggest ports of Iran, which was responsible for operating a big deal of transportations between Iran and the rest of the world. The port was having ships from 80 other international ports from all over the world. So it is considered one of the biggest ports of Iran in touch with other international ports from all over the world. So I read in the news that the Iranian ambassador to Beirut has said that the size and the scale of the explosion is not as big as the one that we had in Beirut in 2020. So they are saying that I just asked other officials and other people who were good aware of the earlier stages of the accident. They have been following up. They told me that the incident started with a small fire, and the fire led to explosion because of the high temperature that naturally that area has, and also there are so many containers of chemicals stored there. So for a place with so many chemical reserves and tankers and installments there, it is quite natural that high temperature plus fire can cause to big explosions. Also, I saw that people from the Disaster Management Organization of Iran has said that they had reviewed the place and examined the place 2 months earlier, and they had officially issued warnings for the local people there that the restoration process is not safe. So they are saying that even now that we are not able to determine what is the real cause of the incident, but disaster management officials are saying that they had already issued warnings 2 months earlier for weak standards of preservation of chemicals. So the probability for not having anything about sabotage or terrorism is higher, because it looks like that the standards of preserving chemicals hadn't been observed there, and they had received warnings from other officials. So I think that so far we can't majorly think about it as an act of accident or something that happened, unfortunately. And we cannot say that it is an act of sabotage.
Yasser, growing concern whether at all this is a terror attack, because some of your news agencies are now reporting that the authorities are not ruling out the possibility of a terror attack. Put this into perspective, because Iran is currently having a negotiation going on with the United States of America in Oman. This is with regards to the nuclear trade. But having said that, can this be taken away, given the fact that there has been a growing threat perception that the Iranians have been talking about coming in from the Israelis? Can this be said as a normal fire that has actually broken out, an explosion that has taken place, or there is something more than what meets the eye?
You know, media people, because we always like to make it more interesting, and we will have more readership. So it's quite natural to say that the people start to speculate that there may be a chance that Israelis are behind the attack, or saying that other international players have been trying to ruin the current ongoing negotiations between Iran and the US. However, so far there is no strong, concrete piece of evidence to support that opinion. These are all based on speculations, and they are all grounded in imaginative minds of people. So we don't have anything to prove it. So I think it's wise to follow up the evidence that we have here. And as I said, disaster management officials have had interview in the last 2 hours, and they have said that they had issued warnings before, and both officials were responsible for preservation of chemical weapons, and the lack of good standards or poor standards of preserving chemicals can be the number one reason. And so far we don't have anything, unless the excitement that the media people have to say that, okay, it is concurrent with negotiations. Now it is the third round of talks in Oman. It's near the Strait of Hormuz or other things. All of these things can be just media play that we cannot, as serious people, we cannot fall for them.
Well, thank you very much, Yasir, for joining us from Tehran and getting us the latest details. We'll be closely tracking the story because there is absolutely no clarity whether at all this is a terror attack or an explosion at an aging facility. Shifting focus now to the other big story that we've been tracking. There have been multiple anti-terror combing operations that are being carried out in South Kashmir. In fact, this morning there was also a recovery that was made from the associates of an active elite terrorist, recovered arms and ammunition from their possession. There's a massive crackdown that is basically underway. They're basically looking at the handiwork of several of the overground workers that have been actually linked with the arrests. In fact, there are 2 arrests that have also been made coming in from Pahalgam. 2 terror associates have been arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police. This is a crackdown, an ongoing crackdown on the OGWs, the overground workers. In fact, we give it to understand in the last few hours, since the time the attack has taken place, over 250 have already been questioned by the Jammu and Kashmir police. That's the latest now coming in. We'll try and see if we can get across to our Srinagar Bureau Chief Zeenat, who's joining us on the broadcast. Zeenat, part of the anti-terror ops that are basically underway. In fact, we have lost the count of the number of anti-terror ops that are being carried out. Give us a sense of the operations that have been carried out since this morning, and who are these terror associates who have been arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police?
See, in Pahalgam, once again, we are seeing a crackdown on the terror when the 2 terror associates have been arrested by the concerned police in Koimu of Pahalgam, where the pistols, rounds, magazines and other things have been recovered from the local terror associates of the Lashkar-e-Toiba. Meanwhile, talking about the count of operations that have been going on, they are multiple. There is no limit to the operations now. The way the combing or the CASOs or the DASOs, even targeting the hideouts are concerned, or taking people for the interrogation in the 10 districts of the Kashmir Valley. We have seen the operations, the CASOs in Sirgufara, Koihama, then Virinag, Sirgufara side, then Hapatnad. These are some of the villages and the infiltration routes that the terrorists have used while infiltrating into the Baisaran village of Shopian, where this Pahalgam, where this incident has taken place. If we take the right from the Pahalgam, then you will come to the Pahalgam, where the 2 operations are carried. One is being done at the Gudar village of Pahalgam, where the suspicious moment was observed, and still the forces are holding the ground. Then is this Pahalgam, Koimu, where the 2 OGWs have been arrested. From the Pahalgam, if we shift to Shopian, again in the morning, midnight rather, a house of Shahid Kutte was demolished. He is an elite operative for a long time, and today his house was razed to the ground. From there, if we go to Pahalgam, again a house was razed of elite active terrorists who have been in the terror business for last 6 years now. And in Central Kashmir's Srinagar's downtown, we witnessed the raids related to UAPA, and in fact the raids were also carried in Chanapora area and the Batmalo area, Chanapora, which is the uptown of Srinagar state. Then coming to the North Kashmir, in North Kashmir again an action was witnessed from Sopore, where again the CASO was launched, and also people were questioned from Kupwara in Matsalbaul.
Zeenat, I'm sorry, some breaking news now is also coming in. There is some I'm sorry to interrupt you. There's breaking news now coming in from Jammu. In fact, BSF officers are now paying respect to the victims of Pahalgam. These are live images now coming in. We'll try and see if we can go across to Gursibran. The border security force now paying respect to those who have lost their lives in the dastardly attack that was carried out by the Pakistanis in Pahalgam. The border security force here This is at the border. Remember, there have been multiple restrictions that have also been brought in, increased surveillance along the international border right now. My colleague Gursimran, in fact, is also reporting from there as these live images are coming in. Gursimran, walk us through the details that you're picking up. In fact, this appears to be from one of the cantonment of the border security force. What more details can you share with us?
See, Shavan, now the Border Security Force has paid the solemn tribute to the 26 victims of the Pahalgam terror attack, in which brave hearts of these civilians, they were brutally killed by the Pakistani terrorists in a drastic terror attack. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that this is the downscaled beating retreat ceremony that is taking place here at the Indo-Pakistan border. It has been decided that there will be no culture program or any kind of a celebrations that will take place here at the Indo-Pakistan international border. This comes after the decision was taken by the BSF to downscale the observing this beating the retreat ceremony at the Atari Wagah border, and now the same has been done here at the Indo-Pakistan international border. Gaurav is showing you the visuals as the ceremony begins. Before the ceremony started, the visuals that we were showing you earlier, that all 26 victims' names were taken here and a salute was paid after observing a 2-minute silence by the border security force. And now the beating retreat ceremony is starting. It's important to mention that this is one of the sensitive borders, the Jammu international border, because here lies a threat of the Pakistan trying to disrupt the peace, and the peace here remains the priority of the BSF, but Pakistan is making desperate attempts. Yesterday, what we learned from the BSF sources that Pakistan has increased the deployment of the 13 Chenab Rangers along with the 14 and 26 Chenab Rangers that have been deployed along the Indo-Pakistan international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba. And this border right now, from where we are reporting, we are 150 meters away from the Pakistani territory, and the zero line gates have been closed as a precautionary measure by the border security force. Here, as you see, this is the display of the valor and the courage of the BSF, because this decision of carrying out the beating retreat ceremony at the international border was taken by the BSF, though it was objected by the Pakistani side, stating that they do not consider this as the international border but as a disputed line, what they called. But BSF made it very firm to the Pakistani side that their objections to any of the boundaries that has been demarcated along the international border does not hold any grounds, and that's why it was decided that the BSF will be carrying out the beating the retreat ceremony unilaterally on its own side every weekend, that is Saturday and Sunday. Though keeping in view the Pahalgam terror attack that has taken place, it was decided that the ceremony will be downscaled to only the drills that will be carried out during the ceremony, beating the retreat ceremony, and there will not be any of the cultural or the ceremonial program or the celebrations that will take place. And now in the frame you see, this is the BSF Mahila Wahini. These are the women soldiers of the border security force that are carrying out the drills. This sends a message of the BSF's valor and the BSF's commitment towards securing the borders. It's important to mention that this border has seen.
Well, that's the live report now coming in from Jammu as the border security force also carries out their drill. Shift our focus now to the search operations that are basically underway at multiple locations in the Kashmir zone. Let's shift our focus to Pahalgam. In fact, we're being told that search operations are being carried out in Kulgam, Supor as well as Kupwara, and there's a massive search operation that is basically underway at 3 locations. At 3 locations in Kashmir as we speak right now, starting from Kulgam, Supor, as well as a few other locations in Kashmir. Let me also go across to my colleague Arawat, who's joining us from Pahalgam. Arawat, what more details are you picking up? Are these searches being carried out only by the Jammu and Kashmir police?
Yes, Shaman, we have seen the search operation is continue not only here in the Pahalgam, but we have seen the search operation has started in the North Kashmir's Baramulla district. In Baramulla, if we'll talk about, there are the 6 anti-terror protests which are underway. Also, if we'll talk about the central Kashmir, Srinagar, in the downtown area, we have seen that the multiple locations was raided out by the joint security forces. Also, the ongoing operation here is underway in the Pahalgam. Also, the search have been also started in the Mourns area of South Kashmir's Pulwama, where we have seen that after receiving a credible intelligence-based input by the joint security forces, a joint search operation have been launched in the Mourns area of South Kashmir's Pulwama. Same kind of operation is also underway in the South Kashmir's Kulgam area as well as in the Shopian. It indicates the alertness of the forces. We have seen the deadly attack in the South Kashmir's Pahalgam, in which we have seen that the 26 lives was lost their life in the deadly terror attack. Then after we have seen that these kind of anti-terror protests activities are taking place in the various parts of the Kashmir, and we have seen these search operations are being carried out by the forces in the parts of the Kashmir Valley. Yes, Shaman.
Well, thank you very much, Arawat, for getting us the latest details. But before I just let you go, one quick question with regards to those attackers who are still at large, the terrorists who are still at large. Any further information now coming in from the Jammu and Kashmir police with regards to those who have been identified? Are they saying that there were more terrorists who were involved?
The recce has also been done there before the attack, and the attackers are some different terrorists. It might be the big chain of the terrorists that is being investigated by the various security agencies. Also, we have seen that the multiple agencies have called people in the Pahalgam, and we have been told by the sources that around 70 people have been called or detained by the Jammu and Kashmir police across the Pahalgam area where this terror incident happened. Also, we have been told by the reliable sources that there are some hundreds of the youth have been called for the questioning in the various parts of the Kashmir Valley, not only here in the Pahalgam where this incident happened, but we have seen that the dozens of youth have been called by the joint security forces in the various parts of the Kashmir Valley. Yes.
Well, thank you very much, Arawat, for getting us the latest details. We'll shift the focus now to the other story coming in from Jammu, now where the Kashmir administration has banned the sale of army uniforms in order to prevent the misuse of the army uniform. In fact, the ban has been placed following reports of potential misuse of such uniforms by anti-national elements intending to disturb public order. Important to point out here that there is a direct link with the attack that has taken place in Pahalgam, because the terrorists were actually using army uniform, the camouflages that were basically used by the terrorists, in fact resulting in a situation where there was utter confusion that took place when the tourists were actually trying to escape because they did not know whether they belonged to the army or they were actually terrorists. That is one of the reasons why this decision has now been taken by the Kashmir administration to ensure that army uniforms are not sold, and the fact that to prevent the use of it, there's a complete ban on that. Our rolling coverage continues as multiple operations are basically underway in Jammu and Kashmir. India has made it abundantly clear that we will retaliate to the attacks that have taken place in Pahalgam. At Republic TV, we get you the latest details. Coming up, live report from Srinagar.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का MDH की देगी मिर्च.
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see, the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor.
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
जुलते यार तुम मौत ही कश्मीर की गेंद है
गुंडे गुंडे बेटी गुंडे
আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে মেরেছে বলুন বলুন আপনি
মুসলিম আপনি কি কালমা পড়তে জানেন না জানি না
বলুন এদের বলুন সেকুলার নেতাদের বলুন
এভাবে টেনে আর আগের দিনে যেহেতু বৃষ্টি হয়েছে ওখানে কাদাও ছিল আমার বাচ্চাটাকে টেনে দেখছি করে চেঁচাতে যাচ্ছে আমি না বুঝতে পারিনি কি হলো হঠাৎ কি হলো আমি পেছনে যখন ঘুরি তখন দেখি ডিস্টেন্স ছিল ধরুন আমি আপনি একটা লোক রান করছে এভাবে মেরে দিল ডান শেষ আওয়াজ হচ্ছে ও বলছে মামা ফায়ার গান ইট ইজ পাটাশ ইটস সাউন্ড ইটস সো লাউড সাউন্ড ও তো কাঁদছে মামা সাউন্ড করে কাঁদছে আর আমার হাজবেন্ড ও একটু নার্ভাসও হয়ে গেছিলো ও বুঝতে পারেনি যে এরকম টেররিস্ট অ্যাটাক হবে আর ততক্ষণ ওই টেররিস্টটা চলে এসেছিলো ওর এখানে একটা ক্যামেরা ছিল তো ও বলছে যে কারা কারা মুসলিম সরে যান কারা কারা মুসলিম সরে যান
Very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Raksha Mishra, reporting from Srinagar. Right now, we are at the Dal Lake, and we continue to get you every story that we are getting to you from ground zero and, of course, beyond. But first, we have some breaking news to start with. Right, we have update on the Pahalgam anti-terror operation right now as we speak. All right, viewers, Pahalgam police continues to conduct the search operations and the anti-terror operations, and we have some update. I think let me just connect with a reporter because I need to know more information because I'm not there in Pahalgam, of course. I need to know what's happening in Pahalgam. Let's connect with a reporter in Pahalgam, viewers, because it's a fight against terror, and there are operations happening across Jammu and Kashmir. In a joint operation with one Rashtra. Zina joins on the phone. Zina, tell us the latest update we have right now. We understand that 2 terror associates have been arrested.
See, Rakshita, this is a news coming in from the Pahalgam where the 2 terror associates have been arrested in Pahalgam by the concerned district police. In the some arms and ammunitions have been recovered from the possession and they have been taken into the custody. A fire has also been registered in this regard in the Koimu police station. Koimu as Pahalgam's part is in news because Pahalgam is already witnessing the 2 operations at present. One was this where the 2 OGWs have been arrested along with the arms and ammunitions, and the another one is in the Gudar village of Pahalgam where the suspicious movement of the terrorists were observed by the joint forces. they tried to fire upon the suspicious movement, although no contact with the hiding terrorists has been established. The CASO was launched only after getting the credible leads upon the movement of terrorists or the presence of terrorists in the Gudar village of Kulgam. You remember just 2 days back there was another anti-terror operation that was carried by the Kulgam police in Arbal. That time the exchange of fire was witnessed and also the encounter started. First exchange of fire was reported around 4:30 or so in the afternoon, but taking an advantage of the darkness, terrorists then managed to escape from the Arbal of the Kulgam district.
All right. In fact, there are, of course, it's a very high-scale operation that we are, talking about here. But any links to any terror outfit that has been ascertained or anything else that has been seized here, Zenith?
See, as far as the Kulgam operation is concerned, where the 2 OGWs have been arrested, a pistol magazines, the rounds and other things, other incriminated material have been recovered from the possession of these OGWs, and they belong to the outfit LET in the Kulgam Valley, Kulgam district.
Right, sir. Thank you so much, Zina, for joining us with those details coming in, viewers. We start with more updates that we have. This is a story, viewers, that again exposes Pakistan's evil face. We're talking about a Pakistani army officer. He's called Colonel Taimur. His name is Colonel Taimur Rahat, and he is a defense attaché of the Pakistani army. And outside the Pakistani embassy, there were massive protests that were happening. Indians were protesting, even Jewish people were protesting against Pakistan after the Pahalgam terror attack. And this man comes out and shows threat. He in fact makes threatening gestures to the Indian protesters out here. He makes the slit throat gesture out there, and also holds a placard showing Group Captain Abhinandan and saying "How's the tea?" It was written there, and that of course shows the real face once again. It's not news to us, but it's something that is extremely insensitive, and it's an abhorrent gesture. We have Major Samar Tur, defense expert, joining us on the broadcast. Major Tur, when you see this visual, do you get surprised? I don't think so you get surprised, because we all know this mentality, this Zia-ul-Haq mentality that these people in the Pakistani army have. We all know what are their evil designs, as even the defense minister talked about. But this is something that's very atrocious. And again, the Pakistanis are showing their real face. Major Tur, please unmute yourself. I think we are not getting your audio. If you could just please unmute yourself, sir. All right, we'll reconnect with Major Tur once again, viewers. But that's a video. If we are running that video on our screens, that is the real face. You see that how this man was at the embassy in London. There were massive protests all across the country, all across the world. Pakistani High Commission balcony, Colonel Taimur, Pakistan Defense Attaché Colonel Taimur Rahat, brazenly he rubs salt on the wounds of those innocent lives that have been lost, the innocent Indian lives that have been lost, and he clearly is showing that throat-slitting gesture, and he's pointing out to the Indian protesters there. This is the ugly, evil face of Pakistani army. They call for a neutral investigation. They are scrambling for options to how to cover up, but it's for the world to see, and it's the world to know who is behind this dastardly attack that has claimed the lives of 28 people. 26 innocent Indian lives have also been lost, and it's a clip that has gone viral. Viewers, Pakistan's defense attaché, Colonel Taimur, brazenly seen running his hand across his neck in a gesture to slit the Indian throat. Look at the mentality of a high-ranking officer of Pakistani army, viewers. That's completely visible out there. His threatening gesture towards Indian protesters in London. And in fact, as we speak, viewers, there's some breaking news. There's some breaking news coming in right now. There are multiple raids that are being conducted in Srinagar also, where we're reporting from. In fact, police have conducted multiple raids at least 64 terror associates in Srinagar, and overground workers and the terrorist associates linked to the banned outfits. Remember, there are banned outfits like the Jamaat Islami also, and people linked to it have also been identified and questioned. And now we have raids that are carried out across Srinagar at the residences of individuals associated with terror outfits such as the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the Jaish-e-Mohammed, ISJK, JKLF and the TRF. So that's the breaking news we have right now. Overground workers, in fact, all across South Kashmir have also been arrested. At least 175 people already have been arrested. Viewers have been detained for questioning for their links to terror outfits, links to the terrorists after the Pahalgam terror attack. And overground workers now, even in Srinagar, 64 terror associates in Srinagar have been now raided. At least the residences of 64 terror associates have been raided in Srinagar. Zeenat joins us for more. Zeenat, well, this is of course a huge development. 64 terror associates in Srinagar itself have been raided by the police.
Again, another big blow from the Srinagar coming to the terror outfits of the TRF, Lashkar and other terror outfits like the Resistance Front, and also some of them are already been booked under by the NIA, and some are dealing with the UAPA cases. As I said, the instructions have gone quite clear to the ground from the upper officials that no district should be spared, and wherever the listed or you have an apprehension of individual having a links with the terror outfits, immediately he should be nabbed, interrogated, and the search should be carried at his premises. So we are seeing that the 64 individuals' places were scanned and searched thoroughly by the Srinagar police. The raids were witnessed in Zoni Marg, it were witnessed in Batmalu, Chanapura, uptown and the downtown of the Srinagar was touched by the Srinagar district police.
Yes, Zeenat, of course, this is a huge development because the idea here is that the agencies and the forces will not leave any nook and cranny of Jammu and Kashmir to find out those perpetrators. Anyone who supports terrorism in any which way will be cracked down upon, because this is something that the entire country, 140 crore Indians, are demanding, that there should be an end to this and there should be no more innocent that should be shedding their bloods anymore. Zeenat.
Absolutely, Rakshita. See, the message on ground has gone clear. Whether he's from Jammu and Kashmir or from the army or from the CRPF, who's usually the part of outer corridor during the anti-terror operations, everybody has come under the one umbrella to fight terror in the Kashmir Valley, because the way the blood was spilled in the meadows of the Baisar and Pahalgam, those were the heart-wrenching scenes. In fact, this time the people of Jammu and Kashmir are coming openly and they're supporting the police and the other security agencies. Whosoever is having any information, they are coming happily to share the information about the moment or any other thing with the concerned police station or with the concerned people. This tells you that Kashmiris himself are united to fight against the terrorism that has definitely consumed the life of the three long decades. The life has been consumed, which has disturbed the economy, and it has also hit the economy under the belt. We are seeing still the Pahalgam wearing the deserted look. Even the other tourist places, the people have not been into the business like that, or there are grim faces that can be seen, that Kashmir is known for the hospitality and the Kashmirian. And those who have carried this crime, they are not the part of the Kashmir. They don't belong to the Kashmiri soil. So people have been openly talking about the terrorism in the Kashmir Valley by doing the candlelight vigil, by picking up the poster. You read what the message they are giving, that the terrorism will not be tolerated, or putting up the flags, black flags, giving a silent message that they are not with what has happened on 22nd of this month. All this is there, that is brewing up on the ground. Meanwhile, we are seeing the neighbors, the India and the Pakistan at the Logger Hub. India has quite confirmed and has very boldly made a posturing that India will retaliate in the bold manner this time. And Pakistan is definitely has pressed the panic button by seeing that the India has kept the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance, which is definitely a bigger issue for the Pakistan. Yes, Rakshita.
Right, Zina, thank you so much for joining us with those details coming in, viewers. We also have some updates coming in from Kulgam, viewers. In fact, there are terrorist houses that have been demolished, properties linked to terrorists that have been demolished. There's a major crackdown across South Kashmir and even to the north. So there is an all-out terror, anti-terror operation. The war against terror continues. My colleague Jatin was in Kulgam, and he is going to show you these updates, what he discovered there, the anti-terror operation, what seizures have been made, and what has been discovered by the agencies. Take a look.
कुलगाम में इस वक्त मैं मौजूद हूं जहां पर लाइव सर्च ऑपरेशन चल रहा है और आप देखेंगे कि इंडियन आर्मी की जो जेसीबी है वो भी इस सर्च ऑपरेशन का हिस्सा है और आगे आपको मार्च करते हुए और ऑपरेशन साइट पर जाते हुए सुरक्षाकर्मी नजर आ रहे होंगे। दूसरी तरफ मैं पीछे आपको दिखाऊंगा कि आप देखेंगे कैस्पर यहां पर खड़ा हुआ और बख्तरबंद गाड़ियां, चाहे वो सीआरपीएफ की हो, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की हो, एसओजी की हो, इंडियन आर्मी की हो, हर कोई यहां पर मौजूद है। चैलेंज सबसे बड़ा इस ऑपरेशन में बारिश, दूसरा जिन पहाड़ियों का सहारा लेकर आतंकी खुद को छुपाते हैं, दिन में भी इस पहाड़ियों के अंदर, इन जंगल के अंदर अंधेरा नजर आता है। दूसरा, उनको महारत है इन पहाड़ियों से एस्केप होने की, इस बात की उन लोगों को ट्रेनिंग मिलती है। दूसरी तरफ आप देखेंगे कि इस पहाड़ी के बीच में सड़क है और सड़क के नीचे खाई। ये पूरा पहाड़ी इलाका है और इन पहाड़ी इलाकों में सर्च ऑपरेशन करना काफी चैलेंजिंग है। इनपुट इसी तरीके के है कि आतंकी इन जंगलों में छिपे हो सकते हैं और उसी इनपुट के आधार पर यह सर्च ऑपरेशन जो है वो यहां पर कंडक्ट कराया जा रहा है। अमूमन सर्च ऑपरेशन में तमाम सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेज अपने हाईटेक इक्विपमेंट्स के साथ पहुंचती है, लेकिन पहलगाम में जिस तरीके से आतंकी हमला हुआ उसके बाद से जहां जहां सर्च ऑपरेशन किया जा रहा है वहां पर इंडियन आर्मी की जेसीबी उस कॉन्वॉय का हिस्सा होती है, उस सर्च ऑपरेशन का हिस्सा होती है और वही जेसीबी की तस्वीर मैंने आपको दिखाई। संभवतः आगे जिस तरीके की मूवमेंट होगी उसी हिसाब से उस जेसीबी का जो काम है वो भी किया जा रहा है, चाहे वो कैस्पर हो, बख्तरबंद गाड़ियां हो, लाइट्स हो, सोफिस्टिकेटेड वेपन्स हो, उन सभी इक्विपमेंट्स के साथ तमाम जो फोर्सेज है वो घने जंगलों में, साउथ कश्मीर के घने जंगलों में जहां पर आतंकियों के छिपे होने की आशंका है वहां पर बड़े स्तर पर सर्च ऑपरेशन जो है वो किया जा रहा है।
All right, viewers. So at least 5 terrorist residences have been demolished as the agencies and the forces will not spare anyone who supports terror, anyone who is sheltering these terrorists. And in the latest, my colleague Zinat, in fact, had visited Shopian, where one such house, one such property was also destroyed. Take a look.
This is Zakir Ahmed Lashkar Toiba's terrorist residence, and this house has been demolished by the administration here. The demolition was carrying during midnight. This is a stark reminder to the policies of the government of Jammu and Kashmir and the government of India towards the zero tolerance policy against terrorism. This action is clearly aimed at disincentivizing local terrorism or any kind of support to terror. A stern reminder to local youths that if they pick up the gun and join terror ranks, their families will have to pay the price. The families will also be denied the facilities of government facilities that includes the clearance, passport clearance, job clearance certificates and other things. But again, a stark reminder that if you support terrorism, then the government will come heavily on you. This is the house of the Zakir Ahmed, who has joined the terror outfit long back. He has been involved in the multiple killings as per the security operators here, and now here we see the family members after the demolition drive was carried by the administration. We see the inmates of this house collecting their valuables, whatever they are able to retrieve from the rubles, from the debris of this house. So the neighbors have also chipped in. But yes, the terror attack that was carried in Baisaran Valley of Pahalgam in South Kashmir, all these actions are coming after the incident which is known now as the civilian massacre in South Kashmir. We are reporting from Sidhav Shopian. This is a part of South Kashmir here. Again, a demolition drive was carried by the administration along with joint forces. The house belongs to Shahid Kote of LET. Shahid Kote is known for his involvement in the terror attacks. In past, he has been involved into the targeted killings as well. But now his name has surfaced in Baisaran attack. One can see the visuals from this very place where the house has been demolished. It has been razed to the ground. The kind of situation that we see, that whether it are the window panes, the glass sheets, the wires, or the articles, the household articles, everything has been demolished. The bricks lying on the floor, the iron rods, the rooftops and everything has been grounded. This is Shahid Kute's place, which has been demolished after his name surfaced in Baisaran attack. This is a message to those who are joining the terror ranks that the administration will come heavily upon them for their act. But this is not only the individual who is paying. His family again is paying through the nose for the act that their son has committed. Government has a very clear message that the nobody will be spared and the families too will be paying for it. Center has made a policy that there will be no tolerance for terrorism on ground, and what happened in Baisaran, the entire world knows about it. And seeing the action on ground, we see the axe falling on those terrorists who are supporting the terror network, axe falling on those locals who are supporting the terror structures, terror networks in the Kashmir Valley. And this is one of the houses that were demolished in the midnight by the joint forces along with the administration. In fact, in Shahid Kute's place, and an iron notice was also pasted, though the notice is of the year 2022, that tells you about his involvement in other crimes.
One of the terrorist hideouts and the residences that were blown up by Republic TV's biggest network of reporters, showing you every angle possible that will dismantle the entire narrative that has not been shown to you. Local activate. Now, what we know is that border bunkers in Jammu and Kashmir have been also now activated amid Pakistan provocation along the line of control. There is investigation going on, an anti-terror operation also going on along the border. Here's more on that, viewers.
We are at the Indo-Pakistan border in Arnia, where we have seen that this area has been most affected with the Pakistan shelling in 2017 and 2018. But now with the situation also going grim here, I'll request Sir Gaurav to show you a 360-degree view of the area. That this is a community center in the Bishna area, that is the Trewa Panchayat. Here the people have started activating their bunkers. These bunkers are the community bunkers that are now being activated once again. These bunkers have been totally defunct for last 5 to 7 years, but now once again the people have started activating these. I'll request Gaurav to come this way so that we can show you that the people there, they have started activating this, and this has been started so that in case of any contingency or eventuality, they are in a position that they can save themselves from the Pakistani shelling, because we are witnessing in the last 48 hours there have been cross-border shelling along the line of control in the Kashmir sector. But in the Jammu, Arnia is a plain terrain where the people are hit with the very first bullet being fired, and that's why these bunkers are being activated. I'll request Gaurav to show you that how strong these bunkers are. These are built of hard structure so that if any mortar shell comes from the adversary, that attempt can also be fired. I am joined by the Sarpanch here, Balveer Kaur. I'll speak to her. Madam, मुझे एक बात बताइए, आप लोग बंकर दोबारा से एक्टिवेट कर रहे हैं, क्या रीज़न है?
देखिए भाई साहब, आपको भी पता होगा कि जैसे अभी पहलगाम में हुआ, तो शेलिंग हमेशा अनप्रेडिक्टेबल रही है, तो हम लोग शेलिंग होती है पता नहीं चलता, क्योंकि हम लोग वेदर फोरकास्टिंग देख सकते हैं, बट शेलिंग का कभी पता नहीं चलता. बट जो पहलगाम में हुआ, अगर आज वहाँ पे हुआ है तो हिंदुस्तान रिटेलिएट तो करेगा ही करेगा. तो हम उसी आस में बैठे कि आप लोग अपना काम कीजिए, हम अपना काम कर रहे हैं.
These are the bunkers that are hard enough to tackle any contingency, because if there is a fire from the Pakistani side, these bunkers can bear. Only it is the artillery fire that can actually sneak through this structure. Otherwise, for the 80 mm or 120 mm mortar shells, it's next to impossible to breach through these bunkers, and that's why we are witnessing that these community bunkers are being activated again here at the international border in Jammu's Arnia, where the people have gathered here in the large numbers. Now they are preparing themselves for this, so that any of the contingency can be tackled in such a manner. If we have seen in the past as well, there have been n number of incidents that have taken place where the provocation from the Pakistani side has come at first, and now this time the people, they do not want to give give Pakistan a chance, and that's why they are preparing these bunkers to tackle the Pakistani threat.
And viewers, we've all got you stories of the victims, families who have been crying, who have lost their loved ones, the loved ones who will never come back. It's an irreparable loss for them. And India has vowed that it will strike back, it will retaliate. Pakistan is right now trembling. It is trembling, and how? But sitting in the comfort of their offices is some Congress leader, and that is the Chief Minister, in fact, of Karnataka. Not the first time we've seen the Congress trying to build a narrative that is completely going against the spirit of the country, while India has vowed revenge. Siddaramaiah is saying there's no need to strike back at Pakistan. Here's more.
As more voices in the street called for a strong retaliatory action against Pakistan. In the wake of the depraved Pahalgam terror attack, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah sprung a shocker. Weighing in as a rattled Pakistan fears an Indian military response, the Karnataka Chief Minister said there was no need for war with the cross-border neighbour. Siddaramaiah said that the centre should focus more on strengthening the internal security grid instead of avenging the Pahalgam terror attack. In a veiled dig at Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he said previous punitive actions against Pakistan fetched little outcome. In his first response to the Pahalgam attack, PM Modi vowed to pursue the terrorists and their handlers to the ends of the earth.
Today, from the soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done. The entire nation is firm in this resolve.
Siddaramaiah's remark came just days after Congress MP Rahul Gandhi vowed to stand with the centre in however it chooses to respond to the cowardly terror attack.
The united opposition condemned this action and said that we are there to support whatever action the government wants to take.
The shocking remarks by the Karnataka Chief Minister came on a day when hundreds filled the streets across the country, calling on the centre to avenge every drop of blood shed in Pahalgam. As Siddaramaiah insults the Pahalgam victims, will a red-faced Congress care to explain?
Is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest, then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called Samani, then Rawala Kot, Lipa, then you have Kundal Shahi, then you have Taubat and Kel. So these are the hubs where all the tanzeems are there. They are like, transit camps for these infiltrators. So when they are infiltrating or into India, or they are exfiltrating back to Pakistan from India, from our territory, so these are the places where they are received with open arms and given full support, which mainly includes arms.
Republic positive influencer Vishal Khandenwal is narrating you the history of Pahalgam and how it has been a gateway to Amarnath Yatra. Let's watch it.
पहलगाम की बेसरम घाटी में 26 मासूम पर्यटकों को आतंकवादियों ने अपनी गोली का निशाना बनाया। ये वही खूबसूरत वादी है पहलगाम की, जहाँ ये 26 लोग अपने परिवार के साथ आनंद लेने आए थे। लेकिन अब से जब भी जिक्र होगा इन खूबसूरत वादियों का, इन 26 मासूम लोगों की हत्या का भी जिक्र होगा, क्योंकि इन्हें कहाँ पता था कि जहाँ ये आनंद लेने आ रहे हैं वहाँ पर मौत इनका इंतजार कर रही है। आखिर क्या है इतिहास पहलगाम का? क्यों आते हैं इतने लोग पहलगाम घूमने? आइए जानते हैं। हमारा नाम है विशाल और आप देखना शुरू कर चुके हैं स्टोरीज विद विशाल। हिंदू पुराणों के हिसाब से पहलगाम का मतलब होता है बैलों वाला गांव, जहां भगवान शिव ने अपने वाहन नंदी को पहलगाम में छोड़ दिया था अमरनाथ जाने से पहले। उसके बाद उन्होंने अपने सर पर जो धारण चंद्रमा था उसे चंदनबारी में छोड़ा, गले में जो सांप था उसे शेषनाग झील में छोड़ा, और पंचतरणी में जो 5 नेचर के एलिमेंट्स होते हैं, आकाश, अग्नि, वायु, जल, धरती, उन्हें वहां त्याग करके फिर अमरनाथ की गुफा में गए माता पार्वती को अमरतत्व की कहानी सुनाने के लिए। एक इतिहास ये भी कहता है इससे इतर कि चक वंश का राज था कश्मीर और पहलगाम के आसपास के इलाकों में। और इस कहानी की शुरुआत होती है 1561 एडी में, जब चक वंश के पहले राजा बनते हैं कश्मीर में गाजी शाह चक, जो हराते हैं शाह मीर के वंश को, और उसके बाद से लगातार 1589 तक चक वंश का राज रहता है कश्मीर में, जिनके आखिरी राजा थे याकूब शाह चक, जो अकबर के हाथों हार स्वीकार करते हैं क्योंकि उनकी खुद की ही प्रजा उन पर दबाव देते हैं उनके निर्णयों के कारण। इसके बाद मुगल एरा शुरू हो जाता है कश्मीर में, जहां पर अकबर, जहांगीर, शाहजहां, औरंगजेब, ये सभी ही पहलगाम और आसपास की खूबसूरत वादियों को अपना शाही ग्रीष्म स्थल बनाते हैं और लगातार इस जन्नत का लुत्फ उठाते हैं। और यहाँ तक किसी ने कहा था कि इस दुनिया में अगर जन्नत है तो वो सिर्फ यही है, यही है, यही है। लेकिन आज यही जन्नत कांप रही है दहशत से, क्योंकि इस नरसंहार के बाद लोगों के मन में ये भय जरूर बैठ गया है कि अब अगर हम वहां जाएंगे तो अगली गोली का शिकार हम तो नहीं। लेकिन बात सिर्फ इतनी सी नहीं, चक वंश से पहले भी पहलगाम के आसपास बहुत ही ज्यादा रिच हेरिटेज और कल्चर था, क्योंकि पहलगाम से 50 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है अवंतीपुर टेम्पल कॉम्प्लेक्स। ऐसा कहा जाता है कि ये मंदिर 9वीं शताब्दी में राजा अवंती वर्मन ने बनाया था, जो उत्तर भारत के प्रमुख शासकों में से एक थे। यहाँ पर 2 मंदिर है, एक भगवान शिव को समर्पित है और एक भगवान विष्णु को। अभी भले मंदिर की स्थिति ऐसी नहीं जैसे पुराने समय में थी, लेकिन ये मंदिर की नक्काशी देख के ये जरूर बताया जा सकता है कि ये मंदिर बहुत ही ज्यादा प्राचीन है। इसके बाद आता है मार्तंड सूर्य मंदिर। इसे 8वीं शताब्दी में राजा ललितादित्य मुक्तापीड ने बनाया था, जो कारकोटा वंश के महान शासक थे। ऐसा कहा जाता था कि इस मंदिर के चारों तरफ 84 स्तंभ थे, जिन्हें देखने के लिए लोग दूर दूर से आते थे। इसके अलावा आज भले मंदिर खंडर की स्थिति में, लेकिन इसे देखकर अंदाजा लगाना बड़ा आसान है कि उस समय इसका स्थापत्य एक अद्भुत ही दिशा में दिखा होगा। इसके बाद आता है मामलेश्वर मंदिर। ये मंदिर 12वीं शताब्दी में बनाया गया था और ऐसा कहा जाता है कि ये मंदिर अपने शिवलिंग के गर्भगृह के लिए बहुत ही ज्यादा प्रसिद्ध है। इन सभी स्थलों को देखने के बाद एक बात तो साफ है कि पहलगाम और उसके आसपास की जितनी भी घाटियां हैं वे सभी आध्यात्मिक और ऐतिहासिक धरोहर से भरी हुई है। और अंत में जाने से पहले जो लोग मरे हैं उनके आत्मा को भगवान शांति दे, अपने चरणों में जगह दे, और उनके परिजनों को, उनके अपने परिवार के लोगों को शक्ति दे अपने आप को संभालने के लिए। ये कठिन समय है, पूरा भारत उनके साथ खड़ा है, हम भी उनके साथ हैं। और अंत में आपको ये वीडियो कैसा लगा कमेंट बॉक्स में ज़रूर बताएं। हमें सुझाव देते रहिए कि किन विषयों पर हमें वीडियो बनाने चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV as we focus on the anti-terror operations post Pahalgam terror attack. Here are the headlines this Saturday evening. Exchange of fire reported between terrorists and forces in South Kashmir's Pahalgam. Search operations underway. Forces launched search ops in Jamaat-e-Islami-linked terrorist at his residence. Incriminating material linked to the banned outfit also seized. Indian Army successfully busts a terrorist hideout in Machil, North Kashmir's Kupwara district. A large cache of arms, ammunition recovered. Pakistan's defense attaché publicly threatens Indian diaspora in the UK, makes throat-slitting gestures at protesters outside the High Commission in London.
Stop terrorism! Pakistan! Stop terrorism! Pakistan! Stop terrorism! Pakistan! Stop terrorism!
Protests against Pakistan at the global stage. Indian diaspora demonstrating outside Pakistan High Commission in London, Copenhagen and Melbourne. A huge explosion in Iran's Bandar Abbas port. Over 500 injured, at least 4 killed. Getting in breaking news now that Iran has said that 4 people have been killed in the massive port explosion at Bandar Abbas. This is an explosion that took place at a port in southern Iran. Babak Mahmoudi, the head of the country's rescue organization, has made the announcement on Iran state television. At least 516 others have been injured in the blast at the Shahid Rajai port outside of Bandar Abbas, a major facility for container shipments for Iran that handles about 80 million tons or 72.5 million metric tons of goods a year. Social media videos also showed earlier. We showed you the videos of the smoke billowing at the port after the blast. And we have a confirmation now that 4 people have been killed in this explosion. Iranian authorities have not offered any cause for the explosion, though videos suggesting that there was something that ignited inside a go down, as seen in this CCTV footage that came into our newsrooms earlier. In fact, getting in more inputs now that the provincial disaster management officials saying that everyone who was trapped in this particular site at the port were evacuated, taken to different hospitals. The provincial disaster management in the Bandar Abbas city saying that the blast came from containers at the Shahid Rajai port in the city. The Iranian state television also reporting that there was also a building collapse that was caused by this explosion. Not much details available so far. The Interior Ministry also saying that it has launched an investigation into this explosion. The Shahid Rajai port in Hormozgan province, around 1,050 kilometers southeast of Iran's capital of Tehran on the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf through which 20% of all oil trade passes. In 2020, a suspected Israeli cyber attack targeted the port. It also came after Israel said it thwarted a cyber attack targeting its infrastructure, which it attributed to Iran. Meanwhile, the blast has been reported as Iran and United States met on Saturday in Oman for the 3rd round of negotiations. So there is a coincidence there of the explosion around the time when Iran and the United States have met to negotiate over Iran's nuclear program. And just to give you a sense of where the Bandar Abbas port is and why it's critical, for Iran, the Bandar Abbas port and the Shahid Rajai port in this particular province, it's about 1,000 kilometers from Tehran. It's on the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf, through which 20% of the global oil trade passes. And in 2020, this particular port also faced a cyber attack. It was suspected back then that it could have been an Israeli cyber attack back then in the year 2020. 5 years later, there's been an explosion, over 500 people injured and 4 killed. Let's move on now and get you some more breaking news updates. Getting in some breaking news now as the situation escalates at the India-Pakistan international border and also the line of control. The BSF has restricted movement of civilians to zero line on the India-Pakistan border. Civilians' access to zero line is barred in view of possible mischief from Pakistan. So these are measures that have been taken by the BSF in the last few hours. Gursimran is live with the updates. Gursimran.
Yes, Niranjan. Right now we are at the Indo-Pakistan international border in the Suchetgarh sector, and here the movement of the civilians have been restricted to the zero line. This is the gate. I'll request Sergio Gaurav to show you that this is the gate, last gate on the Indo-Pakistan international border on the Indian side. This reads that you are approaching Indo-Pakistan border. International border is 100 meters ahead of this fence, and BSF India's first line of defense. But now the gates have been closed. These are the visuals that we are showing you from the ground zero, that a lock has been placed here. That means no one is allowed to go beyond this point. There used to be the access from this gate to the zero line. On the other side is the Pakistani side, and these tourists, those who come to the international border, they used to cross this gate to go to the other side. But due to the prevailing situation along the international border and also the line of control, where the provocations from the Pakistani side are being seen, now the security forces have decided that there will be no access for the civilians, and this gate has been closed. This is part of a multiple measures that the border security force has taken, starting from downscaling the Atari-Wagah border, beating the retreat ceremony with gates being closed and no handshake with the Pakistani side, to downscaling the ceremony of the beating the retreat at the Jammu border, where the cultural programs and also the celebrations have been moved out, and tributes have been paid to the Pahalgam victims by reading their names, following by a 2-minute silence that was observed by all senior officers of the BSF. And now this is the another measure that has been taken, that is the restricted the movement of the civilians to the zero line in the Oktrai Suchetgarh border outpost by the border security force, because BSF knows that the Pakistan can resort to any mischief any given time, and they do not want any of the civilians to get hurt by the Pakistani mischief, and that's why this decision has been taken, Niranjan.
Okay, stay with me. Stay with me. I have another breaking news update now coming in from Kulgam. I'm getting in the details of that operation. The Kulgam police, in a joint operation with 1 Rashtriya Rifle and 18 Battalion CRPF, has arrested 2 terror suspects, 2 terror associates, and has recovered arms and ammunition from their possession. So there has been a continuous crackdown on terror associates, overground workers, who were given support to terrorists from Pakistan. Let me go across to my colleague Arawat, joining us with the details. Arawat, what role did these 2 terror associates play?
Yes, absolutely, Niranjan. We have seen that the cordon and search operation is on across Jammu and Kashmir. And this time, if we'll talk about, we have seen that in the South Kashmir's Kulgam district, we have seen that the 2 terror associates of the Lashkar-e-Taiba have been arrested by the joint security forces. And also, we have seen that the huge catch of arms and ammunition have been recovered. The same kind of operations are taking place in the parts of the Kashmir Valley after receiving the credible intelligence-based input that there is the movement of some terrorist supporters as well as the terrorists. That after we have seen there are the dozens of anti-terror operations who are underway across the Kashmir Valley. And if we'll talk about the Kulgam operation, it was the credible input for the forces. And then after we have seen the coordinate search operation was launched, and they have intercepted 2 terrorist states of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, and a huge catchy have also been recovered. Then after we have seen that the few places have also been raided by the Jammu and Kashmir police in the various locations of the Kulgam. Yes.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs. Let's move on now and get you some more reports coming in. Security forces have intensified the operations in Kashmir, in Jammu and Kashmir, following the Pahalgam terror attack. Now, overnight, a few homes of terrorists were destroyed in the valley. Here's a report on that.
We are reporting from Sidhav Shupian. This is a part of South Kashmir here. Again, a demolition drive was carried by the administration along with joint forces. The house belongs to Shahid Kutte of LET. Shahid Kutte is known for his involvement in the terror attacks. In past, he has been involved into the targeted killings as well. But now his name has surfaced in Baisaran attack. One can see the visuals from this very place where the house has been demolished. It has been razed to the ground. The kind of situation that we see, that whether it are the window panes, the glass sheets, the wires, or the articles, the household articles, everything has been demolished. The bricks lying on the floor, the iron rods, the rooftops and everything has been grounded. This is Shahid Kutte's place, which has been demolished after his name surfaced in Baisaran attack. This is a message to those who are joining the terror ranks that the administration will come heavily upon them for their act. But this is not only the individual who is paying. His family again is paying through the nose for the act that their son has committed. Government has a very clear message that nobody will be spared, and the families too will be paying for it. Center has made a policy that there will be no tolerance for terrorism on ground, and what happened in Baisaran, the entire world knows about it. And seeing the action on ground, we see the axe falling on those terrorists who are supporting the terror network, axe falling on those locals who are supporting the terror structures, terror networks in the Kashmir Valley. And this is one of the houses that were demolished in the midnight by the joint forces along with the administration. In fact, in Shahid Kutte's place, and an iron notice was also pasted, though the notice is of the year 2022, that tells you about his involvement in other crimes.
Getting in pictures of the BSF tribute, the BSF paying tribute to the victims of the Pahalgam attack. Live pictures coming in. Let's cut across straight with the audio, straight from the BSF's tribute to Pahalgam victims.
अनुमति मिलने के पश्चात परेड कमांडर परेड की कार्यवाही को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मेरा आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि राष्ट्रीय ध्वज को उतारते समय उसके सम्मान में कृपया अपने स्थान पर खड़े होकर राष्ट्रीय ध्वज को उचित सम्मान दें।
पवन सर थोड़ा पीछे आइए
विजयी विश्व तिरंगा प्यारा झंडा ऊंचा रहे हमारा। आप सभी से निवेदन है कि अब ध्वजरक्षक टोली राष्ट्रीय ध्वज को लेकर इस प्रांगण से विदा होगी। राष्ट्रीय ध्वज के सम्मान में अपने स्थान पर खड़े रहकर उसे सम्मान दें।
राष्ट्रीय ध्वज डोले, बाएं से बाएं दिशा बदलते रंग, बाएं बोले। चलो मूवमेंट करें, मूवमेंट करें।
देश का नाम इस तिरंगे को जिसका तेरी शान है, हमेशा ऊंचा रखना है इसका, जब तक दिलों में जान है। धनरक्षक टोले प्राइवेट से स्मार्ट मार्चिंग एवं उत्तम दर्जे की ड्रिल का प्रदर्शन करते हुए विदा लेते हुए आज की ये बेहद खास शाम अपने अंत तक आ पहुंची है, परंतु विदा लेने से पहले आप सभी ने हमें अपनी उपस्थिति से अनुग्रहित किया। इसके लिए मैं महिला आरक्षक तनिष पहला 165 बटालियन कमांडेंट श्री अजय शर्मा और समस्त प्रहरी परिवार की तरफ से आपका पधारने हेतु हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Pictures coming in from the India-Pakistan border in Jammu as the BSF pays tribute to the 26 victims of the Pahalgam terror attack.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पे झुल दे यार, तुम मौत ही कश्मीर की है।
Republic positive influencer Astha Kotari talks about the 5 different forms of journaling. Let's watch it.
A very important and fundamental aspect of mental and emotional wellness is something called self-awareness. And there are many tools that can help us to build this sense of self-awareness. But one of the most important ones is something called journaling. Did you know that there are 5 types of journaling, each with a different intention and each working uniquely on the individual? So let's explore them. The first one is something called gratitude journaling. And quite literally, it forces us to just focus on the positive things that happen to us on a daily basis and that we might tend to ignore in the stream of things. For example, today, I'm truly grateful for the fact that my friend called me up and took the time out to check up on me. Choose 3 to 5 things that are unique and specific to that day and really try and feel that sense of appreciation for them. The second one is called emotional journaling. And this is particularly helpful for people to deep dive into their emotions and answer uncomfortable questions such as, why am I feeling this way and what triggered me to move into this mental state? Is it from my past or is it something specific that has been bothering me? What can I do to change how I feel about this situation? The third one is something called affirmative journaling, and the intention behind this is to build a sense of self-belief in overcoming challenging situations. If you're dealing with a tough phase in your life, it might help you to remind yourself of your capabilities. So writing down your strengths or writing down statements like, even though I am going through this particular difficult phase, I know I will overcome it with grace. Repeating this and using the power of repetition can really build a mindset shift in such cases. The fourth one is a little more fun, and it's dream journaling. The basic premise of this is to silence your analytical and logical mind and to vividly recall details about your dreams, the people you were talking to, what you saw, the color of the clothes that they were wearing. Remember, there's no right or wrong. Journaling is a very personal process, and the entire intention is for you to strengthen the relationship with your mind. The fifth one is for all the art lovers, and it's called art journaling. It involves bringing out all the crayons, colors, watercolors, and just letting your creative mind flow. Observe the colors, absorb them. There's no masterpiece that you need to create. The entire point, once again, is just to build the creative mind and watch how art can really do therapy. If you are a parent watching this video, these are great activities for you to do with your child over the weekend and to help them to explore themselves a little better. I really hope that you try these out and that this video has added value to you. So happy journaling.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
Republic School of Journalism, you won't just learn how to report the news. You will learn from the people who shape it. At Republic School of Journalism, you will meet India's top newsmakers and learn live. Inside Republic headquarters, there's news happening in every room. Apply on republicschoolofjournalism.com. Applications are open.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest, then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, we have places like
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Saturday edition of This is Exclusive with me, Shavinson. Multiple combing operations being carried out by the forces, and that's the reason why Pakistan is completely in a panic mode. Tonight on This is Exclusive, we will also take you through the latest details now coming in. These details are not just of the operation that has been carried out, but also how Pakistan is responding now. Divisions are being moved. In fact, tonight on This is Exclusive, we're going to take you through what's really happening in Jammu and Kashmir and how this is sending shiver down the spine of the Pakistani army. But up first, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Indian Army in action, door-to-door search operations underway in South Kashmir along with the Jammu and Kashmir police. Major crackdown on terror over ground workers linked to banned terror outfits being hunted down. Indian Army begins artillery drills along the line of control amid escalating tensions with Pakistan. Pakistan goes in a complete panic mode, moves army column to the line of control. Massive explosion in Iran's Bandar Abbas port, 4 deaths confirmed, over 500 people injured. We will hunt them down. Their sketches are now out. Ladies and gentlemen, those who are behind the Pahalgam attack are likely to be hunted down any time from now. In fact, information that we have with us is with regards to the multiple combing operations that are being carried out. Over a dozen operations have already been carried out in various districts of Kashmir. Massive operations are underway across Jammu and Kashmir. These, what we are going to see in a short while from now, are exclusive images that have been accessed by Republic TV for the door-to-door searches that have been carried out by the Jammu and Kashmir police. In fact, these are multiple raids at residence of terrorists, terror associates in Srinagar as well as in South Kashmir. I'm going to start with the first image that you're seeing on your screen right now. These are visuals of the searches that were carried out today in Srinagar. In fact, as you can see, Jammu and Kashmir police with all advanced technology carrying out these searches, because there are basically reports essentially coming in that several of these terror associates have been operating from South Kashmir itself. Right now on your screens, these are the latest images of the combing operation that was carried out earlier in the day. Mind you, all these images that we are showing right now, these are all deferred visuals. These are not operations that are going on as we speak, but these are operations that were carried out earlier, and now we have accessed these images just to give you a sense of how our forces, including the Jammu and Kashmir police, is in complete action mode right now, carrying out searches at multiple areas. In fact, Kulgam, Kupwara, Kishtwar, these are some of the places where searches have been carried out in the last 48 hours. This, what you see right now, is inside the home, the residence of one of the terror associates. In fact, we are given to understand 66 OGWs have been tracked down. We're going to take you through the details in a short while from now as far as the overground workers are concerned. But on your screens right now are the searches that are being carried out. These are door-to-door searches that are being carried out, which certainly isn't easy in the current circumstances. But remember, the Jammu and Kashmir police, along with the Indian Army, has also carried out multiple searches. But these searches are primarily being carried out by the SOG, the Special Operation Group of the Jammu and Kashmir police, carrying out the searches. We stay full frame with these visuals while we also go across to my colleague Zeenat, our Srinagar Bureau Chief, joining us right now, getting us the latest details. Zeenat, images on our screens right now are of the door-to-door searches that have been carried out. Help us understand the number of searches that have been carried out. How far have the Jammu and Kashmir police been able to get to some sort of a logical conclusion?
See, Shravan, first of all, this is 64 is a huge number, and that you conduct the raids in one go. All the places were touched in the Srinagar city, from downtown Srinagar to uptown Srinagar. The searches were carried by the Srinagar police. Srinagar police, along with the SOGs, the cargo-based unit that carry the anti-terror operation, have specialization in as known as the counter-terrorism grid. They have conducted the raids in the Srinagar city along. This was on the direction of the SSP Srinagar, Dr. Sandeep. Meanwhile, we are also seeing these so the places that were searched, they have the criminal records. They have the links with the terror associates. They have the links with the overground workers. These workers come from the outfits like JKLF, outfit known for Yasin Malik. Yasin Malik is the chief of band JKLF, then TRF, JEM, LET. and also TRF. These all outfits have been involved in multiple cases in the last 3 decades or so, particularly if we see the track record of Yasin Milk's JKLF, JEM or the LET and the mouthpieces of the Lashkar like TRF. These terror associates or the overground workers, they have been involved in the multiple crimes. Today, their doors were again knocked by the Srinagar police. They carried the length and breadth across. In Srinagar police carried the searches in all these areas, be it the uptowns, Chanapura, Batmalu, Zuni Marg, Safa Kadal, Khankai Maula or the Babadam. All these areas were touched by the Srinagar police, because if you see the Srinagar's topography simply of the downtown, where you have the lanes, by-lanes, and those by-lanes and lanes are very narrow, that has always helped the terror outfits to make their escape. Once there used to be a cordon and search operation. Now, even the police would not dare to go in these lanes and by-lanes. If you go through the chronology of the downtown of the Srinagar, where the attacks would carry against the security forces or the policemen. But this time, the Srinagar police is going all out and going inside all these lanes and by-lanes. In fact, the terror associates and the overgrown workers have already been registered with the UAPA cases, and some of them are already languishing in the jail. Some of them had been taken. Some of their cases have also been taken up by the NIA.
Zina, I'll request you to stay on with us, because what I'm going to do right now is going to take our viewers through the details of the operations that have been carried out. Who are these overground workers? How are they all connected? This is extremely important to understand, as my colleague Zinat was also pointing out, because we are talking about searches that have been carried out in one single day. What you see right now is the raids that have been carried out at the houses of 64 terror associates. They are also known as the overground workers. They are essentially those who have been aiding the terrorists, particularly in moving around. Remember, in the valley itself, it hasn't been easy, and that is the reason why, remember, the kind of logistical support that has been provided are provided by these overground workers. They are active in Jammu and Kashmir. They are on the radar. In fact, they've been identified in thousands. In fact, they've already been identified lengths on the terror associates of the banned outfits. We're going to take you through which are the outfits with which they have been associated, along with the Lashkar-e-Toiba as well as Jaish-e-Mohammed, Hizbul Mujahideen. You also have the ISJK as well as the JKLF. TRF again happens to be one of the offshoots of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, and they are all OGWs who have been working as far as they are concerned. They have all been hunted down by the forces. Now, these are the OGWs who have been working here, and without their support, remember, the movement of these terrorists could not have been possible, and that is the reason why the Jammu and Kashmir police is now basically looking at targeting them. Let's also take you through some more breaking news now coming in with regards to how they are connected, because there are cases that have already been registered against them. It turns out that they have essentially been able to track them down, look at their past cases that have been registered against them. There is also the Public Safety Act that has been brought into the picture. In fact, as my colleague has been pointing out, UAPA sections have also been invoked. In fact, OGWs have already been booked. Zina, just a quick response from you with regards to the total number, because there is a lot of confusion. Initially, we were told that 250 have already been questioned. So what's the current situation? How many have been detained? How many have been arrested? And the fact that, does that mean that the Jammu and Kashmir police right now has credible link to hunt down the attackers involved in Pahalgam?
See, the raids are being conducted across Kashmir Valley only to hunt down those perpetrators who have carried this gruesome attack. As far as the numbers are concerned, we see in Srinagar some 63 people, their residences have been scanned and searches. Even the digital evidences have been collected from the places. Then if we go to the South Kashmir has the districts like Pulwama, then you have Shopian, Kulgam, then Avantipur, Anantnag. These are the 4 districts of the South Zone. There 175 people have been interrogated so far. So if you count 175 plus 63, it is somewhere coming around more than 260 people have been questioned.
So that's
in
the breaking
all
news.
these days. The 170 coming from the
263
Anantnag in the last 3 days. And
so you're saying over 200 have been already questioned in the last 3 days, if I'm correct. That's the breaking news now coming in.
Yes, Shravan. This is a figure that is officially there because Srinagar police has officially said that it's around 64 people they have been questioning and the search were conducted. And this is not the normal crackdown on the terror. Normal people, in fact, the people's inconvenience was also seen that people should not feel any inconvenience during the raid. So only those who are listed in the diaries of the Srinagar police, only those were touched. So police is going very specifically penetrating to those who have the criminal records or who are based in Srinagar with the logistics of the terror outfits. So that is the point that has been taken into account when Srinagar police carried today's raids.
Well, thank you very much, Zeerath, for getting us the latest details. The breaking news now coming in on This Is Exclusive. Over 200 have already been booked. They are all OGWs that have been booked so far. Let's now quickly move to the other big story that we're getting you tonight on This Is Exclusive. India has now begun the diplomatic strike against terror sponsor state Pakistan. And amid the escalating tensions between the two nations, India is already preparing as far as the military front is concerned. There have been multiple ceasefire violations that have taken place along the line of control in the last few days itself, what is known as speculative firing on the part of the Pakistani. Indian forces have basically retaliated, gave a befitting reply. In fact, as we speak, remember over the last few hours, last few days, there have been multiple drills that have been carried out. Indian Army has conducted 3-day-long artillery drills along the line of control to prepare for any mischievous attempt from across the border. The drills were carried out earlier. We are not putting out the details of when, where these drills have been carried out. We are just putting out the exclusive images of the drills that have been carried out earlier. Just to give you a sense of how prepared our forces are right now and why exactly in a short while from now you'll really know that Pakistan is in a complete panic mode. This is why. In the visuals, you can see heavy artillery firing drills that are being conducted in the forward areas that are close to Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. We're going to also tell you how the civilians are responding, but I want to stay with these visuals first. I'm not very sure right now if we can just play out the visuals because I could also hear there are artillery firing that you can hear. They are for 10 seconds. Hear them out. Okay, so what you see right now on your screens, this is the drill that has been carried out earlier in the day, and this is from one of the forward location area. I'm going to play that out once again. I'm going to play this out once again for you to just get a sense of how the army is basically ensuring they're carrying out all these drills, sending across a message. This is all done with a sublime message to the Pakistanis that just be prepared. Well, in fact, now let's take you through fearing a strong retaliation from the Indian forces. What has essentially happened, Pakistan has already responded, which I'm going to play out in a short while from now. That how Pakistan is responding to these very drills that are being carried out and what's really happening on the other side. That I'm going to play out in a short while from now. But before that, take a look at how our civilians are really preparing for it. The unfortunate part is because of this, what is happening in the border, the civilians are certainly having a tough time. But they say they are all prepared and that they are standing firm with the Indian Army. This is a report coming in from the international border.
हमारे को ये कहा गया कि रेंज की तरफ मत जाओ, 4 बजे तक नहीं जाएंगे हम इधर। उसके बाद जाना ही पड़ेगा इधर, क्यों लकड़ी इधर से लाते हैं हम, पानी इधर से मिलता है, घास इधर से मिलता है, पशु हमारे इधर भाग जाते हैं। क्या करें, जो मदद है हम करेंगे, जो मांग के हिसाब से मदद हम देंगे। गोलों की बातें आती रहती हैं, फोटो पड़ जाती हैं, बच्चे रोने शुरू हो जाते हैं, सोते भी नहीं है बच्चे दुआ के साथ।
Days after Pahalgam terror attack, now the border security force has downscaled the beating the retreat ceremony, wherein no celebration or any of the culture program is being allowed. Right now we are at the Indo-Pakistan border in the Octroi, where you will see that the border security force has been deployed and the security grid has been now strengthened. The BSF troops are keeping a strict vigil on each and every movement, and also this place from where the Indo-Pakistan international border is just 100 meters ahead. The Indo-Pakistan first line of of defense of the India, 100-meter ahead board that you see, and now a lock has been placed at this gate because this gate leads to the zero line. But as a precautionary measure to actually decimate any attempt of the adversary Pakistan that may attempt to disrupt peace or to target the civilians, those who go for in the forward area, the border area, the zero line access has been now restricted for the civilians, and it has completely been blocked till the time we have seen the attempts or the situation de-escalates on the international border. This decision has been taken by the border security force in view of the security of the civilians that goes to the zero line, but there is nothing that the trust can be done on the Pakistani side, and that's why the decision has been taken that there will be no movement, and also downscaling the beating the retreat ceremony here at the international border.
Now let me tell you how Pakistan is responding to all of this. They are in a complete panic mode. The reason being, in the last 48 hours, there have been multiple movements that are actually taking place. In a short while from now, I'm going to tell you what's happening right at the line of control and why exactly Pakistan has suddenly started moving their army divisions. In fact, there are 2 army divisions that have already been moved. So much so, these latest images that we are going to show you is a clear indication that Pakistan is worried. Pakistan is nervous. Pakistan is completely jittery. They know that something big is going to happen. And how exactly would they really respond? Because they're not prepared at all. And that is the reason why what they've essentially been doing over the last 24 hours, a little over 24 hours actually, where they have indulged or resorted to speculative firing. They basically trying to target our Indian posts, hoping that there will be some sort of a retaliation, hoping to find out how exactly will India really respond. Yes, of course, we have responded. We have retaliated well. We have retaliated hard, strong, and ensured that the Indian posts are absolutely safe. But this has basically resulted in a situation that Pakistan is currently, what you are seeing right now on your screens, they have basically increased their deployment. In fact, 2 army divisions have been moved. Can we also put this on our breaking grid right now? The 2 army divisions of Pakistan have actually been moved to the line of control. I'm told that division number 34 of the Pakistani army has actually been moved. Right now on our screens, we're going to just stay with this. Pakistan ISI is also worried because they do not know what's going to really come right now. Let me go across to my colleague Gursimran. We'll stay full frame with these visuals coming in. Gursimran, I'm given to understand that at least 2 divisions have already moved of the Pakistani army. As far as the Navy is concerned and the Air Force is concerned, I'm not very well versed with it right now, but I can at least say this from my sources that Pakistan has already moved 2 divisions. Can you add to the information that I have with me right now in terms of the movement, and also help us describe the images that we are playing out right now for our viewers, where these visuals from and what does this indicate?
Sean, what has happened that after India's response, the diplomatic response that India has given to the Pakistan after the Pahalgam terror attack, the Pakistan is now rattled, and they know that the India will hit back because they know what the past has been, be it 2016 Uri terror attack when India responded 10 days after the attack, or 2019 Pulwama terror attack when India responded 12 days after the attack. Now the Pakistan is in shambles. They know that their internal situation is not good. So what they are doing, that they are preparing themselves for everything that is coming, and that's why 2 divisions of the Pakistani army have been moved from the headquarters of the Pakistani army towards the line of control. This has been done as Pakistan is of the view that India will strike back Pakistan, and strike back in such a manner that Pakistan needs an additional deployment to at least safeguard themselves from the India's wrath. Second, as you mentioned, that there has been a deployment of the Pakistan when it comes to the Pakistani Air Force. There have been regular movement of the Pakistani Air Force operating from the Pakistan's Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi towards the line of control and the international border area, because they want to keep an eye that what India is doing, and so does is the case of the Pakistani intelligence agency ISI, that has deployed their additional staff to the 13 Chenab Rangers area that is in the Jammu international border that are keeping an eye on the movement that is taking place on the Indian side. Because see, Pakistan knows that the India's top leadership has made it amply clear to them that India will track, hunt and will punish the perpetrators, backer and also the supporters and handlers of these terrorists who have carried out the Pahalgam terror attack. So Pakistan is well aware that the backers are there back in Pakistan. They want to safeguard themselves and that's why they are keeping a surveillance on the movement of Indian side. But Indian side say that they are well aware and a high alert has been sounded on the Indo-Pakistan international border in the Jammu region.
Well, 2 army divisions have been moved. PAK army after the Navy, which basically carried out a failed test of the Karachi coast. Now you have the Pakistan army not realizing what's going to really come forward, whether it's going to be a surgical strike or whether it's going to be a rerun of what happened as far as Balakot is concerned, or would it be that the entire terror infrastructure is completely dismantled, destroyed by the forces? What's going to come? And that's the reason why there was a National Security Council meeting that was actually called by the Pakistan Prime Minister. In fact, he's saying that let's have a neutral probe. Now that's how worried they are, because they now have actually pushed TRF, that's the offshoot of Lashkar, to actually withdraw the statement, saying that they did not even carry out the Pahalgam attack. So that's a clear indication of how nervous Pakistan is right now. Let me just quickly go across to my colleague Gursimran. Gursimran, it seems that the National Security Council meeting has also been called in. They are taking stock of the situation. What's really happening with the Pakistani army chief? Because it seems after that stupid statement that he made with regards to Kashmir, the jugular vein statement that was made, he's gone completely silent. Is it because there is a lot of backlash right now in Pakistan?
See, now the Pakistani army knows that it is the Pakistani army that has to face the Indian army, because when the statement was made, it was only the political leadership of the Pakistan that has to make, because it was a statement that was made by the Pakistani army chief and there was nothing situation escalating on the international border or on the line of control. So Pakistan army was, it was just that he made, the Pakistani army chief made the statement, and it was for the political parties or the government of Pakistan to see what will be the repercussions for them. But now the situation has completely changed. It's now the onus lies completely on the Pakistani army, and that's why you see that even during the passing out parade there was no speech of the Pakistani army chief. It was only the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif who spoke about various issues, including that of the Indus Water Treaty kept in abeyance by the Indian side. So Pakistani army is now on back foot. They want that at least they should be safe. That is actually what they are hoping for. Otherwise there has been not even a single appearance of the Pakistani army chief.
Thank you very much, Gursimran, for getting us the latest details on This Is Exclusive. Tonight we've got you what's really happening inside Pakistan. Over the next few days on This Is Exclusive, we're going to get you a full ground report and how exactly are the Pakistani army particularly is responding to it. The internal details will be out on This Is Exclusive. That's all that we could pack in this edition.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
पैसा जुल दे यार, तुम मौत ही कश्मीर की है। কোনটি কোনটি বেটি কোনটি
আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে মেরেছে বলুন বলুন আপনি
মুসলিম আপনি কি কালমা পড়তে জানেন
হ্যাঁ
না জানি না
বলুন এদের বলুন সেকুলার নেতাদের বলুন
এভাবে টেনে আর আগের দিনে যেহেতু বৃষ্টি হয়েছে ওখানে কাদাও ছিল আমার বাচ্চাটাকে টেনে দেখছি করে চেঁচাতে যাচ্ছে আমি না বুঝতে পারিনি কি হলো হঠাৎ কি হলো আমি পেছনে যখন ঘুরি তখন দেখি ডিস্টেন্স ছিল ধরুন আমি আপনি একটা লোক Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
तो फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का MDH की देगी मिर्च.
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest. Then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called Samani, then Rawala Kot, Lipa, then you have Kundal Shahi, then you have Taubat and Kel. So these are the hubs where all the tanzeems are there. They are like, transit camps for these infiltrators. So when they are infiltrating or into India, or they are exfiltrating back to Pakistan from India, from our territory.
There are many places to study journalism within 4 walls. But if you want to live it and learn live, come to the Republic School of Journalism. At Republic School of Journalism, our campus is your classroom. You learn live inside Asia's largest integrated news center. RepublicschoolofJournalism.com. Applications open.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
अब आया असली स्वाद.
अब आया स्वाद.
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें. MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला.
MDH. Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
तो फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं. बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ.
MDH.
At Republic School of Journalism, you won't just learn how to report the news. You will learn from the people who shape it. At Republic School of Journalism, you will meet India's top newsmakers and learn live inside Republic headquarters. there's news happening in every room. Apply on republicschoolofjournalism.com. Applications are open.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic. From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Exchange of fire reported between terrorists and forces in South Kashmir's Pahalgam. Search operation underway. Indian Army successfully bust a terrorist hideout in the Machil area of Kupwara district. Cache of arms recovered, including AK rifles. The face of Pakistan, that's their real identity. Pakistan Defence Attaché in the United Kingdom publicly threatens protesters, including Indian diaspora, makes life-threatening gestures, throat-slitting gestures at Indian diaspora outside High Commission. Shameless Pakistanis. Protests against Pakistan at a global stage. Indian diaspora demonstrating anger outside Pakistan High Commission in London, Copenhagen, Melbourne. Mysterious explosion in Iran's Bandar Abbas port. Over 500 injured, 4 killed, according to the Iran state media. Thank you for staying with us here on Republic TV as we get you every single update minute by minute on India's fight against terror. Getting in another breaking news update right now on the show this evening. Let's quickly go across through that. In Jammu and Kashmir, the Kishtwar administration has banned the sale of army uniforms in order to stop the misuse of uniforms of our armed personnel by subversive elements, namely Pakistan elements. A ban has been placed following reports of potential misuse of such uniforms by anti-national elements intending to disturb public order. There is no unauthorized sale of stitching of army uniforms, the sale of army uniforms that is now allowed. This is after, even in Pahalgam, the terrorists reportedly wore military fatigues when they entered the Baisaran meadows and opened fire on the 26 Indians. And in the wake of that, there have been intelligence reports warning of further retaliation, further attacks by misuse of uniforms. Getting in some more breaking news now in the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror attack. Army, police launching search operations across Jammu and Kashmir all of today, including in Pahalgam, Sopore, Kupwara. Forces have recovered arms and ammunition. Aravat is joining us on the phone line. We'll try and get him live as well. Aravat, Gursimran, Rakshita, everyone's live. Let's go across to Aravat for details on the anti-terror operations. Aravat?
The person you are...
Aravat, can you hear me? Just checking if my colleague Aravat is on the phone line as we get in details of anti-terror operations, even in Pahalgam now. Pahalgam, Kupwara, Sopore, all of today, forces swooping down. Aravat is joining us live now. Okay, let me go across to him. Aravat, what's the latest multiple locations where these operations are on. Without giving out operational details, if we can give a broad headline of each of these locations, what is happening?
Yes, absolutely, Niranjan. We have seen after the deadly attack in Pahalgam, we have seen that there are dozens of the locations across the Kashmir Valley where we have seen that the search operation has been launched this morning. Whether we will talk about the North Kashmir's Baramulla district, where also we have seen that the search operation was carried out in the Sopore in the North Kashmir. Then after we have seen the same kind of operations also in the Banipora, where 2 days back we have seen that the OGW of the Lashkar-e-Taiba has been shot dead by the terrorists, by the forces there during the exchange of the fire. Then after we have seen also the same kind of operations is also taking place in the South Kashmir's Pahalgam district, where we have seen that the 2 OGWs of the Lashkar have been also arrested by the joint security forces. Also we have seen that the huge cache of observation have been recovered. These are the operations that are taking place in the Kashmir Valley after the deadly attack here in the Pahalgam. We have also seen that the credible intelligence input was received with the Kupwara police that there is some input that the movement of the terrorists in the Machal sector. Then after we have seen the same kind of the search operation were carried out by the joint security forces, and we have seen the huge cache of arms and ammunition have also been recovered there. If we'll talk about the recovery, the 4 AK series shot weapons and other things have been recovered from that very locations in the Kupwara sector. It indicates the letters of the forces in the Kupwara, where we have seen the search were carried out after receiving the credible intelligence, the movement of the terrorists in the area. Also, if we'll talk about the South Kashmir, Shopian and Pulwama, right now we have seen that the large number of the operations are taking place, including the Jammu and Kashmir Police, Rashtra Rifles and other paramilitary security forces are doing door-to-door search operation following the human and the technical based inputs that then after we have seen the operation was launched. Also, if right now we are standing here in the Pahalgam, multiple operations are here also underway. We have seen in the evening hours that the air surveillance was also done in the entire area. All the entry and exit points have been completely sealed, and we have seen that all the entry and exit points have been sealed. The identity of the individuals are being asked by the security forces. Also, we have seen the combing operation is still going on where the incident happened on 22, and we have seen in with deadly attack that the 26th civilian was killed by the terrorists. Yes, Niranjan.
Let me go across also to Gurusimran, joining us with the details. Gurusimran, we're looking at pictures, and in the last 1 hour itself, we have received some details of, gunfire also being exchanged.
Yes, it was in Kulgam, Niranjan, where the exchange of, where the speculative fire was done on some of the suspected movement, though the officials confirmed that there has not been any exchange of fire or encounter that has taken place in South Kashmir's Kulgam. Kulgam is the same place from where a group of terrorists managed to escape, that is on 23rd of April, a day after the Pahalgam terror attack, and this group's recovery has been made as they were living in a hideout, the video of which was also accessed, which shows that how they were living inside cave-like structures that they have made. Now coming to the anti-terror operations are now being launched by the Jammu and Kashmir Police along with the Indian Army, the special forces of the Indian Army that are operating in the upper reaches of the Anantnag, and also by the CRPF's quick action team, that is their Valley QAT, that is specially tasked for the valley based operations to carry out these anti-terror operations in the areas where there are close cornered area or dense forested area. Now coming to the operations have been intensified in at least 4 districts of the South Kashmir, that includes Shopian, Pulwama, Anantnag and also in the Kulgam district, and we are told that Ganderbal and Srinagar also there are large scale operations, because it is believed that the associates of the 4 terrorists that were involved in the Pahalgam terror attack, they are active as a ground cadre in Ganderbal as well as Srinagar, and also the advisory that has been issued that reads that there is a possible threat to the minority community, that is the Hindu employees that are living in the Kashmir Valley, and also the Kashmiri Pandits and the government employees of the railways and the officials from the Jammu and Kashmir Police CID wing. So they all are under the threat as per the input that has been received by the Jammu and Kashmir Police, and that is what we are witnessing on ground, the intensified checking at the various locations and the search operations being intensified at the locations of these terrorists, terror associates and their handlers that have in the past have worked with these terrorists to carry out attack or presently are suspected to be helping them. Niranjan.
Okay, thank you for joining us with those inputs. Stay with us, both Gursimran and Arawat joining us from different parts of Kashmir. I'm getting in some more breaking news right now that amid the prevailing situation along the India-Pakistan border, IGBSF Rajasthan has also conducted a 3-day visit across forward areas from Sri Ganganagar to Jaisalmer. And during his visit, he reviewed security arrangements at border outposts in Jaisalmer, also Bikaner districts. He also chaired a key review meeting at the sector headquarters in Jaisalmer with security agencies, local administration. The BSF assuring that the border security force remains fully vigilant, is prepared to counter any challenges along the international border. Those are pictures of the meeting that was held earlier today. So the BSF, of course, guards the international border, and at the line of control, the army is in control. Gursimran is joining us. Gursimran, you've been, reporting from along the international border. What is your current location? And tell us about the preparedness of the BSF for these Pakistani rogues.
See, BSF is all prepared for this, and the statement that has come from the BSF Rajasthan frontier is self-sufficient to explain the situation of the BSF. BSF says that they are committed to protect the borders of the country and also for any challenge that is posed to them. The IG of the BSF Rajasthan frontier, Amal Garg, has undertaken a 3-day tour to the international border starting from the Jaisalmer to Sri Ganganagar, wherein he has visited the border outpost and has also held several meetings with the intelligence agencies as well as the Rajasthan police. This is being done to ensure that the real-time exchange of the inputs based on which BSF can thwart any attempt of the adversary and can carry out the operations as needed, because Rajasthan border, has been as active as Punjab, because there have been regular attempts from the Pakistani side to push narcotics and weapons into Rajasthan as well, and multiple attempts have been foiled by the Rajasthan frontier. Amal Garg, the IGP of the frontier of Rajasthan, has visited all these areas starting from Sri Ganganagar to Jaisalmer and was there for 3 long days, wherein he not only visited the forward areas but also took the stock of the operational preparedness of the border security force. So at a time when the situation between India and Pakistan continues to escalate further on the borders, this visit of the IGBSF comes at very important time, because Rajasthan international border can never be ignored if a situation goes volatile. Niranjan.
Stay with me. Arawat has also been speaking to different eyewitnesses in Jammu and Kashmir. We have been reporting from some of the areas where these counter-security operations, counter-terror operations are underway, and Arawat spoke to some of the witnesses as well today, playing that report.
जी, मतलब ये सारा तो मैंने नहीं देखा, मतलब मैंने यही देखा, मतलब वहाँ पे डर का माहौल था, मतलब सारी गोलियाँ, ये समझ आ रही थी गोलियाँ चारों साइड से आ रही हैं, क्योंकि वो मतलब जो मिनी स्विट्ज़रलैंड है वो जंगल के बीच में एक छोटा वो पिकनिक स्पॉट है जिसको मिनी स्विट्ज़रलैंड का लक़ब भी दिया जाता है। तो वहाँ पे वही समझ आया कि चारों साइड से गोलियाँ आ रही हैं। फिर मतलब वो जो जिप लाइन के बैक साइड से मैंने सोचा वो लाइन सेफ होगी, उसी लाइन से मैं टूरिस्ट को निकाल के लेके गया, भागा वहाँ से। तो कैसे आपने उनको नीचे ले आया? कितने तब गिरे हुए टूरिस्ट थे वहाँ पर जिनको आपने रेस्क्यू किया, या आपके टीम के साथ कितने लोग थे वहाँ पर? जी, मैंने मतलब एक उनके बच्चे को गोद में लिया, एक को पीछे उठाया और जो लकी भैया था उनका हाथ पकड़ा, और मतलब कीचड़ बहुत था जहाँ पे हमारे शूज़ भी वहीं रह गए, और मतलब उनको मैंने निकाला, और जो आधे लोग रास्ते में थे उनको भी मैंने भगाया अपने साथ साथ, और हम बिल्कुल मतलब लगभग 12 से ऊपर मतलब 15-20 लोगों को मैंने रेस्क्यू करके नीचे लाया पहलगाम तक।
And as the global anger against Pakistan over the Pahalgam terror attack, you're looking at different countries, different heads of state, nations uniting with India, standing with India in this hour. And even the Indian diaspora has been leading this fight. They've been protesting outside Pakistani high commissions. And when they were outside the UK High Commission, the Pakistan High Commission in the UK, that is, you saw the shameful pictures of a Pakistan defense attaché. He actually summed up what Pakistan is as a country. He came out of his balcony. You would expect a diplomat to be decently behaved, but this video gives it all, describing a country called Pakistan. In short, take a look.
Hindu Muslim Sikh Itihad Zindabad Zindabad
As anger over the cowardly Pahalgam killings mounted across the country and beyond, Pakistan provoked India again. defiant after its proxies claimed 26 innocent lives in the lush meadows of Pahalgam. Top Pakistani official issued an open threat to India during a diaspora protest. Members of the Indian diaspora massed in the hundreds outside the Pakistan High Commission in London on Friday, venting their outrage over the Pahalgam killings. Holding placards and raising slogans, the protesters called for the terrorists behind the Pahalgam savagery to be brought to justice. Amid the protest, Pakistan's defence attaché at the High Commission, Colonel Taimur Rawat, was seen standing on the balcony of the London consulate and making a provocative gesture. In a viral clip, the Pakistani defence attaché was seen running his hand across his neck in a throat-slitting gesture. Meanwhile, as war clouds gathered over the LSE, Lashkar Front TRF retracted its earlier statement claiming responsibility for the Pahalgam terror attack. The Resistance Front released a statement unequivocally denying any involvement in the Pahalgam terror attack. However, it could not be determined if the retraction was issued at the behest of a jittery Pakistani defence establishment. As Aratul Pakistan squirms and issues hollow threats, the Indian retribution is close.
Getting in the top updates from across the country, Bharat in 5 minutes, as we only focus completely on our response to Pakistan, as all of India waits for revenge. Assam government launching a crackdown on suspected pro-Pakistan voices in the state. The Chief Minister's office in Assam putting out an official release informing that the presence of process of identifying people taking a pro-Pakistan line, trying to whitewash the country's role in the Pahalgam terror attack was underway. And according to this release, 10 such individuals have already been arrested for alleged pro-Pakistan posts on their social media handles, and more could follow. Adding that local residents were being encouraged to report such pro-Pakistani apologists to the local authorities without any delay. Ruling Mahayuddin Maharashtra has moved to deport Pakistanis from the state following the centre's directive to all people from across the border to leave Indian shores in 48 hours. A top official in the state government saying Pakistani nationals currently residing in Maharashtra on short-term visas have been asked to leave the country by the 27th of April. It's understood that as many as 55 Pakistani nationals in Maharashtra have been asked to leave the country by the end of the deadline. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has directed officials to start the process of identifying deporting Pakistani nationals currently residing in the state. Decision follows a stern directive by the Ministry of External Affairs asking states to send Pakistanis by the 27th of April. Chief Minister of Uttarakhand directing immediate deportation proceedings against Pakistanis in the state. Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri has launched an attack on Pakistan over the Pahalgam terror strike, calling it directed, sponsored, abetted from across the border. He added that leaders holding top public offices in Pakistan had already owned up to the country's role in the 22nd of April terror attack. On the big diplomatic offensive by the centre against Pakistan, he said it was just the beginning, as the country would have to pay a big price for the cowardly Pahalgam killings.
और ये जो पहलगाम में इंसिडेंट हुआ, ये इंसिडेंट नहीं है, इट्स अ टेररिस्ट अटैक. इसमें किसी को गलतफहमी नहीं होनी चाहिए कि ये कोई उसको परिभाषा गलत हो रही है. इधर ये क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिस्ट है, अनलीश्ड बाय अ नेबरिंग स्टेट, और इसका वंस एंड फॉर ऑल पाकिस्तान विल हैव टू पे अ वेरी हैवी प्राइस. और अभी तो ये शुरुआत हुई है.
Senior BJP leader Praneeth Kaur calling on the United Nations to take a tough stand against Pakistan in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack. Recalling the days when she was posted at the UN headquarters in New York, the career diplomat saying that she took up the matter at the biggest global forums asking for a consensus for action against Pakistan. She said the centre had already demonstrated the political will to go after Pakistan in light of the attack.
ये बहुत बुरी बात है. पाकिस्तान को अब तक हमने इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर कई बारी कहा है कि जो इनके धरती के ऊपर टेररिज्म हो रही है, हमारे देश में आकर करते हैं, इसकी निंदा करो. इसके खिलाफ स्टैंड यूनाइटेड नेशंस को लेना चाहिए.
Union Minister Shukrullah Majumdar mocking Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif over his claim that his country was ready for a credible and neutral investigation into the Pahalgam terror attack. The minister saying the Pakistan Prime Minister made the remark out of fear, adding that India would strike whenever the enemy forces lower their guard.
देखिए जांच क्या करेंगे, चोर कभी चोरी का जांच कर सकते हैं क्या? पाकिस्तान से ही आए थे लोग, हर जगह से दिख रहा है और इसका ऑलरेडी कौन कौन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इसके पीछे है। पाकिस्तान में भी लोग चिल्ला रहे हैं कि हम पीछे। बाकी जो पाकिस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री बोल रहे हैं वो डर के मारे बोल रहे हैं कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए तैयार है। ये डर अच्छा है, डर रहना चाहिए। वो प्रिपेयर्ड है, प्रिपेयर्ड जब रहेंगे हम मारेंगे नहीं, जब प्रिपेयर्ड नहीं रहेंगे, अनप्रिपेयर्ड रहेंगे तभी मारेंगे और जोरदार मारेंगे।
Hailing the centre's decision to suspend the Indus Water Treaty with Pakistan in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, Haryana Minister Anil Vitt said that not a drop of water would go across the border come what may, saying India was not obliged to provide water to Pakistan when it was sending terrorists across the border to bleed India. The minister saying Pakistan was already short of food and will soon experience crippling water shortage.
अब आप ये है कि जैसे मर्जी सोच लो, पानी तो हमने देना नहीं, हमारा पानी है, हिमालय से आ रहा है सिंधु नदी, और सिंधु नदी भी एक सभ्यता का नाम है, केवल नदी का नाम नहीं है। हम तो भाईचारे में दे रहे थे, अगर अब तुम लड़ोगे तो क्यों देंगे? आटा तो मेरे पास पहले नहीं था, पानी अब बंद हो गया, तुम्हारा आटा पानी बंद हो गया।
Getting in some more breaking news now that there has been a restriction of civilian movement at the zero line. My colleague Gursimran joining us with that breaking news update. BSF restricting movement of civilians to zero line on the India-Pakistan border. It's now been barred in view of possible mischief from Pakistan. Gursimran?
Yes, Niranjan, the decision has been taken by the BSF authorities after the situation and the escalates along the line of control with the Pakistan provoking India for the last 2 consecutive days. And the BSF says that there is all likelihood that the Pakistan may try to repeat the same mischief along the international border, and that's why the movement of the civilians to the zero line in the Suchetgarh in Jammu international border has been restricted. The lock has been placed on the gate that leads to the zero line, and now they say that the next decision will only be taken when the situation improves. BSF has been placed on the highest of the alertness, keeping in view the recent developments that have taken place between the two countries after India put on some harsh of the decisions, diplomatic measures on the Pakistan after its involvement emerged in the Pahalgam terror attack that claimed 26 lives. And now if we speak of the border security force, the BSF has put a high alert throughout the international border in Jammu, Kathua and the Samba, because Pakistan has increased its deployment of the 16 Chenab Rangers, 13 Chenab Rangers and the 26 Chenab Rangers that have been deployed in areas opposite to the 3 districts of Jammu and Kashmir.
Thank you for that. There have been some arrests as well. I'm going across to Arawat with the next breaking news update that's coming in. The Kulgam police in a joint operation with the army have arrested 2 terrorists giving support, recovering arms and ammunition from their possession. We have pictures of these terror associates as well. Arawat?
Yes, absolutely, Narendra. We have seen that credible intelligence-based input was received by the Pahalgam police that there is presence of some helpers of the terrorists, and we have seen during the search operation that the 2 individuals have been arrested by the joint security forces. Also, we have seen that the pistols and also the rounds of pistols have also recovered during the joint operation. Also, the search operation is continuing in the various parts of the Kashmir Valley, particularly if we talk about the Pahalgam district, where we have seen that the 2 OGWs of the Lashkar have been arrested. These 2 individuals were helping the terrorists to carry recce in the various sensitive spots of the forces establishment. Also, they were in touch with the Pakistan-based handlers, and then after we have seen this kind of the operation was launched there. It was the credible intelligence input that was received by the Pahalgam police that there is a presence of some terrorists in the area. Then after we have seen these 2 individuals were detained by the forces. Later upon the questioning and the interrogation, we have seen they have a disclosure of that the recoveries, and we have seen the same operation is still going on in the multiple locations, not only here in the Pahalgam where the terror incident happened, but in the Pahalgam where we have seen that the KCF ammunition have also been recovered from the two OGWs of the Lashkar who were in touch with the terrorists. Also, they were giving the information and the sensitive information to Pakistan-based handlers. Yes, Niranjan.
Okay, taking a short break right now. We are rolling non-stop on the breaking news updates. We're getting in some more new pictures and videos of India's response to Pakistan, including the anti-terror operations that are underway in different parts of Kashmir. Home to home, lane to lane, town to town, district to district, combing out Pakistani terrorists. Details coming up.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं और घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from
Exchange of fire reported between terrorists and forces in South Kashmir's Pahalgam. Massive search operation underway. Indian Army successfully busts a terrorist hideout in the Machal area of Kupwara district. Huge cache of arms recovered, including AK series rifles. Border security forces conduct beating retreat and pay tribute to the innocent civilians who lost their lives in Pahalgam terror attack. Pakistan defense attaché publicly threatens civilians, makes throat-slitting gesture at the protesters outside High Commission in London.
Pakistan, stop terrorism! Pakistan, stop terrorism! Pakistan, stop terrorism! Pakistan, stop terrorism!
And protests against Pakistan global Indian diaspora demonstrates outside PAK High Commission in London, Copenhagen and Melbourne. An explosion in Iran's Bandar Abbas port. Over 500 people have been injured, at least 4 killed. Very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I am Rakshita Mishra reporting from Srinagar. We're outside the Dal Lake and across the length and breadth of the country there is massive outrage that those 26 Indian innocent lives that have been lost, they should be avenged. And viewers, massive terror operations, anti-terror operations are underway. And what we know so far is that there are door-to-door search operations that are happening in several parts of South Kashmir. In fact, what we are learning is that Jammu and Kashmir police has conducted multiple raids at residences of 64 terrorist associates in Srinagar. Over the ground, workers and the terrorist associates linked to banned outfits are being hunted down. Raids carried out across the city at residences of individuals associated with terror outfits such as the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the ISJK, JKLF and the TRF. Many of those raided have past criminal records under the IPC, Arms Act and the UAPA. Some are already booked under PSA or in custody with agencies like the NIA, viewers. So clearly we can see that it should be in fact now the end game for these people who have been breeding terror, who have been sheltering terror on Indian soil and helping those sponsoring terror from across the border. Viewers, this is a massive anti-terror operation that's underway. It's going deep down. It is not just a firefighting. It goes deep down, dismantling the roots, dismantling the terror network, dismantling the entire ecosystem that has nothing but ill of India. And right now what we have is that there are at least 64 terrorist associates in Srinagar whose residences have been raided by the Jammu and Kashmir police. And that's the breaking news we're getting in right now. And we will connect with our reporters to get more on that. In fact, viewers, we will show you more reports from several terrorist hideouts and also the terrorist residents which have been now demolished. So those people who have carried out the heinous attacks and also those who have been supporting them, all have been now exposed. Arawat joins us live on the broadcast from Pahalgam. Arawat, now it's going to be end game for all those who are sheltering the terrorists. And in the latest we have, there is at least 64 of them, 64 terror associates in Srinagar itself. Jammu and Kashmir police have conducted multiple raids on them and many of the OGWs have been detained. And the fact that they already had cases pending shows that it's high time that the news should be tightened. It should have been already tightened, but now this is the time we cannot spare anybody. Arawat, can you hear me? We'll move on to the next breaking news that we have right now, viewers. We'll try and connect with our reporters on ground. Now, in the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror attack, Army and police have launched multiple, search operations across Kashmir. Pahalgam, Sopore and Kupwara. Forces have recovered arms and ammunition as well. All right, viewers, so the fight against terror continues and Army and police have launched search operations across Kashmir. There has been special focus in Anantnag earlier in the day. In South Kashmir, there were multiple villages, multiple areas that have been raided. There have been door-to-door search operations that have been conducted. And we also have North Kashmir where the raids have been conducted. Kupwara, Pahalgam, Sopore. Forces have recovered arms and ammunition. That is the latest update we have right now. We'll try and connect with our correspondent on ground zero, Arawat, who is telling us every detail. He has got us those exclusive inputs on the search operation right now. But yes, viewers, we continue to get you how India is leaving no stone unturned. India will not budge. India will not take it lie down this time, as 26 innocent Indian lives have been lost. Of course, there has been a foreign national also that has lost his life. All those who have been killed, all those innocent people who have lost their lives. It's a commitment, of course, as a nation to avenge that. And as we speak, viewers, there is a search operation underway in several parts of Kashmir. So this is the latest update. There's a crackdown on those who have carried out the dastardly attack and those who have even supported them in any which way. That network has been dismantled now. Arawat joins us live on the broadcast from Pahalgam. Arawat, tell us more updates about the anti-terror operation that is underway across the length and breadth of Kashmir.
Yes, absolutely, Rakshita. We have seen that the coordinated search operation is not only here in the Pahalgam, but we have seen that the search operation is also on in the various parts of the Kashmir Valley, particularly if we talk about the North Kashmir, Central Kashmir and the South Kashmir. These operations were launched after when we have seen that the deadly terror attack in the South Kashmir, Pahalgam. We have seen that the dozens of the locations have been raided, which belong to the ex-terrorists who have surrendered. Also, we have seen that the houses of the OGWs have also been raided by the Jammu and Kashmir police and other security organizations. We have seen that the electronic gadgets and some literatures were also seized during the search operation by the joint forces, not only here but also in the Sopore. We have seen the search were carried in the early morning. Also, if we'll talk about the downtown area of Srinagar, where we have seen that the Jammu and Kashmir police and the cargo unit of the Jammu and Kashmir police has done search in the entire area of the downtown Srinagar. Then after we have seen, as of now, if we'll talk, the search operation is also on in the Pahalgam district in the South Kashmir. Also, the same kind of search are also being carried out in the South Kashmir, Shopian. This search is related to the terror incident that happened in the South Kashmir's Pahalgam. Then after we have seen that the multiple searches are on across the Kashmir Valley. Rakshita.
Don't worry. Right, Arawat, right. We will continue to get more updates on that, viewers. But right now, we give you a story, viewers. This is, of course, one of the eyewitness accounts. A woman from Rajasthan, Ekta Tiwari, has in fact made a big claim. She's come forward and said that one of the terrorists' sketches, the sketches that have been released, she has identified one of them. And she had, in fact, while she was vacationing in Pahalgam, she had spotted one of those terrorists coordinating with someone. And she has shared a very shocking account. Must listen to this report.
As 1 billion plus Indians continue to raise chorus for retribution and revenge, the security forces swept the valley for the tiny scrap of evidence that would lead to the Pahalgam killers. Dramatic visuals showed armed police and security personnel going into homes that suspected of holding clues on the terrorists. Across multiple locations in the valley, alert forces were seen checking rooms, corners and furniture for clues to the Lashkar men who are believed to be on the run in the wake of the attack. As the Pahalgam probe moved through the gears, a Rajasthan woman came out with a sensational claim. The woman said she recognized one of the Lashkar terrorists from the sketches released by the probe agencies as the man who posed as a pony handler. Speaking to Republic, Ekta Tiwari said she ran into the man while making inquiries about ponies for a ride up to the Baisaran meadows in Pahalgam. The woman recalled the bearded Lashkar man asking her about her religion and advising her to read the Quran. Significantly, the woman also claimed to have overheard a conversation in which the man told fellow Lashkar terrorists posing as ponywalas to switch to Plan B.
Plan A fail, Plan A break fail,
Plan A break fail. आप सुन सकते हैं कि इस तरह के मैसेज Plan A break fail ये पहला कोड वर्ड मैसेज था.
और सेकंड उनका था 35 बंदूकें बेच दिया गया है और वो झाड़ी में रखा है, उसमें झाड़ी में बेच दिया गया है और उसके घास के झाड़ी में रखा है. घाटी जगह का वहाँ पे बार-बार नाम लिया जा रहा था.
Based on the woman's statement, the forces later launched a massive combing operation in Jammu's Kathua.
Right, viewers, the mega anti-terror sweep across Kashmir continues after the Pahalgam terror attack, as the 26 innocent lives were lost. 26 innocent Indians had lost their lives. Now, viewers, we will get you the ground reports and everything the agencies and the forces are doing this time, because we will not let this sort of a dastardly attack or any dastardly attack happen on Indian soil ever again. It's endgame for these anti-India forces, the enemies within and of course across the border. Here's a report.
The forces continued their relentless crackdown on the terror ecosystem in the valley today as well. In a mega anti-terror sweep on the 5th day since barbaric and cowardly Pahalgam terror attack, the forces swooped down on homes for clues on the fugitive Lashkar men. As part of the action to dismantle the terror infrastructure in the valley, the forces razed the houses of 3 more Lashkar terrorists to the ground. Top sources told Republic that the demolition was carried out in Kulgam, Shupian and Pulwama districts of South Kashmir. In Shupian's Chotipora village, the house of Shahid Ahmed, a known homegrown terrorist, was reduced to rubble.
Again, a demolition drive was carried by the administration along with joint forces. The house belongs to Shahid Kutte of LET. Shahid Kutte is known for his involvement in the terror attacks. In past, he has been involved into the targeted killings as well. But now his name has surfaced in Baisaran attack. One can see the visuals from this very place where the house has been demolished.
The house of another terrorist was similarly demolished in Kulgam's Matalam area.
This is Zakir Ahmed, Lashkar Toiba's terrorist residence, and this house has been demolished by the administration here. The demolition was carried during midnight. This is a stark reminder to the policies of the government of Jammu and Kashmir and the government of India towards the zero tolerance policy against terrorism.
In Pulwama's Muran area, the house of Ehsanul Haq, another homegrown terrorist, was blown to bits using an improvised explosive device.
इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी पुलवामा के मरन इलाके में है और यहाँ पर ये जो मेरे पीछे आप मलबा देख रहे हैं, ये मलबा है एक घर का, जो घर बताया जा रहा है एहसान उल हक का। और ये जो घर देख रहे हैं आप, ये एहसान उल हक का घर है जिसे कल देर रात ब्लास्ट के जरिए ध्वस्त कर दिया गया।
Earlier on Friday, the houses of 2 more terrorists, Adil Hussain Thakur and Asif Sheikh, were blown up in controlled explosions. As the forces continue their pursuit of terrorists, it now remains to be seen how soon India retaliates to the Pakistani misadventure.
Situation along the India-Pakistan border. The breaking news we have is that IG BSF Rajasthan ML Garg has conducted a 3-day visit across the forward areas from Sri Ganganagar to Jaisalmer, and I think my colleague Arawat is joining us for more. Arawat, well, of course, security is of course beefed up, and the border posts are on high alert, and this time we're getting an update from Bikaner and Jaisalmer as well. What more can you share with us?
Yes, absolutely, Rakshita. We have seen that the high alertness in the Kashmir Valley, not only here, but we have seen there are parts of the country where we have seen the alertness of the forces. This time we have seen that the RGBS of Rajasthan has visited the forward locations, and he has visited the locations where the sensitive locations, the forward locations line of control in the Jaisalmer, and he has assured that the security forces are alert and they are vigilant and they are capable to deal with any kind of the situation there in the Jaisalmer or other part of the Jammu Kashmir or rest of the country. It indicates that the alertness of the forces, how they are alert to foil every single nefarious attempt by the enemy. We have seen the alertness of the force. Recently we have seen that when Army Chief has visited the Kashmir Valley after the deadly terror attack, he has assured that time that the deployment of the forces in the line of control areas. Also, if we'll talk about the Uri sector, we have seen that the artillery of the RT Brigade has also moved to forward locations there in the Uri sector as well. Same has happened in the Tangdahar sector. If we'll talk about the Rajasthan Jaisalmer, we have seen that the IG BSF has assured that the forces are fully prepared to deal with every situation. Rakshita.
Right. Thanks so much, Arawat, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. We now shift our focus to an eyewitness account that Republic TV is getting you exclusively. We spoke to one of those who had, in fact, seen what was happening in Pahalgam. It's in a narration by an eyewitness, an account by an eyewitness. Listen in.
जी मतलब ये सारा तो मैंने नहीं देखा, मतलब मैंने यही देखा, मतलब वहाँ पे डर का माहौल था, मतलब सारी मतलब गोलियाँ, ये समझ आ रही थी गोलियाँ चारों साइड से आ रही हैं, क्योंकि वो मतलब जो मिनी स्विट्ज़रलैंड है वो जंगल के बीच में एक छोटा मतलब वो पिकनिक स्पॉट है जिसको मिनी स्विट्ज़रलैंड का लक़ब भी दिया जाता है। तो वहाँ पे वही समझ आया कि चारों साइड से गोलियाँ आ रही हैं। फिर मतलब वो जो जिप लाइन के बैक साइड से मैंने सोचा वो लाइन सेफ होगी, उसी लाइन से मैं टूरिस्ट को निकाल के लेके गया, भागा वहाँ से।
तो कैसे आपने उनको नीचे ले आया? कितने तब गिरे हुए टूरिस्ट थे वहाँ पर जिनको आपने रेस्क्यू किया, या आपकी टीम के साथ कितने लोग थे वहाँ पर?
जी मैंने मतलब एक उनके बच्चे को गोद में लिया, एक को पीछे उठाया और जो लकी भैया था उनका हाथ पकड़ा, और मतलब कीचड़ बहुत था जहाँ पे हमारे शूज़ भी वहीं रह गए, और मतलब उनको मैंने निकाला, और जो आधे लोग रास्ते में थे उनको भी मैंने भगाया अपने साथ साथ, और हम बिल्कुल मतलब लगभग 12 से ऊपर मतलब 15-20 लोगों को मैंने रेस्क्यू करके नीचे लाया पहलगाम तक।
So we continue with our blanket coverage on the Pahalgam terror attack, viewers. Let's take a quick look at some more stories from across the country. Viewers, this is a quick roundup of what's happening across Bharat. The Assam government launched a crackdown on the suspected pro-Pakistan voices in the state of Assam. The Chief Minister's office in Assam put out an official release informing that the process of identifying the people taking a pro-Pakistan line and trying to whitewash the country's role in the Pahalgam terror attack was underway. According to the release, 10 such individuals have already been arrested for alleged pro-Pakistan posts on their social media handles, and more could follow. It added that locals were being encouraged to report such people to the local authorities without any delay. The ruling Mahayuti in Maharashtra has moved to deport the Pakistanis in the state following the centre's directive to all the people from across the border to leave Indian shores in 48 hours. A top official in the state government said that Pakistani nationals currently residing in Maharashtra on short-term visas have been asked to leave the country by the 27th of April. It is understood that as many as 55 Pakistani nationals in Maharashtra have been asked to leave the country by the end of the deadline. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has directed the officials to start the process of identifying and reporting Pakistani nationals currently residing in the state. The decision follows a stern directive by the Ministry of External Affairs asking states to send Pakistanis by the 27th of April. The Chief Minister directed immediate deportation proceedings against Pakistanis in the state. Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri launched a blistering attack on Pakistan over the Pahalgam terror attack, saying it was directed, sponsored and abetted from across the border. He said that leaders holding top public offices in Pakistan have already owned up to the country's role in the 22nd April terror attack. On the big diplomatic offensive by the centre against Pakistan, he said it was just the beginning, as the country would have to pay a big price for the cowardly killings.
और ये जो पहलगाम में इंसिडेंट हुआ, ये इंसिडेंट नहीं है, इट्स अ टेररिस्ट अटैक। इसमें किसी को गलतफहमी नहीं होनी चाहिए कि ये कोई उसको परिभाषा गलत हो रहे इधर। ये क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिस्ट है, अनलीश्ड बाय अ नेबरिंग स्टेट, और इसका वंस एंड फॉर ऑल पाकिस्तान विल हैव टू पे अ वेरी हैवी प्राइस, और अभी तो ये शुरुआत हुई है।
Senior BJP leader Praneeth Kaur called on the United Nations to take a tough stand against Pakistan in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, recalling the days when she was posted at the UN headquarters in New York City. The career diplomat said that she took up the matter at the biggest global platforms, the biggest global forums, asking for a consensus for action against Pakistan. She said that the centre has already demonstrated their political will to go after Pakistan in light of the monstrous terror attack.
ये बहुत बुरी बात है। पाकिस्तान को अब तक हमने इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर कई बारी कहा है कि जो इनके धरती के ऊपर टेररिज्म हो रही है, हमारे देश में आकर करते हैं, इसकी निंदा करो, इसके खिलाफ स्टैंड यूनाइटेड नेशंस को लेना चाहिए।
Union Minister Shukandu Majumdar mocked Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif over his claim that his country was ready for a credible and neutral probe into the Pahalgam terror attack. The minister said that the Pakistani Prime Minister made the remark out of fear, adding that India will strike whenever the enemy forces lower their guard.
देखिए जांच क्या करेंगे, चोर कभी चोरी का जांच कर सकते हैं क्या? पाकिस्तान से ही आए थे लोग, हर जगह से दिख रहा है और इसका ऑलरेडी कौन कौन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इसके पीछे है। पाकिस्तान में भी लोग चिल्ला रहे हैं कि हम पीछे। बाकी जो पाकिस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री बोल रहे हैं वो डर के मारे बोल रहे हैं कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए तैयार हैं। ये डर अच्छा है, डर रहना चाहिए। वो प्रिपेयर्ड है, प्रिपेयर्ड जब रहेंगे हम मारेंगे नहीं, जब प्रिपेयर्ड नहीं रहेंगे, अनप्रिपेयर्ड रहेंगे तभी मारेंगे और जोरदार मारेंगे।
Hailing the centre's decision to suspend the Indus Water Treaty with Pakistan in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, Haryana Minister Anil Vij said not a drop of water would go across the border, come what may. He said that India was not obliged to provide water to Pakistan when it was sending terrorists across the border to bleed India. He said that Pakistan is already short of food and will soon experience crippling water shortage.
अब आप ये है कि जैसे मर्जी सोच लो, पानी तो हमने देना नहीं, हमारा पानी है, हिमालय से आ रहा है सिंधु नदी, और सिंधु नदी भी एक सभ्यता का नाम है, केवल नदी का नाम नहीं है। हम तो भाईचारे में दे रहे थे, अगर अब तुम लड़ोगे तो क्यों देंगे? आटा तो मेरे पास पहले नहीं था, पानी अब बंद हो गया, तुम्हारा आटा
Maharashtra
पानी
Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis visited the residence of Pahalgam terror attack victim Kaustav Ganbote. Visuals showed Fadnavis extending his condolences and comforting the bereaved family at his Pune residence. The Chief Minister pledged to extend all support to the family in this hour of grief. RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat paid floral tribute to victims of the Pahalgam terror attack at a book launch event today. The event was organized at Thane in Maharashtra. Condemning the terror attack earlier, the Sangh chief said a state has to demonstrate its power and military might when the enemy strikes. And we have breaking news coming in. There is, of course, mounting global support for India in such times. And now we have the UAE President Mohammed bin Zayed dialing the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, and conveying condolences on the loss of lives in the barbaric terror attack on the Indian soil. Jammu Kashmir. Mohammed bin Zayed strongly condemned the attack and expressed full solidarity and support with India. Prime Minister appreciated his sentiments and words of sympathy and support. Both leaders agreed that terrorism should be rejected in all its forms and manifestations. Prime Minister conveyed India's strong resolve to bring the perpetrators of this heinous crime and their supporters to justice. And viewers, our forces are on ground zero. They're doing everything they can to save the country, to protect the country. And India is committed to retaliate, not take this lying down. We have united together. But there are some people, especially from the Congress party, the trend in that party. We have Karnataka Chief Minister now, who is saying that there is no need to strike back at Pakistan. We're talking about Karnataka Chief Minister Siddharamaiah, viewers, who has said that there's no point in taking action now. These are his words. Listen in.
ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ ಮೇಲೆ ಯುದ್ಧದ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಈ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ?
ಯುದ್ಧ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬಿಗಿ ಕ್ರಮಗಳು ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಭದ್ರತಾ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಬಿಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಪರ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಶಾಂತಿ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಜನರಿಗೆ ಭದ್ರತೆ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಭದ್ರತಾ ಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ತಗೋಬೇಕು.
ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ ಮೇಲೆ ಯುದ್ಧದ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಈ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ?
ಯುದ್ಧ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬಿಗಿ ಕ್ರಮಗಳು ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಭದ್ರತಾ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಬಿಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಪರ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಶಾಂತಿ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಜನರಿಗೆ ಭದ್ರತೆ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಭದ್ರತಾ ಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ತಗೋಬೇಕು.
India will never forget, no matter such leaders, whatever they try to peddle, whatever lines they take, going soft on terror, going soft on Pakistan. But India will not forgive, not forget. And India has resolved to hit back. Viewers, we will continue to get you more updates from Jammu and Kashmir and what's happening as far as the political will to hit back, the decisions being taken to hit back at Pakistan and avenge the 26 Indian lives that have been lost. We'll be right back with more.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मीरज देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का MDH की देगी मीरज
जुल दे यार तुम मौत की कश्मीर की है गुंडे गुंडे बेटी गुंडे
আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে মেরেছে বলুন বলুন আপনি
Republic positive influencer Astha Kotari talks about the 5 different forms of journaling. Let's watch it.
A very important and fundamental aspect of mental and emotional wellness is something called self-awareness. And there are many tools that can help us to build this sense of self-awareness. But one of the most important ones is something called journaling. Did you know that there are 5 types of journaling, each with a different intention and each working uniquely on the individual? So let's explore them. The first one is something called gratitude journaling. And quite literally, it forces us to just focus on the positive things that happen to us on a daily basis and that we might tend to ignore in the stream of things. For example, today, I'm truly grateful for the fact that my friend called me up and took the time out to check up on me. Choose 3 to 5 things that are unique and specific to that day and really try and feel that sense of appreciation for them. The second one is called emotional journaling. And this is particularly helpful for people to deep dive into their emotions and answer uncomfortable questions such as, why am I feeling this way and what triggered me to move into this mental state? Is it from my past or is it something specific that has been bothering me? What can I do to change how I feel about this situation? The third one is something called affirmative journaling, and the intention behind this is to build a sense of self-belief in overcoming challenging situations. If you're dealing with a tough phase in your life, it might help you to remind yourself of your capabilities. So writing down your strengths or writing down statements like, even though I am going through this particular difficult phase, I know I will overcome it with grace. Repeating this and using the power of repetition can really build a mindset shift in such cases. The fourth one is a little more fun and it's dream journaling. The basic premise of this is to silence your analytical and logical mind and to vividly recall details about your dreams, the people you were talking to, what you saw, the color of the clothes that they were wearing. Remember, there's no right or wrong. Journaling is a very personal process and the entire intention is for you to strengthen the relationship with your mind. The fifth one is for all the art lovers and it's called art journaling. It involves bringing out all the crayons, colors, watercolors and just letting your creative mind flow. Observe the colors, absorb them. There's no masterpiece that you need to create. The entire point, once again, is just to build the creative mind and watch how art can really do therapy. If you are a parent watching this video, these are great activities for you to do with your child over the weekend and to help them to explore themselves a little better. I really hope that you try these out and that this video has added value to you. So happy journaling.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest, then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called Samani, then Rawala Kot, Lipa, then you have Kundal Shahi, then you have Taubat and Kale. So these are the hubs where all the tanzeems are there. They are like, transit camps for these infiltrators. So when they are infiltrating or into India, or they are
Multiple combing operations being carried out across Jammu and Kashmir. The heat is on. Indian forces are all set to avenge the Pahalgam attack. We'll take you through all the latest details coming in, but up first, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking. Exchange of fire reported between terrorists and forces in South Kashmir's Pahalgam. Massive search operation underway. Indian Army has successfully busted a terrorist hideout in the Machal area of Kupwara district. Huge cache of arms have been recovered, including AK series rifle. Pakistan defense attaché publicly threatens civilians, makes throat-slitting gestures at protesters outside High Commission in London.
Pakistan, stop terrorism! Pakistan, stop terrorism! Pakistan, stop terrorism! Pakistan, stop terrorism!
Protests against Pakistan takes to the global stage. Indian diaspora demonstrates outside Pakistan High Commission in London, Copenhagen and Melbourne. Explosion in Iran's Bandar Abbas port. Over 500 people have been injured and at least 4 killed. Well, starting this edition with some breaking news now coming in with houses of active terrorists that have been demolished in Jammu and Kashmir. The latest now coming in from the Kupwara district. We're getting in more details, along with the fact that we're also getting in details of the operation that has been carried out by the forces so far. In fact, it turns out that we have more details coming in with regards to the houses of active terrorists which have been completely demolished. In fact, on your screens right now, these are action that have been taken out so far from Pahalgam, from Sopore and Kupwara. Can we have the breaking news now coming in? Now, this breaking news coming in from Kashmir right now with regards to the active operation that has been carried out. The first story that is coming in right now from Pahalgam. In fact, on your screens right now, these are the latest details coming in of Kalarose area, from Kalarose area where the Kupwara police has carried out the demolition. These are the latest visuals now coming in. First from the South Block, where External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has just left from the Ministry of External Affairs. These are the latest images coming in after a marathon meeting that has taken place at the Ministry of External Affairs. Interestingly, earlier in the day, a Pakistani diplomat actually went to the Ministry of External Affairs. Caught on Republic camera, he was not even allowed to enter the Ministry of External Affairs. These are the latest details now coming in as Dr. S. Jaishankar is all set to leave from now. We'll try and see if we can go across to Riyanka, who was outside the Ministry of External Affairs. This comes just a day after the Ministry of External Affairs have briefed the envoys of the G20 countries, briefing them about the Pahalgam attack that has taken place and the diplomatic measures that have been taken by India. In fact, it turns out that several countries have now come out in full support of the decision that has been taken by India, and many saying that it is time to call out terrorism, state-sponsored terrorism. These are the latest images now also coming in. Dr. S. Jaishankar's statement also that came in after the briefing. Moving on to some more breaking news now coming in. RSS, the Chief Mohan Bhagwat has also reacted to the Pahalgam terror attack, saying teaching a lesson to hooligans is also our religion. Speaking at an event, Mohan Bhagwat said non-violence is our nature, our value, but some people will not change no matter what you do. They will keep troubling the world. Non-violence is our religion. Teaching a lesson to hooligans is also our religion. RSS chief further stated that the duty of the king is to protect the people. The king must perform his duty. Let's also listen to what the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat had to say.
है आतताइयों से मारना खाना, गुंडागर्दी वालों को सबक सिखाना, ये भी हमारा धर्म है। अब पाश्चात्यों की जो विचार पद्धति उसमें दोनों एक साथ नहीं चल सकती, क्योंकि इन दोनों को बैलेंस करने वाला जो विचार है कि मैं लोगों में मेरा शत्रु है फिर भी मैं देखूंगा अच्छा आदमी है कि खराब आदमी है, वो बैलेंस नहीं है। शत्रु है या नहीं शत्रु है, वो अच्छा होगा तो भी उसको पूरा मिटा दो। हमारे यहां वो अच्छा है कि नहीं इसको देखते हैं, और कुछ लोगों को थोड़ा दंड देके, कुछ लोगों को ज्यादा दंड देके, कुछ लोगों को दंड दिए बिना सुधार कर अपनाते, और जिनका इलाज ही नहीं दूसरा कुछ। तो अहिंसा हमारा धर्म है, आतताइयों से मारना खाना, गुंडागर्दी वालों को सबक सिखाना, ये भी हमारा धर्म है। अब पाश्चात्यों की जो विचार पद्धति उसमें दोनों एक साथ नहीं चल सकती, क्योंकि इन दोनों को बैलेंस करने वाला जो विचार है कि मैं लोगों में मेरा शत्रु है फिर भी मैं देखूंगा अच्छा आदमी है कि खराब आदमी है, वो बैलेंस नहीं है। शत्रु है या नहीं शत्रु है, वो अच्छा होगा तो भी उसको पूरा मिटा दो। हमारे यहां वो अच्छा है कि नहीं इसको देखते हैं, और कुछ लोगों को थोड़ा दंड देके, कुछ लोगों को ज्यादा दंड देके, कुछ लोगों को दंड दिए बिना सुधार कर अपनाते, और जिनका इलाज ही नहीं दूसरा कुछ, उनके कल्याण के लिए उनको बेसिक मटेरियल दूसरा पाने के लिए भेज देते जहां मिलता है वहां।
India has shown Pakistan its position. Earlier today, a Pakistani diplomat had come to the Ministry of External Affairs at the South Block in the national capital. On our screens, Republic has caught this Pakistani diplomat who was not even allowed to enter the Ministry of External Affairs. These visuals that you see is of a Pakistani diplomat. In fact, an attempt was made by this diplomat to enter the Ministry of External Affairs. Now, you must watch what really happened. Here, when he tries to enter, in fact, he was asked to leave. We'll stay with these visuals now coming in. This has been caught on Republic camera. We'll try and see if we can get Soumya or Riyanka on the phone line right now. Our reporters caught this Pakistani diplomat. He was not allowed to enter. In fact, India has taken a strong position on this entire matter. In fact, you have had the defense attaché and all who are part of the Pakistani High Commission who have been asked to leave immediately. In fact, the staff strength has been brought down to 30. And now when this Pakistani diplomat, on your screens right now, if you see the car, that car belongs to the Pakistani High Commission. We'll play this once again for you to understand how India is essentially showing the mirror to Pakistan right now. An attempt made by the Pakistanis to enter. As you can see on our screens right now, we'll try and also connect with Soumya, who's just recorded this on our cameras as this Pakistani diplomat wanted to enter the Ministry of External Affairs. We do not know what was the purpose of this visit, but clearly when this attempt was made by the Pakistani diplomat to enter, he was asked to leave. Now, this happened sometime this afternoon around 3:30 when the information actually came in, and now we have got the images also of this Pakistani diplomat who wanted to enter but clearly not allowed. On this, I have my colleague Soumya who's joining us on this broadcast. Soumya, you were present there. You were present there when this Pakistani diplomat was trying to enter the Ministry of External Affairs. It turns out that he waited for a couple of minutes. He tried to dial someone and then he was asked to leave. In fact, when he was trying to enter, he was not even allowed to do so. Are you picking up any further details why the Ministry of External Affairs decided not to even entertain any of the diplomats?
Yes, well, see, this happened at around 1:30 p.m. earlier today when this particular car belonging to the Pakistan High Commission had arrived outside the Ministry of External Affairs headquarters there in the South Block. A man in a Pathani salwar came out of the car and reached out to the security personnel, and this went around for 5 to 10 minutes. Through the visuals, it was clear that he was trying to tell them that there was a particular letter that has been submitted at the MEA headquarters from the Pakistan High Commission's end, and they wanted to inquire about what is the further update with that regard. However, the response that came from the security personnel who were present there, they went on to say that none of the concerned officials were present today at the headquarters, and after that, this particular staff member or diplomat belonging to the Pakistan High Commission was asked to leave immediately. So these were the developments back then earlier today when this particular gentleman had arrived there at MEA headquarters. Of course, there's a big standoff between Pakistan and the Indian authorities. The senior official from the Pakistan High Commission was also summoned on 23rd of April. So there's a clear standoff, and now diplomatic measures have been taken. So now it will be taken ahead with senior officials when they are present at the headquarters. That's it.
Quick question I wanted to ask you, Soumya, is with regards to the steps that have been taken by the Ministry of External Affairs. One, reduction of staff members at the High Commission, and second is with regards to the defense attaché who's been asked to leave. Are you picking up any more details? So was it because there was some sort of a communication that they wanted to do? And remember, they're not being allowed to come inside the Ministry of External Affairs primarily because there's no need of it in the first place.
Multiple diplomatic measures have been taken and announced from the Indian authorities in the wake of the ghastly Pahalgam terror attack, which claimed more than 20 lives, 26 lives. And now multiple measures are there. Indus Waters Treaty held in abeyance, the SAC visa being annulled, the Pakistani nationals being asked to leave in 48 hours, the service advisors given time until 1st of May to leave India, among others. And also the staff at the mission being decreased from 50 to 30 now. And earlier it was, back in 2019, it was 110 and was brought down to 50. So, and now from 50 it is being brought down to 30. So there are multiple measures. and the letter could be with regards to any of these measures, any of the time extensions they might require. However, the ministry is very tight-lipped on this because, of course, these have to be dealt with certain secrecy, and certain senior level ministers and diplomats and officials are involved in this. So, which is why a certain level of secrecy is being maintained there. However, we were told by the sources from inside the Ministry of External Affairs that this particular diplomat of the staff from the Pakistan High Commission was there to get updates with regards to a letter that has been submitted from the Pakistan High Commission's end. There, back to you.
Well, Soumya, I'll request you to stay on with us because these are exclusive images that we have got caught on Republic camera. A major embarrassment for the Pakistanis right now. Look here. What's really happening? This Pakistani diplomat who steps out of his embassy vehicle walks straight to the South Block. That's the Ministry of External Affairs office. In fact, as he walks in, it is the CISF at the entrance stops him, does not allow him to enter even the Ministry of External Affairs. It turns out that he had to stand there for a couple of minutes. He takes out his mobile phone. He then dials someone that we do not know. And despite making that phone call, also he was not even allowed to go back. In fact, it turns out that this has happened because there is no permission that has essentially been given. On your screens, there are two sets of images. Now, this is the Pakistan embassy officials who were celebrating just about a few days ago. They were taking a cake inside, walking inside. This was just a day after they were being shunted out. The real face of the Pakistanis. And the very next day, you have this official coming into the Ministry of External Affairs, and we have shown them their position. This is exactly how the Pakistanis have to be treated, and this is what is happening right now. Multiple operations have been carried out in Jammu and Kashmir since the Pahalgam attack has taken place. The combing operations are underway. Security forces say that they're very close to nabbing those who are behind the Pahalgam attack. But as we speak, the latest information coming in, it's not a demolition drive. We need to just change this. It's not a demolition drive, but terrorist house that has been completely dismantled. They have been destroyed by our forces. It's one of the active terrorists whose residence has been destroyed by the Indian forces, sending across a very strong message that the entire ecosystem of this terrorist groups in Jammu and Kashmir will be completely dismantled. Can we also remove this breaking news? Let's make the change here. It's not a demolition drive. They've destroyed the houses of these active terrorists. This is coming in from the Kalarus area, is what I'm being told. Srinagar reporter, our bureau chief, is going to join us in a short while from now, getting us the latest details. Zeenat is getting us the latest details. Zeenat, the visuals that are coming in to us, this was from Kulgam, but it turns out there's another house of a terrorist that has been destroyed a short while back.
Yes, Shravant, another house that has been demolished by the Kulgam. The Klar. Kupwara. It is the district. It is the north.
We're having some trouble with your line. If you can just move around, and meanwhile I'll just take our viewers through the breaking news and we'll try and reconnect with you. This is the information that Zeenat has just sent us with regards to the action that has been taken by the Kupwara police. They have basically carried out, they have raised the terrorist's house in Kalarus area of Kupwara district. The action was basically been taken as part of an ongoing crackdown against the terror infrastructure. The security forces have completely destroyed the house of a Lashkar-e-Toiba commander in Narikut area of Kalarus in Kupwara district. In the last 48 hours, what has essentially happened is a strong action has been taken by our forces. All the active terrorists and their overground workers have been rounded up. In fact, in the last 24 hours itself, over 60 overground workers have already been identified by the forces. They have been questioned. Some have already been detained. Zenith, our Kashmir Bureau Chief, getting us the latest details. Give us a roundup of the action that has been taken in the last 24 hours. Houses of these active terrorists being completely destroyed.
See, Shaman, the first action was reported from the Avantipora Stral, where Asif Sheikh's residence was demolished. In fact, the house was blown up because of the IED explosive that was put inside and which went off. The another was of the Anantnag, where again a LET commander's house was demolished. That were the two incidents that were reported yesterday from the South Kashmir. Today, we witnessed the Pulwama, where in Mourns the house of a terrorist was demolished, then Shopian, and then Kulgam. Now from South Kashmir, in South Kashmir, we have witnessed the 5 incidents where the demolition drive had taken place of the active commanders of the Lashkar-e-Toiba. It is more like the crackdown is on the LET because of its linkage with the Pahalgam terror attack, in which the civilians of around 26 lost their lives. Now the focus has been shifted to North Kashmir. North Kashmir with the North Frontier district, which is Kupwara, and it connects you to the line of control in North Kashmir. They are in Klaros area, which is one of the last villages of the LOC, Kalarus, where now action has been taken by the administration along with the joint forces, and we see that the Farooq Tidwa, who is the elite commander and active commander, now his house has been razed to ground. This is simply not only in South, we're seeing the actions in the North, and mostly this kind of action will also be seen in Central Kashmir. We need to wait how many more such houses will be demolished. The dens of the terrorists who have been backing the terror outfits in the Kashmir Valley, backing the terror outfits, those are based in Pakistan, but are getting the support and oxygen, the infrastructure from the Kashmir Valley. Operation All Out has been taken up by the J&K police, army, and also CRPF. We are seeing a lot of action in Jammu and Kashmir, in Kashmir specifically, where we are seeing the demolition drive, and this is the 6th house in row which has been demolished by the joint forces along with the administration.
Well, thank you very much, Zenith, for getting us the latest details. Well, in fact, this is not the only such action that has been taken out. It's a mega anti-terror operation that has been carried out. It's a sweep in the valley continued for the 5th day since the horrific attack that took place in Pahalgam, as houses of more active terrorists have been completely demolished. They've been destroyed over the last few days, sending across a very strong message that the entire ecosystem will be completely dismantled. In fact, over the last few days, they've identified the houses. It turns out IEDs have also been recovered from their residents, and the security forces have set off those very IEDs, resulting in the houses being completely razed. Take a look at this detailed report.
The forces continued their relentless crackdown on the terror ecosystem in the valley today as well. In a mega anti-terror sweep on the 5th day since barbaric and cowardly Pahalgam terror attack, the forces swooped down on homes for clues on the fugitive Lashkar men. As part of the action to dismantle the terror infrastructure in the valley, the forces razed the houses of 3 more Lashkar terrorists to the ground. Top sources told Republic that the demolition was carried out in Kulgam, Shopian, and Pulwama districts of South Kashmir. In Shopian's Chotipora village, the house of Shahid Ahmed, a known homegrown terrorist, was reduced to rubble.
Again, a demolition drive was carried by the administration along with joint forces. The house belongs to Shahid Kutte of LET. Shahid Kutte is known for his involvement in the terror attacks. In past, he has been involved into the targeted killings as well. But now his name has surfaced in Baisaran attack. One can see the visuals from this very place where the house has been demolished.
The house of another terrorist was similarly demolished in Kulgam's Matalam area.
This is Zakir Ahmed Lashkar Toiba's terrorist residence, and this house has been demolished by the administration here. The demolition was carrying during midnight. This is a stark reminder to the policies of the government of Jammu and Kashmir and the government of India towards the zero tolerance policy against terrorism.
In Pulwama's Mourns area, the house of Ehsanul Haq, another homegrown terrorist, was blown to bits using an improvised explosive device.
इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी पुलवामा के मरन इलाके में है और यहाँ पर ये जो मेरे पीछे आप मलबा देख रहे हैं, ये मलबा है एक घर का, जो घर बताया जा रहा है एहसान उल हक का। और ये जो घर देख रहे हैं आप, ये एहसान उल हक का घर है जिसे कल देर रात ब्लास्ट के जरिए ध्वस्त कर दिया गया।
Earlier on Friday, the houses of two more terrorists, Adil Hussain Thakur and Asif Sheikh, were blown up in controlled explosions. As the forces continue their pursuit of terrorists, it now remains to be seen how soon India retaliates to the Pakistani misadventure.
Well, that's all that we could pack in this edition. Coming up, burning question with my colleague Niranjan.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो
Cricket fans.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
जुल्दे यार तुम मौत की कसम इधर गए गुंडे गुंडे बेटी गुंडे अपनी बोलो हिंदू वाला मेरा चेहरा।
Lieutenant Colonel Barsha Rai remembers the touching story of a Kashmiri cab driver who dreamt of a bright future for his daughters.
Jai Hind, I am Lieutenant Colonel Barsha Rai, and today I'll share with you a beautiful story. A story of Gulmarg and our beautiful trip. A trip for which we had booked a cab for 3 days. The cab bhaiya comes to me and says that, "Madam, can I get the 3 days payment in advance before the trip ends? Because I have to get my daughter admission in a school." I said, "Wow, of course you can." And he said, "Ma'am, she will be starting her school this year." And he very proudly said that she is going to an international English school. I said, "Definitely, bhaiya, I will help you out." And he also added that tomorrow I will not be able to come because I'm going to take her to the school for the first day. He said, "I will join you on the trip day after." So day after he comes in and I asked him if the admission procedures went all well. He said, "Yes, ma'am, it went all well." And he took out his phone and showed me the picture of his girl. The girl bubbling with joy, all happy and looking so pretty in her pants and shirts, a sweater and that cute little school bag she was holding. When he showed me that, I said him that make them study a lot, as maximum and as far as they want to study. He said, "Yes, ma'am, I have 2 daughters and I want to make them officers." With that, he also added a note saying that there was a time when I thought it would not be possible, and there is a time today when I'm sure my girls can go to school, college and have a job and do the best in their life. When he was saying this, I could see in his eyes, in his body, in his words, and I could feel the happiness, the courage, the hope of a beautiful and a better tomorrow. And with what has happened today, we need to understand that Pakistan and some evil forces are trying to break this happiness, hope, courage and pride. It is time as a country that we stand together and ensure that they do not get successful in their evil ideas and thoughts. We as a country know that Kashmir is our crown. And we need to remind Pakistan that no matter what they do, no matter what they try, Kashmir will always be ours. And the fact that Kashmiris, before they call themselves Kashmiris, they identify themselves as Indians. So as a country, let us stand as one and give a befitting reply to Pakistan that Kashmir is ours and we belong to Kashmirs. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद.
अब आया स्वाद.
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें. MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला.
MDH.
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see, the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest. Then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so, keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called Samani, then Rawala Kot, Lipa, then you have Kundal Shahi, then you have Taubat and Kale. So these are the hubs where all the tanzeems are there. They are like, transit camps for these infiltrators. So when they are infiltrating or into India, or they are exfiltrating back to Pakistan from India, from our territory.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. I'm Niranjan, and at 9 p.m. our focus on the day's biggest headline, that even Pakistan's terror groups are beginning to shiver. Can you believe it? Anywhere in the world where a terror group takes ownership for a terror attack and then backtracks for a terror attack, saying that their handle was hacked. It happens only in Pakistan, and it's only India's response that will get such terror groups and such countries in line. Here are the headlines this Saturday evening on Republic. Security forces launch a massive terror operation across the valley. Search operations underway in different parts of South Kashmir. Major crackdown on associates of terrorists. The overground network is getting a hard kick. Houses of terrorists demolished in the valley. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar holding back-to-back meetings in South Bloc. Top diplomats of top countries that matter to India have been briefed. At least 5 killed, over 500 injured as a huge blast rocks Iran's Bandar Abbas port. And on top of 9 p.m. as we go across to our first story, we're getting in a breaking news update right now that following the recent Pahalgam terror attack, security forces have not just intensified their anti-terror operations, they're beginning to find the homes of these terrorists and are cracking down. The home of Farooq Ahmad Tadwa. Farooq Ahmad Tadwa, a Pakistan-based Lashkar commander who had a home in Kashmir, has been demolished in Nari Koot Kalarus of Kupwara district. In Kupwara district, the demolition has taken place. Look at the pictures. We have the video as well. Come in. Video and pictures of terrorist homes being demolished. That's the first video that's coming in. Look at that video. House of Farooq Ahmad Tadwa, Pakistan-based Lashkar commander, demolished in Kupwara district. Complete state of panic in Pakistan. We'll tell you all about that. Their overground network, their friends in Kashmir also being neutralized.
मैडम आप कोई टेंशन मत लें, हम साथ में। अरे मैडम ये प्रेशर साथ आया है, आपको किसी चीज का डर।
26 lives. One single moment of senseless targeted terrorism. As Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam continues to mourn the victims of the attack. India has cracked the whip. Houses of 5 terrorists, including Lashkar-e-Taiba commander, have been destroyed across Jammu and Kashmir. As global pressure mounts, a nervous Pakistan, on the other hand, says that they are ready for a neutral investigation of Pahalgam terror attack.
Pakistan is open to participate in any neutral, transparent and credible investigation.
Meanwhile, India has gone full throttle in the probe of the cowardly attack. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar was seen at South Block meeting the top brass of the Ministry of External Affairs. Sources say he's reviewing diplomatic angles. Simultaneously, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval had been stationed at the Ministry of Home Affairs, holding crucial discussions with intelligence and security agencies. He is personally briefing the government on developments and emerging threat landscape. Multiple back-to-back meetings are being held across the ministries, with Home Minister Amit Shah and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh also reportedly in the loop. As back-to-back developments continue to pour in, one thing is clear. India will strike back, and it will strike back hard.
All right, we have our panelists this evening. Let me go across straight to Lieutenant General J.D. Bakshi. Joining us live is a defense expert. Ambassador Deepak Kora will be joining us live in a few minutes from now. Major Samarpal Singh Thoor, who's an infantry combat veteran, joining us on the show this evening, along with Ravinder Sachdev, who's a foreign policy expert. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. Starting with Lieutenant General J.D. Bakshi. General Bakshi, you're getting in pictures of this crackdown. Major General, I beg your pardon. General J.D. Bakshi. Sir, the crackdown has begun, and what was very heartening to see is even Lashkar-e-Taiba give out a press release this morning to claim that they were not behind the attack. They actually put out a press release minutes after the attack. The same group had put out a statement saying they were behind the attack. Today they put out a statement saying, hey, listen, we are not behind the attack. Somebody else has posted that, hacked our account and posted that on our behalf. Lashkar-e-Taiba is saying they'll have an audit. They have actually used the word audit. We will hold an internal audit to see who posted that particular
statement. What is going on, General Bakshi? And we haven't even acted. We haven't even started. Sir.
You know, Niranjan, there is panic in Pakistan. Panic, right? General Asim Munir, the man behind it all, who had declared civilizational war against India in that stupid speech of his. And within a week, the ISI had reacted by this communal massacre in Pahalgam. You know, initially they were talking of Plan A, the terrorists, which was to kill 150 Hindus. Then, in the earshot of the victims, they said we have to switch to Plan B because they are worried that if we kill 150, I mean, the response will be terrible. So they reduced the figure to 35. Ultimately, they have shot 28, killed 28, and 15 are wounded. You know, they have done it in a brazenly communal manner, but now their chickens are coming home to roost. General Asim Munir was on a visit to Kazakhstan. You know, they choose to go to cool areas in the summer. That is how the tours are planned. He came rushing back. He held a meeting with his Air Force and Navy commanders. The Pakistan Air Force commander told him, half my F-16 fleet is out of action. It is being overhauled. 50% of my J-17 fighters fleets, the radars are not working. Mara diya murid. What a time you have chosen for this action. You know, these are the famous words of General Ziaul Haq. Mara mat dena murid. When he had staged the coup, he had told his coup-making officers, right? Mara diya murid. Pakistan is in shambles. The economy is about to collapse. You know, फटीचर मुल्क है. 2 रोज की रोटी अपने लोगों को दे नहीं सकते, yet they want to finger India in Kashmir, in Punjab, and they want to carry out a coup in Bangladesh so that they can surround India from all sides and finger us from all angles. Right? Now you will get the finger back. You'll get the finger back. You see, they are going crying now. You know, the Pakistani Air Force is going crying now to China that we don't want your stupid JF-17s. We want the J-10C, which is the Israeli design of the Kafir equivalent of F-16 fighters. Their F-16s are horse-stick combat. They were to be upgraded with a $400 billion package from United States of America, no less. I'm sure they can delay it like our engines of the Tejas were delayed. I'm sure it can be delayed, right? The implementation. That's the least we can expect from our friends. But the fact of the matter is they are in shit. They are asking for J-10C fighters from China. They are asking for HQ-19 surface-to-air missiles from China because they are terrified of our S-400s. You know, in 2019, Niranjan, we didn't have Rafales. We didn't have beyond visual range Astra air-to-air missiles, Meteor air-to-air missiles. The Astra outranges the Aram, the one that supposedly did the damage in 2019. They are up shit street. We have a very good, very strong Navy, a very strong Air Force, and a very strong Army. We have very good military leadership. The army chief is from the infantry, from my regiment, no less. He is a veteran of Northern Command. He has served for years in Jammu and Kashmir, most qualified to be the chief right now. The Navy chief is a towering personality, very aggressive. And I'm very certain if given the orders, he will repeat what the Navy had done in December 1971. Struck Karachi twice, sank 6 ships, put the Karachi oil farm on fire for a week. And we have an Air Force chief who speaks straight, shoots from the hip, professional. So we couldn't have a better combination. And the political leadership, we all know, Prime Minister Modi is a no-nonsense man. We had a very experienced NSA. And of course, we have a Raksha Mantri who's hands-on. So we have a team which is perfect. Pakistan has provoked us. It has sown the whirlwind. It will reap the whirlwind. It will be made to cry uncle. the Prime Minister, no less, has told us of the whole of the government approach, right? Economic warfare was started with the abrogation of the Indus Water Treaty, right? Diplomatic pressure is being mounted. And now what remains is kinetic military action. Let it come at a time and place of the choosing of our political and military leadership. Pakistan is sweltering, right? When General Asim Munir came back in panic, he first ordered that all the jet fighters from Karachi be moved out to Skardu because he's expecting an attack in POK. He forgot that the Indian Navy aircraft carrier and the missile destroyers are sailing precisely towards Karachi. Thank you for uncovering the area. They are in panic. They don't know what to say. Their defense minister is talking of 30 years we did terrorism for the United States of America. He's admitting openly. And people are going bonkers, They are going bonkers. You can make it out that there is utter panic. There is utter panic.
Yeah.
If Asim Munir has high blood pressure, low back ache, he deserves every bit of it because in trying to extend his tenure, he is about to retire. No army chief in Pakistan wants to retire forever. You know how long Ziaul Haq served, you know how long Pervez Musharraf served. They just don't want to retire once in charge. But this man chose a unique process. Samuel Huntington's clash of civilizations, He spoke of a civilizational war. And then his stupid minions from the cartoon networks did it. Now they are scampering. They are denying. अरे हमने नहीं किया साहब, हमने नहीं, पहले तो ओन अप कर रहे थे बड़े प्राउडली, बोले साहब अब तो ये तो साइबर वॉरफेयर है, they are emptying their terror training camps, hiding under the burqas of their women, that is the state of panic. We haven't started. They are trying to ask us Pakistani interlocutors, when will you start, when will you start? Arey, my dear friend, we want you to stew in your juice first. We want to see that your blood pressure and your backache increases as you keep wondering when, where, how, which direction, which strength.
Yeah, this is complete chaos.
Let them stew in their juice.
Complete chaos, General Bakshi. Complete chaos in Pakistan.
Panic.
I'll tell you the state of panic. This came as I shouldn't be saying it, but this was laughable. I mean, this was laughable. There's another breaking news update coming in, and it only tells you one thing, that Pakistan is panicking. Breaking news update. Let me show you what that breaking news update is right now. I'm putting it on air right now. Pakistani media has now begun complaining that India is releasing excessive water. Yesterday they were saying no water, no water, no water, no water. We're drying up, saying state of war. Pakistan is now claiming excessive water is being released by India. There are pictures, videos that Pakistani media is putting out saying that we are flooding POK. There are many videos showing that excessive water has been, they claim that there is excessive water in the Jhelum now and all our villages are getting semi-flooded. What's going on? Major Tour, complete panic in Pakistan. They don't know what's going on.
So basically, Pakistanis have come to information warfare. So these are very old videos. These are not the recent ones. And it's all fake and farce. And they're doing the rounds on the internet.
Yeah.
Similarly, there's another video which is doing its round of a Pakistani actor who's wearing a Pakistani uniform and speaking against the Indian government. So, they lack IQ and common sense. And the best example I can give is of the act what their military attaché did in UK. Giving those immature kiddish signs of, slitting the throat and then showing the flexi board, our wing commander, Abhinandan. So these are like immature things. Officers don't do it. And he's a retired, he's a serving colonel. He was confronting the Indian protesters from the balcony of the Pakistan mission. So
Major Tour,
it's laughable.
I'll show the video. I'll show the video so you can speak over it. Please, let's show the video of this Pakistan defense attaché who did this to Indian diaspora that was protesting outside the UK High Commission. I mean, you would expect a diplomat. He's a diplomat there. He's an envoy. He's an envoy representing his country. He's a defense attaché in the United Kingdom representing Pakistan. If I can pull that video out, there was the Indian diaspora. Indian diaspora was protesting outside the Pakistan High Commission in UK, in London. And this so-called defense attaché comes out, dressed in a suit, obviously paid from the money they're borrowing from the IMF, and then he holds out a poster of Captain Abhinandan, and then Wing Commander Abhinandan, and then he does this. He does this to the Indian diaspora. I'll pull out that video any second now. But Major Tur, please go ahead. While you speak, I'll just play that video out any second now. Yes, go ahead.
So basically now whatever operations that India is going to focus on, it's mainly going to be on the denuclearization of Pakistan. Because I think it has become a headache for the whole world. And I am sure that in case any of the nuclear sites have to be raided, it will be done along with allied forces of US, UK, Germany, and Canada. I mean, the thought is there, and joint inter-US exercises have been taking place, the amphibious ones. There's so much happening, and Pakistan has lost its, horizon of thought. Because by claiming that, you've been helping the West with the dirty work of helping the Mujahideen, I mean, that doesn't leave any excuse. It doesn't mean that you start exploiting and start getting civilians killed across the border. So they have lost all morals, and I doubt whether any country is going to come in support of Pakistan now. It's very difficult.
Yeah. Yes, and I want to get in Mr. Rabinder Sachdev as well. Mr. Sachdev, today there was another comment by the Pakistan Prime Minister, once again referring to Kashmir as their jugular vein. And then there is this joker of a politician called Bilawal Bhutto, who said, if waters don't flow right from the Indus River, our blood, he said the blood of Indians will flow in the Indus River. So, they're famous for exactly this. Can we once again put that video of that defense attaché? They're exactly famous for this. There is absolutely nothing dignified about the Pakistanis at all. From their politicians to their to their military personnel, it's pathetic the kind of language they are speaking. You had statements yesterday. One, the Pakistan Deputy Prime Minister refers to the terrorists as freedom fighters, and then another admits saying that we've been doing your dirty work by funding terror groups all these years. And then this, it's corroborating who Pakistan is. You look at these pictures, and that's giving away, the whole picture of what Pakistan is trying to do here.
No, thank you so much. A pleasure. I'll start with I have 3-4 points as the discussion progress, bullet points. Firstly, I'll start off with, the positive influencer campaign that you and your channel are running. Amazing. So therefore, firstly, I would put it out this way that the intent of any such terrorist activities in India is to divide us Indians. So I would appeal that within India, any Hindu, Muslim, Kashmiri, etc. sentiment should be looked in the right context, because that is their objective. They want to divide and create disturbance and create chaos and bloodshed. The more bloodshed is within you, the more they succeed. Let us stop them. So the positive influencer campaign is an amazing thing, one. Second, I think what India has done, and as you're articulating, we've set a cat amongst the pigeons. As a saying, right? Now, they are running, in this context of Pakistani leaders, they're running helter-skelter. They are raising the bogey. What we've done with respect to the Indus Water Treaty is we've said that we will do some things, step 1, step 2, step 3. It's symbolic. Step 1 is going to be practical. But stopping the waters of the rivers would be medium-term, long-term. But what the Pakistani politicians are doing is that raising that bogey as an emotional aspect against India, because they want to rally within Pakistan and anti-India sentiment. So that's what's been happening. Next, talking about Pakistan's defense supplies, I would just like to point out that Pakistan's about 70% weapons are of Chinese origin. You know who's the second biggest supplier to them over the last 5 years? Italy. Only 300 millions maybe, but Italy. So India, we should be playing with our partners and talking with them, with us or against us. Italy is a great friend of India. Why has Italy been selling advanced like helicopters and air defense systems to Pakistan for the last 5 years? Maybe an oversight, but it is time for now Italy to stop selling any such components. We cannot tell China. China will sell. America also we could. So these world partners who are partners and supporters of us, they should stop selling any weapons and spares to Pakistan. Next, coming to the Indian diasporas, the point I did. Absolutely, what happened and what we see in London is shameful. That is, he's a defense attaché. Defense officers are supposed to be, a gentleman. And he's acting that way. He's acting like a street rogue. Not that. But at the same time, I will say another flip aspect to it. Our Indian diasporas protesting outside high commissions of Pakistan, be it in London or wherever in the world, are definitely doing a great job and their emotions are running high, to bring this awareness within their countries. But I think our diaspora could do a better job simultaneously by outreaching and connecting and talking to the lawmakers in their respective countries. We are already doing that in the United States. Of course, many lawmakers the world over know, parliamentarians know Pakistan's real colors, but it is time for our diaspora. Sure, protests on the streets is one, to have a parallel track wherein you reach out to your lawmakers, whichever way, be it in New Zealand, Australia, wherever it's allowed. Of course, not kosher in Saudi Arabia and UAE, but wherever, can be. Our diaspora reach out to the lawmakers in these countries, sensitize them to what's happening in India and with respect to Pakistan, and pressure them to take a stance within their own governments with respect to Pakistan and with respect to India. Let us move away. See, Pakistan may play cat and mouse games with us. As you just now said that, TRF is now saying that their account was hacked and that's why this claim was. Okay, we do not know whoever did it, whoever hacked the accounts, but something happened. That something should never have had happened. Okay, now, that something should never have had. Yeah, there have been, without doubt, I think, gaps in our internal security design arrangement, which we should look into. But other than that, the intent of or the correlation to Pakistan is evident and out there. So our diasporas can play that little role. Every bit counts, it builds up the narrative. And I think, lastly, I would say that for India, whatever we do, we don't know. We are all observers and well-wishers. I think we will rest the case with the government of India taking the best optimal decision. There are many, I think, vectors, emotions, immediate we need. We need a retaliation. Sure, those all could be, but I think, governments are maybe elected by emotions, but once a government is in power, any government, it has a duty to run by rationale, calm and even-handed for a long-term view. So I think that's what our government is doing. We're looking at a long-term view. Whatever steps happen will happen because we got to calibrate and we do not want to compromise. Another aspect is, why this is happening. Maybe we're looking at religion, terror and all. Right now, the Trump tariffs are changing the world order. World companies are looking to relocate out of China, especially to India, Malaysia, Vietnam, wherever, etc. Now, with this incident happening, India becomes a political high-risk environment, and corporate corporate boardrooms, be it in London, New York, or wherever, Abu Dhabi, they will consider, India geopolitical risk. And your rating agencies will dip down 0.1, 0.2 AA plus AA minus on the debt thing. It will make India a lesser attractive destination, and therefore, last point is it could very well be. It's not only about spreading terror in India. Yes, it is. It is not only about Kashmir. It's not only about creating Hindu-Muslim divides within India. It is also about handicapping India and India's economic progress.
Yes.
With respect to the future.
I'm getting in some breaking news right now. I'm quickly going across to that, and I'll toss that to General J.D. Bakshi. So I'm coming to you because I have a breaking news update right now. I wanted to come to you with this breaking news update. As India gathers support diplomatically, another phone call just now, which is being reported. Ministry of External Affairs has tweeted that President Masood Pezeshkian of Iran has called Prime Minister Modi and strongly condemned the terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir and conveyed his condolences for the victims. Iranian president also dialing Prime Minister Modi, and both leaders agreeing that there could be no justification for such acts of terror, and all those who believe in humanity must stand together in the fight against terror. Prime Minister shared the anger and anguish of the people of India and their resolve to deal with those behind the terror attack and their supporters firmly, decisively to Iran. Prime Minister conveying his condolences also for the loss of lives in the explosion in Bandar Abbas in Iran earlier today, which Republic TV has been reporting on, and also wished a speedy recovery for those injured. Even Iran saying give it back. General Bakshi, Iran has just told India, we stand with you in this fight against terror.
Absolutely, Niranjan.
Coming to Deepak Vora next.
Themselves are victims of terrorism.
Yes.
Look at the mass casualty attacks they have had to suffer. So they fully understand. In fact, they had to trade missiles and F-16 attacks, with Iran. Apropos the issue of Pakistan trying to derail our economy by, getting the high risk and, preventing people from coming and investing here, etc. is concerned, let me make one thing crystal clear. If we even have a limited war with Pakistan, limited kinetic action with Pakistan, one outcome is certain. Whatever be the military outcome, the most certain outcome is that the Pakistani economy, which is tottering on the brink, will be flushed down the tube of history. Don't forget what happened to the Soviet Union in 1990. Its economy collapsed and it splintered into 15 states. I think Pakistan could splinter into 5. We won't go to the extent of 15, but 5 states. Because its economy will collapse. Yes. Let me assure you of that. We have almost $700 billion as forex reserve. Pakistan has 8. And the Pakistani psyche, once we hit them with our Rafales, with our BrahMos missiles, with our S-400s, and we impose heavy attrition, they will say, we want it back. We want to buy new weapons. They'll go on a buying spree. They have just 8 billion. They'll go on a begging spree. They will damn their economy. They will finish their economy themselves. And once the economy is gone, that is the glue that holds a country together, right? And it will splinter like the Soviet Union did. It will splinter into 5 parts. Baluchistan, Sindh, Pashtunkhwa, West Punjab and Sairekia. That is the lineup, that is the, the pattern of the fault lines, right? And you want to help the Baluchis, you want to help the Sindhis, you want to help the Pashtunkhwa people. All you have to do is draw the Pakistan army away onto the eastern border, uncover those areas, let them breathe, let them kick their fannies. So this war will do you a lot of good. This limited conflict will do you a lot of good. Go ahead and do it. Pakistan has asked for it. Damn it, we didn't start all this. Asif Munir did not have to go on his rant on the clash of civilization. Huntington did a much better job. This clown This clown went on a communal diatribe, and that resulted in a communal massacre. Like I told you, their plan A was to kill 150. But Munir Saab, who sanctioned it, quailed. Ki 150 pe to mar jayenge saab. You know, and he reduced it straight away to 35. That is what they were told. So they have done 28 killed and 15.
There is another breaking news update, General Bakshi. Sir, there's another breaking news update coming in, sir. You know, with Taliban siding with India, and in the last few days, there has been some movement there of pro-Afghan liberation forces. Afghan liberation forces that have, targeted Pakistan in the last few days. And there are reports. Okay, this is before that. I'm getting a visual of Pakistan diplomat being stopped. I'll go to that visual first, but I want to focus now because Ambassador Deepak Vora is here. There is also a report coming in that Pakistan is concerned about its western neighbor and has moved artillery to the western border as well, especially in the wake of Taliban backing India. Okay, I will go to that next, but because this visual is playing out, this visual came in earlier today. Ambassador Vora is reportedly of a Pakistani diplomat who tried to enter the MEA, was stopped and was asked to please go back. Now, this is a video that came in earlier, a very dramatic sequence rather. But if I can get your comment also on Pakistan, on this and Pakistan moving its artillery to the western border and the support that we are getting from Taliban, it's critical.
Well, thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be on your amazing channel, particularly when you have stalwarts like General Bakshi and you yourself. We have Major Tur, we have Sri Ravinder Sachdev. I respect all of them greatly. They're wonderful people. Now, this joker trying to enter the Ministry of External Affairs, we don't allow people to get inside. We're a high security building. If he hasn't been invited or he is not going there for any official representation purposes, he will be denied entry. The man is a buffoon trying to see what we are doing. I'm glad we threw him out, told him to go home. As far as the Taliban is concerned, so let me just put it to you like this. You know, I think the Iranian foreign minister or somebody had also talked about wanting to mediate because Pakistan is now desperate. So I say this very slowly, General Bakshi. Pakistan is desperate to find somebody who can pull their chestnuts out of the fire, Pakistan's chestnut. Nobody will do it. They haven't a friend left. That joker in Turkey will not talk to us because we won't listen to him. The Chinese know that we are going to kick them on their butts if they try to intervene. The only country that he could talk to was Iran. Suddenly it becomes brotherly, sisterly love. Oh, brotherly country, sisterly country. January last year, they were lobbing missiles at each other. Sir, the Iranians haven't come in on their own. The Pakistanis have begged them to mediate, to save them from the wrath of people like General Bakshi and Major Tur of the Indian military. This is what Pakistan is. It's soiling its trousers. Now, sir, the issue about what has happened in Lahore, we are told that there was a military plane that was landing, it burst a tire, so the entire airport went up in flames. It appears that the airy-headed Pakistanis have less air in their heads than their tires have inside them. If you remember, sir, was it some years ago, General Bakshi, that 9 Chinese fellows working on some dam in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, they were in a bus and the bus rolled down. And the Chinese said, oh, a tire had burst. So the tires keep bursting with a regular frequency in Pakistan. A bunch of jokers, these guys. Then the Chinese said, sorry, buddy, it was no tire burst, it was sabotage. They said, oh, sorry, we forgot to tell you that even when the tires burst, that is sabotage. Sir, let me assure you, I've been in diplomacy 52 years and counting. As far as Afghanistan is concerned, these guys moving artillery, the Afghans have always said that our border is the Sindhu River. We are going to take it back. No Afghan. Sir, my family comes from Ghazni. My father was a Pathan, a Pashtun, although a Sanatani Pashtun. Let me tell you, sir, that may God protect Pakistan from the teeth of the tiger, the venom of the cobra, and the vengeance of the Pathan. I know the Pathan's backwards, sir. Let me tell you, these guys are not going to give up. They say our border is there. This Durand line is all nonsense. They don't accept it. No Pathan, no Afghan will ever accept it. Pakistan has bitten off more than it can chew. That mad Mullah Munir, I call him Mad Mullah Munir because in the early part of the 20th century, 1910 to 1920, we had that mad Mullah Muhammad in Somalia who sent about 40,000 of his chaps to their death in the name of jihad. This bugger will send many more than that in the name of jihad. That's why I call him Mad Mullah Munir. Latest, by the way, I've got some news coming in from my WhatsApp group in the United States. We have a group of senators, others, saying somebody looking very much like Munir's family, some kids, appeared to have landed over there. And then, sir, I link you to Khwaja, that defense minister, that idiot statement that we've been involved in terrorism for 3 decades and we were helping America and Britain. This is meant to pressure those countries that don't you dare boot out our generals' families that are coming there to seek refuge. Otherwise, we are going to talk even more about this. The Pakis think they are smart. Their brains are in their behind, sir. I won't say anything more than that. As the Americans would put it, if you'll forgive the expression, there's an American expression, Pakistan today is up SH1T Creek without a paddle. दलदल में फंसे हैं ना उनकी और चप्पू भी नहीं है. I don't know what they are going to do short of committing suicide.
You know, I've just received some breaking news update right now, and I'd like to, just give you the update. I'll just put the plates on air. If I can ask my team to just put this out, what I've just sent on the Israeli media. You know, there was a very interesting explosion, a development in Iran today at the Bandar Abbas port. And I have a breaking news update because the Israeli media has put out details of the explosion at the strategic port linked to a Chinese rocket shipment. And I'm just getting in some details of how this was linked to 2 Chinese ships that were docked here recently. Reports indicating that 2 Chinese ships had docked at the port carrying sodium perchlorate, a chemical produced in China widely reported to be a key component in the solid rocket fuel used by Iran's ballistic missiles. Reports suggesting that some of this was also being used to produce missiles that were used against Israel. So, big development. Over 500 were injured, 5 lives were lost. Major Toor, if I can quickly get you on this breaking news update, suggesting that this was linked to Chinese shipments, and those shipments were being used to create rockets and missiles being fired at Israel. Interesting time in the subcontinent.
Interesting, but not surprising, because if you see, they waited for 3 years to blow up the pages and the radio sets. So, imagine the mind and the strategy, and, they are like a Mossad and the Israelis. And the main weapon is patience. They take time, they give their enemy time, and once they realize that, yes, now the tipping point has come, they go in for the kill. And this is exactly what they've done. Because you see, this region is becoming heavily nuclearized. Pakistan being the epitome of nuclear data proliferation to North Korea. And as well, it's not surprising that Iran is coming in, because I think there has to be some link regarding Pakistan nuclear technology and the Iranian nuclear program. So,
Absolutely.
If you scratch my back and I'll scratch your back. And these are desperate times, despite one being a Sunni nation and one being a Shia. But I think the bigger goal for both of them is the nuclear technology. So I would stress that, it is time for, even if you go for a short war with Pakistan, we should focus on the denuclearization aspect. And as far as Iran is concerned, I strongly feel that it should stay at bay, because it's already seen what is in store for it.
Yeah. Okay, I'm getting in another video that has just been accessed of the attack in Pahalgam. As I pull out that video, I'd like to quickly get in a word from Robinder Sachdev as well. Robinder Sachdev ji, quickly, if you can tell me what you thought, your thoughts when you saw even Lashkar-e-Toiba putting out a press release going back on the attack, saying we did not carry out the attack. The Lashkar Front actually put out a press release today, saying they didn't do it.
No, thank you very much. I think it goes back to the fact that, as India starts to hunt, all of these players are going to backtrack. You can chest thump, you can claim, but once you realize that the hunter is serious, you step back. or you create, confusions, and that is what happened. What is happening? I think, TRF denying that we were hacked, or Lashkar-e-Taiba, etc. Quickly, 2-3 points I would like to say. On the nuclear threat, one, I do not think there is any cooperation between Pakistan's nuclear program and Iran's nuclear program. That's my thought. I may be wrong. There's no collaboration aside. But what Pakistan is doing, it has been talking that there could be a danger of nuclear war because India is going to attack us. What Pakistan is trying in world capitals right now, we know, and I know also all of us can, conjecture that Pakistani embassies and foreign ministry is reaching out to foreign governments and pushing them or conveying to them or trying to persuade to them that push back or push down India. India should not take any drastic actions against us, because if India takes any action, then we will have no option, but we will have to retaliate with a nuclear weapon. So if you do not want a nuclear war, you press India. That is what's one Pakistan diplomacy globally going on right now. They are conveying to world capitals, and they are trying to get world capitals, because nobody, generally speaking, wants a nuclear war as a matter of principle, right? So they are reaching out, connecting, and trying to persuade capitals, leaders, and media, be it the east, west, north, south, wherever, that the situation has come down to such a harsh point that India will do something, and since we cannot counter them on conventional warfare or conventional front, we will have no option other than taking recourse to a nuclear weapon. That is what Pakistan is conveying, scaring the world about with respect to nuclear weapons right now.
Yes. Now, many people asking General Bakshi, what are India's options? And nobody better than you in terms of, telling our viewers. A lot of people asking, in fact, everyone that we speak to, people write into our newsroom saying, what is India doing? When will India respond? Right? What are the options for India? So anybody watching this broadcast this Saturday evening, General Bakshi, if you can lay it out for them.
All right, let me but first take off from where my previous colleague left off. Look, in 1999, Kargil time, the essence of the Musharraf plan was to create a nuclear flashpoint, designate Kashmir as a nuclear flashpoint, scare the hell out of the whole world and say, prevail upon India to give up Kashmir, walk out of Kashmir, etc., etc. It didn't work, because we called his nuclear bluff. General V.P. Malik at that stage had very clearly said, there is space between nuclear deterrence and sub-conventional warfare for a conventional war in South Asia. It is our job to create that space. Pakistan is trying to tell the world, we have nuclear deterrence between India and Pakistan, so India dare not use the conventional military option. We are free to escalate at the sub-conventional level. Stability, this is the stability-instability paradox. Stability at the nuclear level means instability at the sub-conventional level. This has been the Pakistan doctrine which they have been successfully merchandising to the whole world. I think its use-by date is over. The Kargil war went on for 3 months. Tell me how many nuclear 1.5 paua, 2 paua ka bomb did you see landing anywhere in India? Let me update the nuclear doctrine, right? 3.5 years, we've seen the Russia-Ukraine war. Russia has got the largest nuclear arsenal, heaviest nuclear arsenal in the world. How many nukes have you seen exploding in Kyiv or Ukraine? People are sensible. Rational state actors don't commit suicide, mutual suicide. You think the Pakistani generals are irrational state actors? They live in palatial bungalows. Their wives are decked in jewelry. They go around on Mercedes car. You think Mullah Asim Munir wants to risk the command house in Rawalpindi going up in holy nuclear smoke? No, sir. You can push him down to the brink, he will not use it. And we have made enough. You know, there are people in India who have used this nuclear alibi as an excuse for non-performance. कुछ नहीं कर सकते साहब, मरने दो Indians को. Let our women cry. They won't cry, sir. We will see people on the other side of the border cry. I think we've had enough. We've had enough of a song and dance. Oh, don't do anything, वो nuclear war हो जाएगी. कुछ नहीं होगा. कुछ नहीं होगा. Call that bluff once and for all. Let's see how far you can, how many ladders you can go up the escalation ladder before you cry
leader,
uncle.
General Bakshi, you had a Congress leader.
Cry uncle.
General Bakshi, you had a Congress chief minister today say, let's not go to war. How do you respond to such politicians? You had a chief minister of a state in Karnataka saying, don't go to war, we want peace. How do you respond to them?
Sir, you have put 28 Indians to permanent peace.
26.
Permanent peace. Have you any bloody shame? Have you any bloody shame? Did you open your TV set and hear those girls crying inconsolably? Are you an Indian? Does it move something inside you? Damn it all! Give it back! This is the time to give it back. And I'm sure we will. We are taking all the right actions. We are taking a whole of the government approach. Okay? We will take you up the escalation ladder till you cry uncle. Till you cry uncle. Right? And let's see how far you want to go. Do you know the Pakistan army has ammunition reserves for 3.5 days? Huh? Their 50% of the F-16 fleet is unserviceable, which is their prime asset, right? The 50% of the radars on the JF-17 Chinese fighters don't work. Why do you think he is crying to China कि J-10C दे दो, HQ-19 surface-to-air missiles दे दो? We don't have anything to match India's S-400, right? We don't have anything to match India's BVRs, beyond visual range Astras, over 100 kilometers, sir. You know, your Aram that you were so proud of is well around just about 60-70, right? We can get you at 100 kilometers range. We have cruise missile which will take you on at 400. Supersonic cruise missiles, you won't be able to shoot them down, sir. You won't see them coming. You'll just hear the blast. You'll just hear the blast, okay? Pakistan has asked for it. If Asim Munir wanted an extension, God will give him one. It will be a pain in the neck every day of that extension that he is looking for. And is this the way to get an extension? To put South Asia in flames? This country has got its chutzpah going beyond the boundaries of sobriety. He wants to finger you in Jammu and Kashmir. He wants to finger you in Punjab. He wants to overthrow regimes in Bangladesh and try and attack you, get you from all directions. I think we've given you enough loose rope to hang yourself, man. Enough loose rope to hang this mullah.
General Bakshi, I'm getting another video.
To replicate a South Asian Samuel Huntington.
I'm getting another video. I want to go across to the Ambassador Deepak Vora, with this video. If I can just break that video right now. This is another video that's emerged on social media of the attack on Pahalgam. As it happened, when it happened, new video emerging of the Pahalgam attack. These Pakistani cowards came taking the cover of the woods. The pine trees, they came hiding from behind. Look at this video. They're seen hiding, running from behind, taking, they just creep in from behind, and there's a person who doesn't even know what's going on. And then you can see that terrorist shoots him point blank. Look at that video again. They emerge from nowhere. Can we lift the audio, please? The amp up on it. The ambience. Nobody has a clue. They were all there with their families. I can see children jumping on trampoline in those meadows. Children jumping on trampoline in the meadows. Men and women in the sun. They came, these cowards, from behind the wooden cover. And people didn't run because they didn't know who these people were. They didn't know, they couldn't recognize the terrorists. Initially, they came from behind the trees, just past one of them, and then he turns back, shoots him dead. Headshot. The headshot, Ambassador Vora, was reserved for the Hindus. Headshot reserved for the Hindus. I read an account, and I don't know, I can never be able to sort of, verify it. But I read a report somewhere that up to 15 to 20 of them, the victims, their pants were taken off and they were shot dead. Sir.
So how do you describe such barbarity? I thought they were human beings. They are not. They are animals. So they are worse than that. I'm sorry, I would not insult animals by comparing these fellows. My own belief is that they were not some jihadis. They were regular Pakistani soldiers who were sent in. I'll tell you why, sir, if you give me a moment. General Bakshi, Mr. Ravinder Sachdev, Major Toor, where does Pakistan get its recruits from? From the jihadi factories? These are from the teeming slums of Karachi. What happens, sir? A lot of my Pakistani friends tell me that in one jhuggi, in one slum, in one hut, there will be 30 kids, one couple with 30 kids. Mother has no money, father has no job. So these jihadi fellows, the tanzeems come along and say, all right, here's 1,000 rupees, give me 4 of your kids, I'll teach them to be good jihadi. And the mother happily does so, and then she produces 4 more over the next 4 months. This is where they are coming from. These kids have no future. They see nothing. It's hopelessness, sir. It's helplessness. That's what is producing the jihadis one after the other. Otherwise, any parents, any mother, can you imagine a mother telling her child, selling her child to these fellows and saying, teach him to go die for the whatever virgins or chudels he's going to get in the next life. So I think this is what it is. But the video that you are showing, it's absolutely horrifying. The fellow had what can I say, sir? I mean, I'm at a loss for words. This is and I'm glad this is being aired on your channel, because you are the most popular channel, one of the most popular in the world. People will be seeing this. Now, what we've done to the millions of people wanting to know what action we are taking, we call it the quadruple lock. The first lock is we have destroyed their reputation. Our diplomats around the world, we would have briefed the host government. These guys would have also gone to beg the host government, their host government, whichever country, Europe they are, or in Africa or in Asia, say, please try and restrain India because they're going to beat us. So the first thing is their diplomatic isolation. That's a triumph of our diplomacy. The second thing that we have done is reputation damage. Nobody trusts a Pakistani anymore, sir. I've seen this myself. Third is economic damage, sir. The economy is finished, General Bakshi. There's no question of anything. They are so deep in debt. You know what? The person I've met a few times, Mohammed bin Salman, his chaps have told me that any call coming from a Pakistani leader, we don't accept it because he'll beg for money. And that's a kind of, their own prime minister said this. So the economy has gone. This is the third part of the lock. And the fourth will be military action, which we are seeing now. So the quadruple lock that we talk about in diplomacy, and Chanakya talked about it, how to totally devastate a nation, we are doing it now, sir. May I conclude, sir? And I don't know if I should say this. Pakistan's survival is of no benefit to our planet. Its dismemberment will be no damage to our planet.
I'm ending with a video. Gentlemen, all 4 of you, General Bakshi, Major Toor, Robinderji and Ambassador Vora. I want to end with this video because when this video came in, I looked at the video myself and I gave each of those lines. This was immediately after the attack. Look at that, the aftermath. I'll keep the audio on. Bodies lying next to each other. All of them had a gunshot either to the head or to the neck. Look at that, sir. Look at that, sir. 4 bodies lying next to each other. One was lined up against a tent. All of them had headshots. Never forgive, never forget. 26 Indians, all of them Hindus, except for one. We don't know the circumstances yet fully, but all of them got a headshot because they were Hindus. That's it on this edition of The Burning Question. Thank you, gentlemen, for watching us, for staying with us on this breaking news broadcast. We'll take a short break now. Our headlines continue here on Republic TV. Nation first, forces first for us. And we've dropped all programming, all stories to stay only on the Pahalgam terror attack and the aftermath. And until we get revenge, we will not stop our live coverage. Thanks for watching.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
पीछे जुलते यार तुम मौत की कश्मीर की गेंद है गुंडे मेरी गुंडे
আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে মেরেছে বলুন বলুন আপনি
মুসলিম আপনি কি কালমা পড়তে জানেন না জানি না
বলুন এদের বলুন সেকুলার নেতাদের বলুন
এভাবে টেনে আর আগের দিনে যেহেতু বৃষ্টি হয়েছে ওখানে কাদাও ছিল আমার বাচ্চাটাকে টেনে দেখছি করে চেঁচাতে যাচ্ছে আমি না বুঝতে পারিনি কি হলো হঠাৎ কি হলো আমি পেছনে যখন ঘুরি তখন দেখি ডিসটেন্স ছিল ধরুন আমি আপনি একটা লোক রান করছে এভাবে মেরে দিল ডান শেষ আওয়াজ হচ্ছে ও
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest, then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called Samani, then Rawala Court, Lipa, then you have Kundal Shahi, then you have Taubat and Kale. So these are the hubs where all the tanzeems are there. They are like, transit camps for these infiltrators. So when they are infiltrating or into India, or they are exfiltrating back to Pakistan from India, from our territory, so these are the places where they are received with open arms and given full support, which mainly includes arms, ammunition, rations and medicines, which keep them going. And so this is the place. And now they've started with the new modus operandi of, noting down the grid references where they have weapons.
Taking you through the latest details now coming in, but first let's take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Security forces launch a massive anti-terror operation across the Kashmir Valley. Search operations are underway in South Kashmir's Pulwama and Kulgam. Crackdown on Pakistan intensifies. Pakistani-based Lashkar-e-Toiba commander Farooq Ahmed Tiura's house demolished in Kupwara. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar holding back-to-back meetings in South Block. Top diplomats of various countries brief. Border security forces conduct beating retreat and pay tribute to the innocent civilians who lost their lives in Pahalgam terror attack. At least 5 killed and over 500 injured as suspected chemical blast rocks Iran's Bandar Abbas port. Vice President Mohammad Reza Aref orders a probe. Well, the mega anti-terror operations that have been carried out in South Kashmir. In fact, houses of several active Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists have been destroyed by the Jammu and Kashmir police. The latest coming in of the LET commander based out of Pakistan, whose house is in Kupwara district, was blasted by the Jammu and Kashmir police, sending out a straight direct message. The message that there is zero tolerance towards terrorism. Take a look at this detailed report.
The forces continued their relentless crackdown on the terror ecosystem in the valley today as well. In a mega anti-terror sweep on the 5th day since barbaric and cowardly Pahalgam terror attack, the forces swooped down on homes for clues on the fugitive Lashkar men. As part of the action to dismantle the terror infrastructure in the valley, the forces razed the houses of 3 more Lashkar terrorists to the ground. Top sources told Republic that the demolition was carried out in Kulgam, Shupian and Pulwama districts of South Kashmir. In Shupian's Chotipora village, the house of Shahid Ahmed, a known homegrown terrorist, was reduced to rubble.
Again, a demolition drive was carried by the administration along with joint forces. The house belongs to Shahid Kote of LET. Shahid Kote is known for his involvement in the terror attacks. In past, he has been involved into the targeted killings as well. But now his name has surfaced in Baisaran attack. One can see the visuals from this very place where the house has been demolished.
The house of another terrorist was similarly demolished in Kulgam's Matalam area.
This is Zakir Ahmed, Lashkar-Toiba's terrorist residence, and this house has been demolished by the administration here. The demolition was carried during midnight. This is a stark reminder to the policies of the government of Jammu and Kashmir and the government of India towards the zero tolerance policy against terrorism.
In Pulwama's Muran area, the house of Ehsanul Haq, another homegrown terrorist, was blown to bits using an improvised explosive device.
इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी पुलवामा के मरन इलाके में है और यहाँ पर ये जो मेरे पीछे आप मलबा देख रहे हैं, ये मलबा है एक घर का, जो घर बताया जा रहा है एहसान उल हक का। और ये जो घर देख रहे हैं आप, ये एहसान उल हक का घर है जिसे कल देर रात ब्लास्ट के जरिए ध्वस्त कर दिया गया।
Earlier on Friday, the houses of 2 more terrorists, Adil Hussain Thakur and Asif Sheikh, were blown up in controlled explosions. As the forces continue their pursuit of terrorists, it now remains to be seen how soon India retaliates to the Pakistani misadventure.
Well, the probe into the Pahalgam attack has now gained momentum, with Jammu and Kashmir police releasing the sketches of the terrorists who were involved in the attack, resulting in information now trickling in from different parts of the country. In fact, the latest now coming in from Rajasthan, where Ekta Tiwari was now made a claim that she has seen one of the terrorists while she was vacationing in Pahalgam. In fact, she's also contacted the National Investigation Agency along with the Jammu and Kashmir. Take a look at a detailed report coming in.
As a billion-plus Indians continue to raise chorus for retribution and revenge, the security forces swept the valley for the tiny scrap of evidence that would lead to the Pahalgam killers. Dramatic visuals showed armed police and security personnel going into homes that suspected of holding clues on the terrorists. Across multiple locations in the valley, alert forces were seen checking rooms, corners and furniture for clues to the Lashkar men who are believed to be on the run in the wake of the attack. As the Pahalgam probe moved through the gears, a Rajasthan woman came out with a sensational claim. The woman said she recognized one of the Lashkar terrorists from the sketches released by the probe agencies as the man who posed as a pony handler. Speaking to the public, Ekta Tiwari said she ran into the man while making inquiries about ponies for a ride up to the Baisaran meadows in Pahalgam. The woman recalled the bearded Lashkar man asking her about her religion and advising her to read the Quran. Significantly, the woman also claimed to have overheard a conversation in which the man told fellow Lashkar terrorists posing as ponywalas to switch to Plan B.
Plan A fail, Plan A break fail, Plan
A break fail. आप सुन सकते हैं कि इस तरह के मैसेज Plan A break fail ये पहला कोड वर्ड मैसेज था.
और सेकंड उनका था 35 बंदूकें भेज दिया गया है और वो झाड़ी में रखा है, उसमें झाड़ी में भेज दिया गया है और उसके घास के झाड़ी में रखा है. घाटी जगह का वहाँ पे बार-बार नाम लिया जा रहा था.
Based on the woman's statement, the forces later launched a massive combing operation in Jammu's Kathua.
Well, this is the real face of the Pakistani army. As there was mounting global anger against the Pakistanis, a demonstration that took place outside the Pakistan High Commission. This happened outside the London High Commission of Pakistan. In fact, seeing the mounting anger against the Pakistani, the defense attaché of the London High Commission came out and showed the real face of the Pakistani army. An abominable gesture that was made by the defense attaché. Throat-slitting gestures that were made, taking out the picture of Wing Commander Abhinandan. Take a look at this detailed report.
Muslim Sikh Itihad Zindabad Zindabad Pakistan Stop terrorism Pakistan Stop terrorism Nihate logon ka katleam Band karo band karo.
As anger over the cowardly Pahalgam killings mounted across the country and beyond, Pakistan provoked India again. Defiant after its proxies claimed 26 innocent lives in the lush meadows of Pahalgam, top Pakistani official issued an open threat to India during a diaspora protest. Members of the Indian diaspora massed in the hundreds outside the Pakistan High Commission in London on Friday, venting their outrage over the Pahalgam killings. Holding placards and raising slogans, the protesters called for the terrorists behind the Pahalgam savagery to be brought to justice. Amid the protest, Pakistan's defense attaché at the High Commission, Colonel Taimur Rahat, was seen standing on the balcony of the London consulate and making a provocative gesture. In a viral clip, the Pakistani defense attaché was seen running his hand across his neck in a throat-slitting gesture. Meanwhile, as war clouds gathered over the LSE, Lashkar Front TRF retracted its earlier statement claiming responsibility for the Pahalgam terror attack. The Resistance Front released a statement unequivocally denying any involvement in the Pahalgam terror attack. However, it could not be determined if the retraction was issued at the behest of a jittery Pakistani defense establishment. As the rattle Pakistan squirms and issues hollow threats, the Indian retribution is close.
There have been fierce protests across the globe, starting from Copenhagen to London to Melbourne, all outside the Pakistani High Commission. The Indian diaspora has made it abundantly clear they no longer are going to take the shenanigans of the Pakistanis. The Pakistanis have been shown their true face. Take a look at this report.
The anger in the streets across the country has been palpable since gutless Pakistani terrorists took 26 lives in Pahalgam. Across cities, hundreds continued to come out on the streets, demanding strong retaliatory action against Pakistan in the wake of its latest misadventure. Now, the mounting public anger over the savage Pahalgam killings has spread beyond Indian shores. Members of the Indian diaspora erupted in a massive protest outside the Pakistani High Commission in London. In dramatic visuals, diaspora members held up banners and placards while raising slogans calling for stern action against Pakistan. Similar scenes were seen in Melbourne as hundreds took to the streets voicing their outrage over the cowardly terror attack.
It is the Jewish Sabbath, and therefore I will not use a microphone. Okay. And that is the reason. But I'm here to tell you that after the 7th of October, the worst killing of Jews since the Holocaust, the Australian Jewish community was lost. It was in despair. We were grieving and we were angry. And there was a community that stood with us. The community that stood with us was the Australian Indian community.
In Danish capital Copenhagen, members of the Indian diaspora protested the savage killings. Similar protests also erupted in Kathmandu.
पाउनुपर्छ बाँच्ने अधिकार हुन्छ त्यो अधिकारलाई पाकिस्तानमा केही आतंककारीहरूले हमला गरेर हाम्रो नेपाली दाजुभाइलाई हत्या भएको छ त्यो हत्याको विरोधमा हामी पाकिस्तानी एम्बेसीमा आएर उहाँहरूलाई एउटा तपाईको देशमा भएको जुन एउटा काण्ड छ त्यो काण्डको
As global anger mounts, India is readying its response to Pakistan.
Well, as Pakistan squirmed and squealed, fearing an Indian attack, here back in India, you've had the same rhetoric continuing. In fact, Karnataka Chief Minister once again made a shocking comment. Take a look at this report.
As more voices in the street called for a strong retaliatory action against Pakistan. In the wake of the depraved Pahalgam terror attack, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah sprung a shocker. Weighing in as a rattled Pakistan fears an Indian military response, the Karnataka Chief Minister said there was no need for war with the cross-border neighbour. Siddaramaiah said that the centre should focus more on strengthening the internal security grid instead of avenging the Pahalgam terror attack. In a veiled dig at Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he said previous punitive actions against Pakistan fetched little outcome. In his first response to the Pahalgam attack, PM Modi vowed to pursue the terrorists and their handlers to the ends of the earth.
Today, from the soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done. The entire nation is firm
in this resolve.
Siddaramaya's remark came just days after Congress MP Rahul Gandhi vowed to stand with the centre in however it chooses to respond to the cowardly terror attack.
The united opposition condemned this action and said that we are there to support whatever action the government wants to take.
The shocking remarks by the Karnataka Chief Minister came on a day when hundreds filled the streets across the country, calling on the centre to avenge every drop of blood shed in Pahalgam. As Siddaramaya insults the Pahalgam victims, will a red-faced Congress care to explain?
Government launched a crackdown on suspected pro-Pakistan voices in the state. Chief Minister's office in Assam put out official release informing that the process of identifying people taking a pro-Pakistan line and trying to whitewash the country's role in the Pahalgam investigation will be shown. In fact, Pakistani posts that have been put on their social media handles and others are also now being monitored. Locals who are being encouraged to report such people to the local authorities without any further delay. The ruling Mahayuti in Maharashtra has moved to deport Pakistanis in the state following the centre's directive to all the people from across the border to leave the Indian shores in 48 hours. A top official in the state government said Pakistani nationals currently residing in Maharashtra on short-term visas have been asked to leave the country by 27th of April. It is understood that as many as 55 Pakistani nationals in Maharashtra have been asked to leave the country by the end of the deadline. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has directed officials to start the process of identifying and deporting Pakistani nationals currently residing in the state. The decision following a stern directive by the Ministry of External Affairs asking states to send Pakistanis by 27th of April. The Chief Minister directed immediate deportation proceedings against Pakistanis in the state. Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri launched a blistering attack on Pakistan over the Pahalgam terror attack, saying it was directed, sponsored and abetted from across the border. He said leaders holding top public offices in Pakistan have already owned up to the country's role in April 22nd terror attack. On the big diplomatic offensive by the centre against Pakistan, he said it was just the beginning as the country would have to pay a big price for the cowardly Pahalgam killings.
और ये जो पहलगाम में इंसिडेंट हुआ, ये इंसिडेंट नहीं है, इट इज़ अ टेररिस्ट अटैक. इसमें किसी को गलतफहमी नहीं होनी चाहिए कि ये कोई उसको परिभाषा गलत हो रही है. इधर ये क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिस्ट है, अनलीश्ड बाय अ नेबरिंग स्टेट, और इसका वंस एंड फॉर ऑल पाकिस्तान विल हैव टू पे अ वेरी हैवी प्राइस. और अभी तो ये शुरुआत हुई है.
Senior BJP leader Praneeth Kaur called on the United Nations to take a tough stand against Pakistan in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, recalling the days when she was posted at the UN headquarters in New York City. The career diplomat said she took up the matter at the biggest global forums, asking for a consensus for action against Pakistan. She said the centre has already demonstrated the political will to go after Pakistan in light of the monstrous terror attack.
ये बहुत बुरी बात है. पाकिस्तान को अब तक हमने इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर कई बारी कहा है कि जो इनके धरती के ऊपर टेररिज्म हो रही है, हमारे देश में आकर करते हैं, इसकी निंदा करो. इसके खिलाफ स्टैंड यूनाइटेड नेशंस को लेना चाहिए.
Union Minister Shukanta Majumdar mocked Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif over his claim that his country was ready for a credible and neutral probe into the Pahalgam terror attack. The minister said the Pakistan Prime Minister made the remark out of fear, adding that India will strike whenever the enemy forces lower their guard.
देखिए, जांच क्या करेंगे? चोर कभी चोरी का जांच कर सकते हैं क्या? पाकिस्तान से ही आए थे लोग, हर जगह से दिख रहा है, और इसका ऑलरेडी कौन कौन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इसके पीछे है. पाकिस्तान में भी लोग चिल्ला रहे हैं कि हम पीछे. बाकी जो पाकिस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री बोल रहे हैं वो डर के मारे बोल रहे हैं कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए तैयार हैं। ये डर अच्छा है, डर रहना चाहिए। वो प्रिपेयर्ड है, प्रिपेयर्ड जब रहेंगे हम मारेंगे नहीं, जब प्रिपेयर्ड नहीं रहेंगे, अनप्रिपेयर्ड रहेंगे तभी मारेंगे और जोरदार मारेंगे।
Hailing the centre's decision to suspend the Indus Water Treaty with Pakistan in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, Haryana Minister Anil Vij said not a drop of water would go across the border come what may. He said India was not obliged to provide water to Pakistan when it was sending terrorists across the border to bleed India. He said Pakistani are already short of food and will soon experience crippling water shortage.
आप ये है कि जैसे मर्जी सोच लो, पानी तो हमने देना नहीं, हमारा पानी है, हिमालय से आ रहा है सिंधु नदी। और सिंधु नदी भी एक सभ्यता का नाम है, केवल नदी का नाम नहीं है। हम तो भाईचारे में दे रहे थे, अगर अब तुम लड़ोगे तो क्यों देंगे? आटा तो मेरे पास पहले नहीं था, पानी अब बंद हो गया, तुम्हारा आटा पानी बंद हो गया।
Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis visited the residents of Pahalgam terror attack victim Kaustav Ganbode. Visuals showing Fadnavis extending his condolences and comforting the bereaved family at the Pune residence. The Chief Minister pledged to extend all support to the family in this hour of grief. Rashtra Sevak Sangh Chief Mohan Bhagwat paid floral tributes to victims of the Pahalgam terror attack at a book launch event today. The event was organized at Thane in Maharashtra. Condemning the terror attack earlier, the Sangh chief said a state has to demonstrate its power, military might when the enemy strikes. A massive explosion was reported from Iran's port city of Bandar Abbas. In fact, Iranian state media has stated that about 520 people have been injured in the explosion. As far as authorities in Iran are concerned, they haven't really stated whether at all this was some sort of a terror attack or, for that matter, it was a result of the aging infrastructure in the port city. In fact, Israeli media has basically linked this to a Chinese shipment that was received. Take a look at this detailed report.
A huge explosion was reported at the Iranian port city of Bandar Abbas. Dramatic visuals showed several containers blowing up into a huge ball of smoke and fire. The cause of the explosion could not be determined till the last reports. More visuals showed thick black plumes of smoke filling the explosion site. Some reports quoted eyewitnesses as saying that such was the intensity of the blast that it could be heard from several kilometers away. The state media, meanwhile, pegged the injured toll at over 500. Iranian Vice President Mohammad Reza Aref ordered an immediate probe into the cause of the massive explosion. The dowsing operation was underway at the site of the massive explosion till the last reports.
Well, that's all that we could pack in this edition. Our rolling coverage continues.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
silly me. I thought
Cricket fans.
जुल दे यार तुम मौत की कसम मेरी गेंद है गुंडे गुंडे मेरी गुंडे
আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে মেরেছে বলুন বলুন আপনি
মুসলিম আপনি কি কালমা পড়তে জানেন না জানি না
বলুন এদের বলুন সেকুলার নেতাদের বলুন
এভাবে টেনে আর আগের দিনে যেহেতু বৃষ্টি হচ্ছে ওখানে কাদাও ছিল আমার বাচ্চাটাকে টেনে দেখছে করে চেঁচাতে যাচ্ছে আমি না বুঝতে পারিনি কি হলো হঠাৎ কি হলো আমি পেছনে যখন ঘুরি তখন দেখি ডিস্টেন্স ছিল ধরুন আমি আপনি একটা লোক রান করছে এভাবে মেরে দিল ডান শেষ আওয়াজ হচ্ছে ও বলছে মামা ফায়ার গান ইট ইজ পাটাশ ইটস সাউন্ড ইটস সো লাউড সাউন্ড ও তো কাঁপছে মামা সাউন্ড করে কাঁপছে আর আমার হাজবেন্ড ও একটু নার্ভাসও হয়ে গেছিল ও বুঝতে পারেনি যে এরকম টেররিস্ট অ্যাটাক হবে আর ততক্ষণ ওই টেররিস্টটা চলে এসেছিল ওর এখানে একটা ক্যামেরা ছিল তো ও বলছে যে কারা কারা মুসলিম সরে যান কারা কারা মুসলিম
Welcome to the Positive Influencer Show. Over the next 30 minutes, you're going to be with me, Tanvi Sood, and we're going to go through positive stories from across India, curated by our content creators, the Positive Influencers. We're bringing this to you from the splendid campus of Republic Media Network. It's the weekend, and you're probably journaling about what went right this week and what went really wrong. Well, Positive influencer Purnima Kotak has put together a fantastic video telling you how to be a better work manager. So watch this video before you hit the work week on Monday.
I just want to share with you. Did you know that you were a brand? Yes, you are a brand. You are born a brand. Namaste. My name is Purnima Kotak and I'm India's first leadership branding coach. I'd like to welcome you to this powerful journey where we are going to be talking about what makes a leader not just visible, but also valuable, influential, and becoming unforgettable. Before we move ahead, I just want to share with you, did you know that you were a brand? Yes, you are a brand. You are born a brand. You have your own unique identity. You have your brand persona. You have a powerful tone of voice, and you already have a branding that showcases your clothing, the way you walk, the way you talk, everything about you is part of a brand. And all of these aspects about you are always communicating. Hold on. While your brand is communicating, the world is listening. When the world listens, they make their notes about you mentally, either positive or negative. If we look around us, everybody is leading all the time. Children, parents, friends, colleagues, everybody is a leader. We lead with our words, actions, our energy, the way we take our decisions, etc. But when you talk about the professional or the formal format of leadership, their leadership branding becomes their power currency. Adding to this is the way people perceive you or trust and follow you. Everything, all of these factors add to your leadership branding. As a leader, you're always under the lens. People are always watching you. The way you walk into a room, the way you conduct meetings, the way you conduct online meetings, everything about you is being watched and people are experiencing you all the way through. So when people look at you, you're visible to them. More and more layering of this visibility leads to credibility. Remember, when these messages are layered in people's minds, one should be very careful to layer positive messages. Positive messages cannot be a drama or acting. it has to be coming from within. So if you are a positive person, you think very positively, that is when these messages are more authentic and get layered absolutely positively in people's minds. Consistent and intentional positive messages lead to building trust and credibility. So what I'm saying here is visibility is not vanity. It is a strategy. Many times people come and ask us, you're talking about the way we are presenting ourselves, appearance and this and that. And, we don't believe in fashion. We don't believe in, I'm a normal person. I will wear clothes the way I am. Hold. We tell them that it is not about dressing fashionably. It is being appropriately dressed to your role and appropriately dressed to the role that you're aspiring to grow into. And it is not just about clothing. You're visible through your body language. A slouched shoulder or a too upright position is not going to work. So visibility is not about being vain. It has to be a strategy for it to work for you. There are many, many parts of us which are visible. You are always sending a message. Whatever you're doing, whether you're working, even if you are sleeping at home, your branding is always giving out a message to people, even in their memory. So when people see you, your body language, the way you speak, the way you make your eye contact with people, your smile or the lack of it, your clothes, everything, even your energy is giving out a message. Even your silence is giving out a message. So when these messages that your aura, your branding is giving out consecutively and congruently, when these messages are going to people, it is layered in their mind, and that becomes your brand story in their mind. So it is very, very important to watch out for what messages you're giving to people all the time. And how the messages are layered in people's minds is the reflection of your future branding story. Now let's talk about intention, which is the root of all leadership. So a good leader with grace sets the intention of growing his or her team members along with growing his or her own self. Setting an intention for your leadership is the foundation on which your branding stands. It is visible. Your intention becomes visible through everything that you say, do, and even through your silence. So setting the right and positive intention is very, very important for leadership. Leaders who set a right intention or a good intention, they expand themselves and start including people in their teams and the matrix teams into their energy, and they become very, very popular among all their team members. In retrospect, leaders who do not set the right intention, when leaders think that, I am here because I want to grow into the next level, and they do not include their team members in their growth or help them also grow, they operate out of insecurities, ego, fear, etc., even frustration. All this is visible to their team members and everybody else in the organization, and their intention, since it is wrong, takes the branding all the way down, and it doesn't help them become a good leadership brand. So this brings us back to the topic of what is leadership branding. Leadership branding is about everything that I spoke to you right now and a lot more, which I will be sharing with you in the next few months to come. And when we talk about leadership branding, I would like to definitely talk about one iconic leadership brand that our country has seen. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. He was not only the 11th president of India, his branding was seen through his wisdom, his humility, and his service to the nation. We're speaking about strong and powerful and positive leadership brands here. We also should look at those leadership brands that we see who are good in what they do. They might be skilled, but when it comes to positivity, they have lost probably people's trust because of the intention that they have probably put when they started off. So what we want to do is we want to put the right intention and build a branding based on that. Good leadership brand is the alignment of that positivity to your intention and working on that straight line. Conscious branding, my friends, is about putting your right intention, walking on that, being a role model to your people and accepting responsibility on your own shoulders as a brand. Remember, visibility leads to credibility, which leads to becoming a compulsive and a compelling leadership brand.
Gensol, Blue Smart, Jaggi Brothers. These are probably words hitting the headlines last week. But what is this grand scam allegedly about? CA and positive influencer Kanan Bell puts it together for us. Watch his explainer.
The interim order by the markets regulator SEBI against Gensol Engineering Limited has sent shockwaves through the investing community and startup community. It is extremely concerning because public shareholders have lost over 3,000 crore rupees in value in this company. In the last year, the share has corrected by almost 90% from 928 rupees to 111 a share. Many allege this as a pump and dump story, as you can see that the number of shareholders increased from just 408 in March 2022 to more than 94,000 in December 2024. But a strange finding out of all this is that the Enforcement Directorate of Raipur now holds over 5,20,000 shares. But the SEBI order was recently only released, right? This shareholding was acquired in December 2024. ED already know about the scam that was going to get unfolded in Gensol? Or is it something else? It is actually the Mahadev trading app scandal that has its roots linked to Gensol Engineering. Stay with me until the end of this video to understand what the scam was about. The Mahadev betting app was an illegal online betting and gambling platform based in Dubai, primarily operated by Saurabh Chandrakar and Ravi Uppal, both from Bhilai, Chhattisgarh. Chandrakar and Uppal previously ran small businesses, a small juice shop and a tire shop. The app facilitated gambling on various games, including cricket, football, poker and card games, and was implicated in a massive money laundering scandal with estimated proceeds of crime of around 6,000 crore rupees. But what happened with Mahadev app? The Mahadev app, launched around 2017, grew significantly during the 2020 pandemic, becoming a popular platform with over 10 million users. It operated as an umbrella, managing multiple illegal betting gambling apps and websites, allowing users to bet on live games and sports. The app functioned by franchising panel branches to associates on a 70-30 profit ratio, enrolling new users, creating user IDs, and laundering money through a complex network of Binami proxy bank accounts. It reportedly generated 200 crores daily. Chandrakar and Uppal operated from Dubai, with networks extending to India, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. The app used a complex web of Benami bank accounts to launder money. Panel operators across India, which were around 4,000 to 5,000, facilitated user enrollment and betting, transferring funds through fraudulent or loaned bank accounts to UAE-based promoters. Accounts were sourced from unsuspecting individuals, particularly from lower income groups who were paid small commissions for providing their UPI ID. These accounts facilitated large-scale transactions with approximately 1,100 crores funneled into the stock market. The ED alleged large-scale hawala, that is underground banking operations to siphon betting proceeds to offshore accounts in the UAE, Mauritius and other jurisdictions. An estimated 5,000 crores was diverted through such transactions. The scandal came under scrutiny after Chandrakar's lavish wedding with a budget of 200 to 250 crores in the UAE in Feb 23, which was attended by Bollywood celebrities and involving private jets to ferry guests. This event raised red flags about the source of funds. The Enforcement Directorate began investigating money laundering allegations prompted by FIRs filed in Chhattisgarh and other states, as well as reports of large-scale online fraud and gambling. The ED conducted multiple raids across cities like Kolkata, Bhopal, Mumbai, Raipur and Jaipur, recovering incriminating evidence, including 417 crores in proceeds of crime in September 23, 5 crores in cash and 15.59 crores in bank balances in November 23 and December 24. Assets worth 2,300 crores were frozen, attached or seized. Now, these assets included Gensol Engineering shares. So you must be thinking, so what? Mahadev app must have made illegal money and they invested in Gensol and got confiscated by ED. What's the big deal? But here is where it gets interesting. In 2024, the ED uncovered that the proceeds of crimes were used to manipulate Indian stock market. Kolkata-based businessman Harishankar Tibrewal, a partner of Chandrakar and Uppal, allegedly injected funds into stocks via foreign portfolio investments, that is FPIs, causing temporary price fluctuations in those shares. Security worth 1,200 crores were identified with 580 crores attached in India. It is also being reported that some of the promoters of these listed companies were also involved in the Mahadev trading app stock rigging machinery. So did it involve Gensol too? Well, only time will tell. SEBI has initiated orders of a forensic research in Gensol. So what happened next with Mahadev betting app? 11 individuals were arrested. Chandrakar and Uppal were detained in Dubai in 24 based on Interpol red notices issued at the ED's request. The ED is seeking their extradition or deportation to India. The ED alleged that the app's illicit funds were used to bribe high-ranking politicians and bureaucrats in Chhattisgarh, notably claiming that promoters paid 508 crores to former Chhattisgarh CM as well, although the ex-CM denied these charges as politically motivated. Bollywood celebrities like Ranbir Kapoor, Kapil Sharma, Huma Qureshi and others were summoned for promoting the app or attending Chandrakar's wedding. Ranbir Kapoor was questioned for appearing in advertisements. Business figures like EaseMyTrip co-founder Nishant Pitti and Dabur Group's Mohit and Gaurav Burman were also linked, though EaseMyTrip denied any association. That is why I always believe in the old adage that goes by, if something is too good to be true, it probably is. You just can't keep on making easy money all the time. Hence, do not fall for any app that promotes betting or gambling in any manner whatsoever, even if that app is disguised as a gaming app. Keep following Republic and CA Kanan Behel for more such interesting videos. Thank you. If you like this video, do share this with your friends to spread large-scale awareness. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Last week, Astha Kothari took us through the importance of mental wellness. This week, she's put together a fantastic video where she's talking to us about the importance of self-awareness, journaling specifically. How does one get started? Astha Kothari takes us through it. Here it is.
A very important and fundamental aspect of mental and emotional wellness is something called self-awareness. And there are many tools that can help us to build this sense of self-awareness. But one of the most important ones is something called journaling. Did you know that there are 5 types of journaling, each with a different intention and each working uniquely on the individual? So let's explore them. The first one is something called gratitude journaling. And quite literally, it forces us to just focus on the positive things that happen to us on a daily basis and that we might tend to ignore in the stream of things. For example, today, I'm truly grateful for the fact that my friend called me up and took the time out to check up on me. Choose 3 to 5 things that are unique and specific to that day and really try and feel that sense of appreciation for them. The second one is called emotional journaling, and this is particularly helpful for people to deep dive into their emotions and answer uncomfortable questions such as, why am I feeling this way and what triggered me to move into this mental state? Is it from my past or is it something specific that has been bothering me? What can I do to change how I feel about this situation? The third one is something called affirmative journaling, and the intention behind this is to build a sense of self-belief in overcoming challenging situations. If you're dealing with a tough phase in your life, it might help you to remind yourself of your capabilities. So writing down your strengths or writing down statements like, even though I am going through this particular difficult phase, I know I will overcome it with grace. Repeating this and using the power of repetition can really build a mindset shift in such cases. The fourth one is a little more fun, and it's dream journaling. The basic premise of this is to silence your analytical and logical mind and to vividly recall details about your dreams, the people you were talking to, what you saw, the color of the clothes that they were wearing. Remember, there's no right or wrong. Journaling is a very personal process, and the entire intention is for you to strengthen the relationship with your mind. The fifth one is for all the art lovers, and it's called art journaling. It involves bringing out all the crayons, colors, watercolors, and just letting your creative mind flow. Observe the colors, absorb them. There's no masterpiece that you need to create. The entire point, once again, is just to build the creative mind and watch how art can really do therapy. If you are a parent watching this video, these are great activities for you to do with your child over the weekend and to help them to explore themselves a little better. I really hope that you try these out and that this video has added value to you. So happy journaling.
The next story is one which is very, very close to my heart. It's one narrated by Lieutenant Colonel Barsha Rai. She narrates a simple everyday story about her interaction with a Kashmiri during the time that she was serving there. Here's her video. It will inspire you.
Jai Hind, I am Lieutenant Colonel Barsha Rai, and today I'll share with you a beautiful story. A story of Gulmarg and our beautiful trip. A trip for which we had booked a cab for 3 days. The cab bhaiya comes to me and says that, "Madam, can I get the 3 days payment in advance before the trip ends? Because I have to get my daughter admission in a school." I said, "Wow, of course you can." And he said, "Ma'am, she will be starting her school this year." And he very proudly said that she is going to an international English school. I said, "Definitely, bhaiya, I will help you out." And he also added that tomorrow I will not be able to come because I'm going to take her to the school for the first day. He said, "I will join you on the trip day after." So day after he comes in and I asked him if the admission procedures went all well. He said, "Yes, ma'am, it went all well." And he took out his phone and showed me the picture of his girl. The girl bubbling with joy, all happy and looking so pretty in her pants and shirts, a sweater and that cute little school bag she was holding. When he showed me that, I said him that make them study a lot, as maximum and as far as they want to study. He said, "Yes, ma'am, I have 2 daughters and I want to make them officers." With that, he also added a note saying that there was a time when I thought it would not be possible, and there is a time today when I'm sure my girls can go to school, college and have a job and do the best in their life. When he was saying this, I could see in his eyes, in his body, in his words, and I could feel the happiness, the courage, the hope of a beautiful and a better tomorrow. And with what has happened today, we need to understand that Pakistan and some evil forces are trying to break this happiness, hope, courage and pride. It is time as a country that we stand together and ensure that they do not get successful in their evil ideas and thoughts. We as a country know that Kashmir is our crown. And we need to remind Pakistan that no matter what they do, no matter what they try, Kashmir will always be ours. And the fact that Kashmiris, before they call themselves Kashmiris, they identify themselves as Indians. So as a country, let us stand as one and give a befitting reply to Pakistan that Kashmir is ours and we belong to Kashmirs. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
I hope you've got your dollop of positivity for the week. Before I log off, if you think you can be a Republic Positive influencer, go to www.republicpositiveinfluencer.com. Drop your videos. Our teams are screening round the clock. That's all from me, Tanvi Sood. We'll see you next week. Thank you so much for watching.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH. Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest, then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called Samani, then Rawala Kot, Lipa, then you have Kundal Shahi, then you have Taubat and Kel. So these are the hubs where all the tanzeems are there. They are like, transit camps for these infiltrators. So when they are infiltrating or into India, or they are exfiltrating back to Pakistan from India, from our territory, so these are the places where they are received with open arms and given full support, which mainly includes arms, ammunition, rations and medicines, which keep them going. And so this is the place. And now they've started with the new modus operandi of noting down the grid references where they have weapon sachets. So the infiltrating terrorists usually are now coming in with only ammunition and small arms, so that it is easier for them to come in and quicker for them to reach the place where the weapon sachets are.
हिंदू मुस्लिम सिख इतिहास जिंदाबाद जिंदाबाद पाकिस्तान साफ टेररिज्म पाकिस्तान साफ टेररिज्म निहत्थे लोगों का कत्लेआम बंद करो बंद करो.
As anger over the cowardly Pahalgam killings mounted across the country and beyond, Pakistan provoked India again. Defiant after its proxies claimed 26 innocent lives in the lush meadows of Pahalgam. Top Pakistani official issued an open threat to India during a diaspora protest. Members of the Indian diaspora massed in the hundreds outside the Pakistan High Commission in London on Friday, venting their outrage over the Pahalgam killings. Holding placards and raising slogans, the protest claiming responsibility for the Pahalgam terror attack. The Resistance Front released a statement unequivocally denying any involvement in the Pahalgam terror attack. However, it could not be determined if the retraction was issued at the behest of a jittery Pakistani defense establishment. As Aratul Pakistan squirms and issues hollow threats, the Indian retribution is close.
बड़ो इस हफ्ते 3 चीज भूलने का नहीं. 1 लंबा सांस लेने का, 2 पौधा लगा, और 3 क्या था रे बिड़ू?
3 टीम बनाने का बिड़ू, क्योंकि इस हफ्ते ड्रीम 11 दे रहा है 50 तोला सोना.
हर हफ्ते ऐसे धमाके तो सब पूछेंगे
इस हफ्ते नया क्या.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
MDH.
जुल दे यार, तुम मौत ही कश्मीर की है.
गुंडी बेटी गुंडी. আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে, বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে মেরেছে, বলুন বলুন আপনি
মুসলিম, আপনি কি কালমা পড়তে জানেন? না জানি না.
বলুন এদের বলুন, সেকুলারদের বলুন.
এভাবে টেনে, আর আগের দিনে যেহেতু বৃষ্টি হয়েছে ওখানে কাদাও ছিল, আমার বাচ্চাটাকে টেনে দেখছি করে চেতে চেতে যাচ্ছে. আমি না বুঝতে পারিনি কি হলো, হঠাৎ কি হলো. আমি পেছনে যখন ঘুরি তখন দেখি ডিস্টেন্স ছিল ধরুন আমি আপনি, একটা লোক রান করছে, এভাবে মেরে দিল, ডান, শেষ. আওয়াজ হচ্ছে, ও বলছে মামা ফায়ার গান, ইট ইজ পাটাশ, ইটস সাউন্ড, ইটস সো লাউড সাউন্ড. ও তো কাঁদছে, মামা সাউন্ড সাউন্ড করে কাঁদছে। আর আমার হাজব্যান্ড ও একটু নার্ভাসও হয়ে গেছিলো, ও বুঝতে পারেনি যে এরকম টেররিস্ট অ্যাটাক হবে। আর ততক্ষণ ওই টেররিস্টটা চলে এসেছিলো, ওর এখানে একটা ক্যামেরা ছিল, তো ও বলছে যে কারা।
Taking you through the latest details now coming in, but first let's take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Security forces launch massive anti-terror operation across the Kashmir Valley. Search operations are underway in South Kashmir's Pulwama and Kulgam. Crackdown on Pakistan intensifies. Pakistani-based Lashkar-e-Toiba commander Farooq Ahmed Tiura's house demolished in Kupwara. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar holding back-to-back meetings in South Black. Top diplomats of various countries brief. Border security forces conduct beating retreat and pay tribute to the innocent civilians who lost their lives in Pahalgam terror attack. The mega anti-terror operations continued on the fifth day after the barbaric attack that took place in Pahalgam. In fact, these operations were carried out across South Kashmir. Residences of active terrorist LET commanders were destroyed by the Jammu and Kashmir police. In fact, at least 3 active Lashkar-e-Toiba commanders' residences were destroyed by the forces earlier today.
The forces continued their relentless crackdown on the terror ecosystem in the valley today as well. In a mega anti-terror sweep on the 5th day since barbaric and cowardly Pahalgam terror attack, the forces swooped down on homes for clues on the fugitive Lashkar men. As part of the action to dismantle the terror infrastructure in the valley, the forces razed the houses of 3 more Lashkar terrorists to the ground. Top sources told Republic that the demolition was carried out in Kulgam, Shopian and Pulwama districts of South Kashmir. In Shopian's Chotipora village, the house of Shahid Ahmed, a known homegrown terrorist, was reduced to rubble.
Again, a demolition drive was carried by the administration along with joint forces. The house belongs to Shahid Kutte of LET. Shahid Kutte is known for his involvement in the terror attacks. In past, he has been involved into the targeted killings as well. But now his name has surfaced in Baisaran attack. One can see the visuals from this very place where the house has been demolished.
The house of another terrorist was similarly demolished in Kulgam's Matalam area.
This is Zakir Ahmed Lashkar Toiba's terrorist residence, and this house has been demolished by the administration here. The demolition was carried during midnight. This is a stark reminder to the policies of the government of Jammu and Kashmir and the government of India towards the zero tolerance policy against terrorism.
In Pulwama's Muran area, the house of Ehsanul Haq, another homegrown terrorist, was blown to bits using an improvised explosive device.
इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी पुलवामा के मरन इलाके में है और यहाँ पर ये जो मेरे पीछे आप मलबा देख रहे हैं, ये मलबा है एक घर का, जो घर बताया जा रहा है एहसान उल हक का। और ये जो घर देख रहे हैं आप, ये एहसान उल हक का घर है जिसे कल देर रात ब्लास्ट के जरिए ध्वस्त कर दिया गया।
Earlier on Friday, the houses of 2 more terrorists, Adil Hussain Thakur and Asif Sheikh, were blown up in controlled explosions. As the forces continue their pursuit of terrorists, it now remains to be seen how soon India retaliates to the Pakistani misadventure.
Well, the probe into the Pahalgam attack has now gained momentum, with Jammu and Kashmir police releasing the sketches of the terrorists who were involved in the attack, resulting in information now trickling in from different parts of the country. In fact, the latest now coming in from Rajasthan, where Ekta Tiwari who has now made a claim that she has seen one of the terrorists while she was vacationing in Pahalgam. In fact, she's also contacted the National Investigation Agency along with the Jammu and Kashmir. Take a look at a detailed report coming in.
As a billion-plus Indians continue to raise chorus for retribution and revenge, the security forces swept the valley for the tiny scrap of evidence that would lead to the Pahalgam killers. Dramatic visuals showed armed police and security personnel going into homes that suspected of holding clues on the terrorists. Across multiple locations in the valley, alert forces were seen checking rooms, corners and furniture for clues to the Lashkar men who are believed to be on the run in the wake of the attack. As the Pahalgam probe moved through the gears, a Rajasthan woman came out with a sensational claim. The woman said she recognized one of the Lashkar terrorists from the sketches released by the probe agencies as the man who posed as a pony handler. Speaking to the public, Ekta Tiwari said she ran into the man while making inquiries about ponies for a ride up to the Baisaran meadows in Pahalgam. The woman recalled the bearded Lashkar man asking her about her religion and advising her to read the Quran. Significantly, the woman also claimed to have overheard a conversation in which the man told fellow Lashkar terrorists posing as ponywalas to switch to Plan B.
Plan A fail, Plan A break fail,
Plan A break fail. आप सुन सकते हैं कि इस तरह के मैसेज Plan A break fail ये पहला कोड वर्ड मैसेज था.
और सेकंड उनका था 35 बंदूकें भेज दिया गया है और वो झाड़ी में रखा है, उसमें झाड़ी में भेज दिया गया है और उसके घास के झाड़ी में रखा है. घाटी जगह का वहाँ पे बार-बार नाम लिया जा रहा था.
Based on the woman's statement, the forces later launched a massive combing operation in Jammu's Kathua.
Well, this is the real face of the Pakistani army. As there was mounting global anger against the Pakistanis, a demonstration that took place outside the Pakistan High Commission. This happened outside the London High Commission of Pakistan. In fact, seeing the mounting anger against the Pakistani, the defense attaché of the London High Commission came out and showed the real face of the Pakistani army. An abominable gesture that was made by the defense attaché. Throat-slitting gestures that were made, taking out the picture of Wing Commander Abhinandan. Take a look at this detailed report.
हिंदू मुस्लिम सिख इतिहास जिंदाबाद जिंदाबाद पाकिस्तान साफ टेररिज्म पाकिस्तान साफ टेररिज्म निहत्थे लोगों का कत्लेआम बंद करो बंद करो.
As anger over the cowardly Pahalgam killings mounted across the country and beyond, Pakistan provoked India again. Defiant after its proxies claimed 26 innocent lives in the lush meadows of Pahalgam, top Pakistani official issued an open threat to India during a diaspora protest. Members of the Indian diaspora massed in the hundreds outside the Pakistan High Commission in London on Friday, venting their outrage over the Pahalgam killings. Holding placards and raising slogans, the protesters called for the terrorists behind the Pahalgam savagery to be brought to justice. Amid the protest, Pakistan's defense attaché at the High Commission, Colonel Taimur Rawat, was seen standing on the balcony of the London consulate and making a provocative gesture. In a viral clip, the Pakistani defense attaché was seen running his hand across his neck in a throat-slitting gesture. Meanwhile, as war clouds gathered over the LSE, Lashkar Front TRF retracted its earlier statement claiming responsibility for the Pahalgam terror attack. The Resistance Front released a statement unequivocally denying any involvement in the Pahalgam terror attack. However, it could not be determined if the retraction was issued at the behest of a jittery Pakistani defense establishment. As Aratul Pakistan squirms and issues hollow threats, the Indian retribution is close.
There have been fierce protests across the globe, starting from Copenhagen to London to Melbourne, all outside the Pakistani High Commission. The Indian diaspora has made it abundantly clear they no longer are going to take the shenanigans of other Pakistanis.
रियल के 1 लीटर पैक पर आप पाइए रियल 250 ml का 30 रुपए का पैक मुफ्त.
This report.
The anger in the streets across the country has been palpable since gutless Pakistani terrorists took 26 lives in Pahalgam. Across cities, hundreds continue to come out on the streets, demanding strong retaliatory action against Pakistan in the wake of its latest misadventure. Now, the mounting public anger over the savage Pahalgam killings has spread beyond Indian shores. Members of the Indian diaspora erupted in a massive protest outside the Pakistani High Commission in London. In dramatic visuals, diaspora members held up banners and placards while raising slogans calling for stern action against Pakistan. Similar scenes were seen in Melbourne as hundreds took to the streets voicing their outrage over the cowardly terror attack.
It is the Jewish Sabbath, and therefore I will not use a microphone. Okay. And that is the reason. But I'm here to tell you that after the 7th of October, the worst killing of Jews since the Holocaust, the Australian Jewish community was lost. It was in despair. We were grieving and we were angry. And there was a community that stood with us. The community that stood with us was the Australian Indian community.
In Danish capital Copenhagen, members of the Indian diaspora protested the savage killings. Similar protests also erupted in Kathmandu.
पाउनुपर्छ बाँच्ने अधिकार हुन्छ त्यो अधिकारलाई पाकिस्तानमा केही आतंककारीहरूले हमला गरेर हाम्रो नेपाली दाजुभाइलाई हत्या भएको छ त्यो हत्याको विरोधमा हामी पाकिस्तानी एम्बेसीमा आएर उहाँहरूलाई एउटा तपाईको देशमा भएको जुन एउटा काण्ड छ त्यो काण्डको
As global anger mounts, India is readying its response to Pakistan.
Well, as Pakistan squirmed and squealed, fearing an Indian attack, here back in India, you've had the same rhetoric continuing. In fact, Karnataka Chief Minister once again made a shocking comment. Take a look at this report.
As more voices in the street called for a strong retaliatory action against Pakistan. In the wake of the depraved Pahalgam terror attack, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah sprung a shocker. Weighing in as a rattled Pakistan fears an Indian military response, the Karnataka Chief Minister said there was no need for war with the cross-border neighbour. Siddaramaiah said that the centre should focus more on strengthening the internal security grid instead of avenging the Pahalgam terror attack. In a veiled dig at Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he said previous punitive actions against Pakistan fetched little outcome. In his first response to the Pahalgam attack, PM Modi vowed to pursue the terrorists and their handlers to the ends of the earth.
Today, from the soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done. The entire nation is firm in this resolve.
Siddaramaya's remark came just days after Congress MP Rahul Gandhi vowed to stand with the centre in however it chooses to respond to the cowardly terror attack.
The united opposition condemned this action and said that we are there to support whatever action the government wants to take.
The shocking remarks by the Karnataka Chief Minister came on a day when hundreds filled the streets across the country, calling on the centre to avenge every drop of blood shed in Pahalgam. As Siddaramaya insults the Pahalgam victims, will a red-faced Congress care to explain?
Government launched a crackdown on suspected pro-Pakistan voices in the state. Chief Minister's office in Assam put out official release informing that the process of identifying people taking a pro-Pakistan line and trying to whitewash the country's role in the Pahalgam investigation will be shown. In fact, Pakistani posts that have been put on their social media handles and others are also now being monitored. Locals who are being encouraged to report such people to the local authorities without any further delay. The ruling Mahayuti in Maharashtra has moved to deport Pakistanis in the state following the centre's directive to all the people from across the border to leave the Indian shores in 48 hours. A top official in the state government said Pakistani nationals currently residing in Maharashtra on short-term visas have been asked to leave the country by 27th of April. It is understood that as many as 55 Pakistani nationals in Maharashtra have been asked to leave the country by the end of the deadline. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has directed officials to start the process of identifying and deporting Pakistani nationals currently residing in the state. The decision following a stern directive by the Ministry of External Affairs asking states to send Pakistanis by 27th of April. The Chief Minister directed immediate deportation proceedings against Pakistanis in the state. Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri launched a blistering attack on Pakistan over the Pahalgam terror attack, saying it was directed, sponsored and abetted from across the border. He said leaders holding top public offices in Pakistan have already owned up to the country's role in April 22nd terror attack. On the big diplomatic offensive by the centre against Pakistan, he said it was just the beginning as the country would have to pay a big price for the cowardly Pahalgam killings.
और ये जो पहलगाम में इंसिडेंट हुआ, ये इंसिडेंट नहीं है, इट इज़ अ टेररिस्ट अटैक. इसमें किसी को गलतफहमी नहीं होनी चाहिए कि ये कोई उसको परिभाषा गलत हो रही है. इधर ये क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिस्ट है, अनलीश्ड बाय अ नेबरिंग स्टेट, और इसका वंस एंड फॉर ऑल पाकिस्तान विल हैव टू पे अ वेरी हैवी प्राइस. और अभी तो ये शुरुआत हुई है.
Senior BJP leader Praneeth Kaur called on the United Nations to take a tough stand against Pakistan in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, recalling the days when she was posted at the UN headquarters in New York City. The career diplomat said she took up the matter at the biggest global forums, asking for a consensus for action against Pakistan. She said the centre has already demonstrated the political will to go after Pakistan in light of the monstrous terror attack.
ये बहुत बुरी बात है. पाकिस्तान को अब तक हमने इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर कई बारी कहा है कि जो इनके धरती के ऊपर टेररिज्म हो रही है, हमारे देश में आकर करते हैं, इसकी निंदा करो, इसके खिलाफ स्टैंड यूनाइटेड नेशंस को लेना चाहिए।
Union Minister Shukanto Majumdar mocked Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif over his claim that his country was ready for a credible and neutral probe into the Pahalgam terror attack. The minister said the Pakistan Prime Minister made the remark out of fear, adding that India will strike whenever the enemy forces lower their guard.
देखिए जांच क्या करेंगे, चोर कभी चोरी का जांच कर सकते हैं क्या? पाकिस्तान से ही आए थे लोग, हर जगह से दिख रहा है और इसका ऑलरेडी कौन कौन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इसके पीछे है। पाकिस्तान में भी लोग चिल्ला रहे हैं कि हम पीछे। बाकी जो पाकिस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री बोल रहे हैं वो डर के मारे बोल रहे हैं कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए तैयार है। ये डर अच्छा है, डर रहना चाहिए। वो प्रिपेयर्ड है, प्रिपेयर्ड जब रहेंगे हम मारेंगे नहीं, जब प्रिपेयर्ड नहीं रहेंगे, अनप्रिपेयर्ड रहेंगे तभी मारेंगे और जोरदार मारेंगे।
Hailing the centre's decision to suspend the Indus Water Treaty with Pakistan in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, Haryana Minister Anil Vij said not a drop of water would go across the border come what may. He said India was not obliged to provide water to Pakistan when it was sending terrorists across the border to bleed India. He said Pakistani are already short of food and will soon experience crippling water shortage.
आप ये है कि जैसे मर्जी सोच लो, पानी तो हमने देना नहीं, हमारा पानी है, हिमालय से आ रहा है सिंधु नदी। और सिंधु नदी भी एक सभ्यता का नाम है, केवल नदी का नाम नहीं है। हम तो भाईचारे में दे रहे थे, अगर अब तुम लड़ोगे तो क्यों देंगे? आटा तो मेरे पास पहले नहीं था, पानी अब बंद हो गया, तुम्हारा आटा पानी बंद हो गया।
Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis visited the residents of Pahalgam terror attack victim Kaustav Ganbode. Visuals showing Fadnavis extending his condolences and comforting the bereaved family at the Pune residence. The Chief Minister pledged to extend all support to the family in this hour of grief. Rashtra Sevak Sangh Chief
Rohan and I broke up. Rohan, you broke up?
During the terror attack earlier, the Sangh chief said a state has to demonstrate its power, military might when the enemy strikes. A massive explosion was reported from Iran's port city of Bandar Abbas. In fact, Iranian state media has stated that about 520 people have been injured in the explosion. As far as authorities in Iran are concerned, they haven't really stated whether at all this was some sort of a terror attack or, for that matter, it was a result of the aging infrastructure in the port city. In fact, Israeli media has basically linked this to a Chinese shipment that was received. Take a look at this detailed report.
A huge explosion was reported at the Iranian port city of Bandar Abbas. Dramatic visuals showed several containers blowing up into a huge ball of smoke and fire. The cause of the explosion could not be determined till the last reports. More visuals showed thick black plumes of smoke filling the explosion site. Some reports quoted eyewitnesses as saying that such was the intensity of the blast that it could be heard from several kilometers away. The state media, meanwhile, pegged the injured toll at over 500. Iranian Vice President Mohammad Reza Aref ordered an immediate probe into the cause of the massive explosion. The dowsing operation was underway at the site of the massive explosion till the last reports.
Well, that's all that we could pack in this edition. Our rolling coverage continues.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
चलते यार तुम मौत ही कश्मीर की गुंडी गुंडी बेटी गुंडी
আপনি বলুন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন কাল রাতে আমাকে বলেছেন হিন্দু বলে বেড়েছে বলুন বলুন আপনি
মুসলিম আপনি কি কালমা পড়তে জানেন না জানি না
বলুন এদের বলুন সেকুলার নেতাদের বলুন
এভাবে টেনে আর আগের দিনে যেহেতু বৃষ্টি হচ্ছে ওখানে কাদাও ছিল আমার বাচ্চাটাকে টেনে দেখছি করে
हिंदू मुस्लिम सिख इतिहास जिंदाबाद जिंदाबाद
As anger over the cowardly Pahalgam killings mounted across the country and beyond, Pakistan provoked India again. Defiant after its proxies claimed 26 innocent lives in the lush meadows of Pahalgam. Top Pakistani official issued an open threat to India during a diaspora protest. Members of the Indian diaspora massed in the hundreds outside the Pakistan High Commission in London on Friday, venting their outrage over the Pahalgam killings. Holding placards and raising slogans, the protesters called for the terrorists behind the Pahalgam savagery to be brought to justice. Amid the protest, Pakistan's defence attaché at the High Commission, Colonel Taimur Rawat, was seen standing on the balcony of the London consulate and making a provocative gesture. In a viral clip, the Pakistani defence attaché was seen running his hand across his neck in a throat-slitting gesture. Meanwhile, as war clouds gathered over the LSE, Lashkar Front TRF retracted its earlier statement claiming responsibility for the Pahalgam terror attack. The Resistance Front released a statement unequivocally denying any involvement in the Pahalgam terror attack. However, it could not be determined if the retraction was issued at the behest of a jittery Pakistani defence establishment. As Iraqi Pakistan squirms and issues hollow threats, the Indian retribution is close.
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest, then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli, you have a place called Samani, then Rawala Kot, Lipa, then you have Kundal Shahi, then you have Taubat and Kale. So these are the hubs where all the tanzeems are there. They are like, transit camps for these infiltrators. So when they are infiltrating or into India, or they are exfiltrating back to Pakistan from India, from our territory, so these are the places where they are received with open arms.
Rohan and I broke up.
Rohan and Roshni broke up. Rohan, you broke up?
Positive Influencer Show. Over the next 30 minutes, you're going to be with me, Tanvi Sood, and we're going to go through positive stories from across India, curated by our content creators, the Positive Influencers. We're bringing this to you from the splendid campus of Republic Media Network. Pahalgam is on every Indian's lips. Positive Influencer Vishal Khandelwal takes us through the real history of Pahalgam. He dives into history, he goes into the ancient scriptures to tell us what the real history of Pahalgam was about. Here it is.
पहलगाम की बेसरन घाटी में 26 मासूम पर्यटकों को आतंकवादियों ने अपनी गोली का निशाना बनाया। ये वही खूबसूरत वादी है पहलगाम की, जहाँ ये 26 लोग अपने परिवार के साथ आनंद लेने आए थे। लेकिन अब से जब भी जिक्र होगा इन खूबसूरत वादियों का, इन 26 मासूम लोगों की हत्या का भी जिक्र होगा, क्योंकि इन्हें कहाँ पता था कि जहाँ ये आनंद लेने आ रहे हैं वहाँ पर मौत इनका इंतजार कर रही है। आखिर क्या है इतिहास पहलगाम का? क्यों आते हैं इतने लोग पहलगाम घूमने? आइए जानते हैं। हमारा नाम है विशाल और आप देखना शुरू कर चुके हैं स्टोरीज विद विशाल। हिंदू पुराणों के हिसाब से पहलगाम का मतलब होता है बैलों वाला गांव, जहां भगवान शिव ने अपने वाहन नंदी को पहलगाम में छोड़ दिया था अमरनाथ जाने से पहले। उसके बाद उन्होंने अपने सर पर जो धारण चंद्रमा था उसे चंदनबारी में छोड़ा, गले में जो सांप था उसे शेषनाग झील में छोड़ा और पंचतरणी में जो 5 नेचर के एलिमेंट्स होते हैं, आकाश, अग्नि, वायु, जल, धरती, उन्हें वहां त्याग करके फिर अमरनाथ की गुफा में गए माता पार्वती को अमरतत्व की कहानी सुनाने के लिए। एक इतिहास ये भी कहता है इससे इतर कि चक वंश का राज था कश्मीर और पहलगाम के आसपास के इलाकों में। और इस कहानी की शुरुआत होती है 1561 एडी में, जब चक वंश के पहले राजा बनते हैं कश्मीर में गाजी शाह चक, जो हराते हैं शाह मीर के वंश को। और उसके बाद से लगातार 1589 तक चक वंश का राज रहता है कश्मीर में, जिनके आखिरी राजा थे याकूब शाह चक, जो अकबर के हाथों हार स्वीकार करते हैं क्योंकि उनकी खुद की ही प्रजा उन पर दबाव देते हैं उनके निर्णयों के कारण। इसके बाद मुगल एरा शुरू हो जाता है कश्मीर में, जहां पर अकबर, जहांगीर, शाहजहां, औरंगजेब ये सभी ही पहलगाम और आसपास की खूबसूरत वादियों को अपना शाही ग्रीष्म स्थल बनाते और लगातार इस जन्नत का लुत्फ उठाते हैं। और यहाँ तक किसी ने कहा था कि इस दुनिया में अगर जन्नत है तो वो सिर्फ यही है, यही है, यही है। लेकिन आज यही जन्नत कांप रही है दहशत से, क्योंकि इस नरसंहार के बाद लोगों के मन में ये भय जरूर बैठ गया है कि अब अगर हम वहां जाएंगे तो अगली गोली का शिकार हम तो नहीं। लेकिन बात सिर्फ इतनी सी नहीं, चक वंश से पहले भी पहलगाम के आसपास बहुत ही ज्यादा रिच हेरिटेज और कल्चर था, क्योंकि पहलगाम से 50 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है अवंतीपुर टेम्पल कॉम्प्लेक्स। ऐसा कहा जाता है कि ये मंदिर 9वीं शताब्दी में राजा अवंती वर्मन ने बनाया था, जो उत्तर भारत के प्रमुख शासकों में से एक थे। यहाँ पर 2 मंदिर है, एक भगवान शिव को समर्पित है और एक भगवान विष्णु को। अभी भले मंदिर की स्थिति ऐसी नहीं जैसे पुराने समय में थी, लेकिन ये मंदिर की नक्काशी देखकर ये जरूर बताया जा सकता है कि ये मंदिर बहुत ही ज्यादा प्राचीन है। इसके बाद आता है मार्तंड सूर्य मंदिर। इसे 8वीं शताब्दी में राजा ललितादित्य मुक्तापीड ने बनाया था, जो कारकोटा वंश के महान शासक थे। ऐसा कहा जाता था कि इस मंदिर के चारों तरफ 84 स्तंभ थे, जिन्हें देखने के लिए लोग दूर दूर से आते थे। इसके अलावा आज भले मंदिर खंडर की स्थिति में, लेकिन इसे देखकर अंदाजा लगाना बड़ा आसान है कि उस समय इसका स्थापत्य एक अद्भुत ही दिशा में दिखा होगा। इसके बाद आता है मामलेश्वर मंदिर। ये मंदिर 12वीं शताब्दी में बनाया गया था और ऐसा कहा जाता है कि ये मंदिर अपने शिवलिंग के गर्भगृह के लिए बहुत ही ज्यादा प्रसिद्ध है। इन सभी स्थलों को देखने के बाद एक बात तो साफ है कि पहलगाम और उसके आसपास की जितनी भी घाटियां है वे सभी आध्यात्मिक और ऐतिहासिक धरोहर से भरी हुई है। और अंत में जाने से पहले जो लोग मरे हैं उनके आत्मा को भगवान शांति दे, अपने चरणों में जगह दे और उनके परिजनों को, उनके अपने परिवार के लोगों को शक्ति दे अपने आप को संभालने के लिए। ये कठिन समय है, पूरा भारत उनके साथ खड़ा है, हम भी उनके साथ हैं। और अंत में आपको ये वीडियो कैसा लगा कमेंट बॉक्स में ज़रूर बताएं। हमें सुझाव देते रहिए कि किन विषयों पर हमें वीडियो बनाने चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
Positive influencer Captain Yashika Tyagi so passionately narrates this next story. It's the story of a barefoot Naga bringing the Pakistani army to its knees in Kargil. Watch her narrate it and get inspired.
नागालैंड के हेडहंटर्स का एक ऐसा गांव जहां के योद्धा अपने दुश्मनों के सिर काटकर गांव के बाहर लगा देते थे। इसी गांव में जन्म हुआ एक शेर का। इस वीर योद्धा का नाम था कैप्टन नीखे जाकू कैंगरूसे, जिसने आगे चलकर कारगिल की लड़ाई में वो शौर्य दिखाया कि उन्हें महावीर चक्र से सम्मानित किया गया, और जिनकी कहानी शौर्य टेल्स में आज आपको सुनाना मेरे लिए बहुत फख्र की बात है। दिन था 28 जून 1999। द्रास के ऊपर क्लेफ ब्लैक रॉक नाम की जगह, जहां दुश्मन की एक मशीन गन पोस्ट थी, उसे ध्वस्त करने की ड्यूटी मिली कैप्टन नीखे जाकू कैंगरूसे, जो घातक प्लूटून के कमांडर थे। अपनी 2 राजपुताना राइफल के रण बांकुरों के साथ आगे बढ़ते जा रहे थे। घातक प्लूटून एक ऐसी प्लूटून होती है जिसमें किसी भी इन्फेंट्री रेजिमेंट के सबसे बहादुर और काबिल योद्धा शामिल किए जाते हैं। राजस्थान के रणबांकुरे जिन्हें लीड कर रहे हैं नागालैंड के एक वॉरियर, तो आज पाकिस्तान की बिसात नहीं थी कि वो जिंदे बच जाते। जैसे जैसे ये प्लाटून दुश्मन के सामने आगे बढ़ती गई, रात का अंधेरा भी बढ़ते जा रहा था। टेम्परेचर -10 डिग्री से भी नीचे हो रहा था। द्रास की उस एरिया में कोई पेड़ नहीं, सिर्फ चट्टानें, जहां ऊंचाई पर बैठा दुश्मन बहुत आसानी से नीचे से ऊपर बढ़ने वाले फौजियों पर आराम से नजर रख सकता था। स्टेल्थ मेंटेन करते हुए यह प्लाटून आगे बढ़ती जा रही थी, लेकिन जंग का समय था, दुश्मन भी चौकन्ना था। हल्के से पत्थरों के गिरने की आवाज हुई और दुश्मन ने जनरल डायरेक्शन में एक फायर खोल दिया। एक गोली का स्प्लिंटर आकर नीखे जाकू कैंगरूसे के पेट में लगा। उनके जवान, जो उन्हें प्यार से नीबू साहब कहते थे, उन्होंने कहा, साहब आपके पेट में गोली लग गई और खून बह रहा है। नीबू साहब ने कहा, चिंता मत करो, मैं बेल्ट थोड़ा कस कर बांधता हूं। आगे बढ़े, पेट से खून बह रहा है, लेकिन उन्होंने हिम्मत नहीं हारी। आगे बढ़ते गए और फिर पाया कि एक खड़ी चट्टान है जो बर्फ से फिसलन भरी है। नीबू साहब ने कहा, मैं आगे बढ़ता हूं और रस्सा बांधता हूं। किसी मजबूत चट्टान पर जब यह रस्सा बंधे तो बाकी के प्लाटून मेरे पीछे आए। इंडियन आर्मी का ऑफिसर हमेशा आगे बढ़कर अपने जवानों को लीड करता है और कहता है, फॉलो मी। नीखे जाकू कैंगरूसे उस चट्टान पर चढ़ने की कोशिश करने लगे तो बार बार उनका पैर फिसलता जा रहा था। जूतों की वजह से उन्हें ग्रिप नहीं मिल रही थी। उन्होंने इतनी आउट ऑफ बॉक्स थिंकिंग यहां दिखाई, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग का नमूना दिखाया और ऐसा अनथिंकेबल सॉल्यूशन निकाला जिसे सोचना आपकी और हमारी समझ से भी परे है। नीखे जाकू कैंगरूसे ने -10 डिग्री के टेम्परेचर पे अपने जूते उतार दिए, सॉक्स उतार दिए, जिससे कि नंगे पैरों वो उस चिकनाई भरी पहाड़ी पर आराम से ऊपर बढ़ सके। जैसे जैसे वो ऊपर बढ़ते गए, यहां थी बर्फ की चट्टान, हाथों से खून निकलने लगा, घुटनों से खून निकलने लगा, नाखून टूटते जा रहे थे, लेकिन कैप्टन नीखे जाकू कैंगरूसे एक तरफ रॉकेट लॉन्चर, एक तरफ असॉल्ट राइफल और कमर पर कमांडो नाइफ लगाए ऊपर बढ़ते गए। जैसे ही वो उस क्लेफ के ऊपर पहुंचे, उन्होंने रस्सा बांधा और अपने जवानों को ऊपर आने का संदेश दिया। अब आप सोचिए उस बहादुर योद्धा को जिसका ऊपर से नीचे तक शरीर घायल हो रखा है, पेट से खून बह रहा है। उन्होंने कंधे से अपना रॉकेट लॉन्चर निकाला और दुश्मन के बंकर पर फायर किया। 1, 2, ऐसे करते करते उन्होंने दुश्मन के 4 बंकर उड़ा दिए। दुश्मन जब तक भागता और अपने ऑटोमेटिक गन्स से फायर ऑन करता, तब तक नीखे जाकू कैंगरूसे बहुत नुकसान कर चुके थे। 2 पाकिस्तानी दौड़ते हुए आगे आए, उनके ऊपर फायर खोला, लेकिन यहां से नीखे जाकू कैंगरूसे ने अपनी राइफल निकाली और 2 पाकिस्तानियों को मारा। तब तक उनके हाथ में गोली लगी, बंदूक छूट गई। उन्होंने अपने कमर से कमांडो नाइफ निकाला और सामने से आने वाले 2 पाकिस्तानियों को अपने हेड हंटर ट्रेडिशन की बखूबी उन्होंने लाज रखी और एक की गर्दन को यहां उड़ाया और दूसरे की गर्दन को वहां उड़ाया और पाकिस्तानियों के दिल में एक खौफ बिठा दिया। अब हमारी टू राजपुताना पलटन की जो घातक प्लेटून थी वो ऊपर आ चुकी थी। दुश्मनों ने भी अपना ऑटोमेटिक गन से फायर खोला और नीखे जाकू कैंगरूसे को ऊपर से नीचे तक भून दिया। फायर इतना जोर का था कि कैंगरूसे का शरीर यूं उछला और 200 फीट नीचे खाई पे जाके गिरा। लेकिन राजपुताना राइफल्स के जो ये बहादुर रणबांकुरे थे, उन्होंने बाकी बचे हुए
फिर टिक टिक
राहुल फ्री चैटिंग ऑन जीवनसाथी.com
मिल लेना।
मिलने से पहले ख्यालात तो मिला ले।
सही बात।
फ्री चैट ओनली ऑन जीवनसाथी.com। डाउनलोड नाउ।
ऑनलाइन से जल्दी जल्दी में फ्रूट्स एंड वेजीज ऑर्डर किया तो ये आया, कोई केला पीला तो कोई पिलपिला। इसीलिए Amazon फ्रेश, यहाँ मिले सीधे फार्मर से सोर्स फ्रूट और वेजीज विद 4 स्टेप क्वालिटी चेक। Amazon फ्रेश से ग्रोसरी लाओ, नहीं तो महंगा पड़ेगा।
Word that is ingrained in the Indian Armed Forces, a training that is embedded, that it almost becomes instinctive, whether it is changing bases or it is acclimatizing to new climates. Watch positive influencer Varleen Panwar take us through the training that the Indian Armed Forces have to go through to become adaptable. Here it is.
Jai Hind everyone, I'm Squadron Leader Varleen Panwar and I'm proud to be collaborating with Republic TV as a positive influencer in defense sector. I often talk about various soft skills and survival instincts that armed forces have instilled in me. But today, I want to highlight a very important quality that in my opinion can help you navigate in any space, whether it's corporate, creative or even personal life. And the quality, as per me, is adaptability. The armed forces train us every single day to be individuals who adapt, not in a month, not in a week, because we don't have that much time, but the moment we walk into a room or in any situation. Whether it's a different city, culture, role, or even a crisis, we adapt mentally, physically, and also emotionally. So how does this adaptability come to us? I'll tell you. Because in the forces, we live a nomadic life. Every few years, we move from one place to another. Sometimes from the deserts of Rajasthan to the snow-clad mountains of Kashmir, or from the thick jungles of the northeast to the humid coast of the south. Each place brings a new language, new terrain, new challenge, and of course, a new team. And we don't get time to settle. We step in, absorb, adapt, learn, and of course, deliver. This constant shift does not teach you to survive, but it teaches you to thrive. It makes you emotionally intelligent. You learn to read the energy of a room. It makes you empathetic. You understand when to listen and when to lead your team. And most importantly, it gives you the strength to evolve without losing your identity. And to me, it is very important. And that's why today, whether I'm working with corporate leaders, Women Premier League, or training actors on military movies, I never show up as a rigid version of myself. I show up as someone who is ready to understand, adapt, and create an impact. Hence, I always say, we Fauji's don't just survive, but we thrive wherever we go. Jai Hind. Hope this helps.
A head full of thoughts, a heart full of emotions, meltdowns, anxiety. How does one deal with the everyday emotion? Positive influencer Roma Abhyankar takes us through the teachings of the Bhagavad Gita to tell you how to deal with the everyday emotion, how to deal with things like detachment and attachment. Here's her video.
Namaskar. My name is Roma Abhyankar. Thank you for tuning in to watch this video. The Srimad Bhagavad Gita is a powerhouse of wisdom, and tapping into this very wisdom requires a little bit of study. The study of scriptures, the study of our environment, and how this wisdom could help us make better decisions in life, and also to lead a more peaceful life in the midst of this humdrum. So how about we try and decode some of this knowledge and also try to apply it in our own lives? Let's get started then. It's not just 1 or 2 shlokas that leave a mark behind, but all 700 of the shlokas of the Bhagavad Gita teach us about ourselves, about our surroundings, our mind, and believe it or not, about people as well. Day in and day out, we experience all kinds of emotions. Some good ones, but let's be honest, mostly bad ones most times. And these feelings have a tendency to reflect on our mood. We tie in these emotions with any action that we're doing. We make these emotions a part and parcel of our personality. Do you know what ties us to these emotions? Shri Krishna helps answer this question right at the beginning of the Bhagavad Gita in the 2nd Adhyay or chapter, aptly titled Sankhya Yoga. What does the word Sankhya mean? Sankhya is an analytical approach. We use knowledge and our own understanding when dealing with things. Yoga, in the simplest of terms, is coming together. And to understand this, we have Shri Krishna guiding us all through the way. Going back to our emotional roller coaster ride, the one thing that fuels this roller coaster is attachment. Attachment, in the simplest sense, is fondness, affection, or even sympathy. But the study of psychology takes this one step further. It defines it as a bond between 2 individuals.
Bro, bawal. 5 minute. 5 minute mein. Bike or car, never too far. Rapido.
Security, a sense of trust. And this bond has the capacity to impact our emotional development as well as relationships. Now you might stop me here and say, but Roma, what's this got to do with my life? And I'll get straight to it. You see, attachment is not just to people or things. We could even be attached to experiences, to situations. And when it gets out of hand, it might create trouble for us. The purest form of attachment one sees in life is the beautiful bond between a mother and a child. Have you noticed how teary-eyed a mother gets seeing her child off to school for the very first time? The atmosphere is charged with emotions in this setting. And that moment captures something which can't be easily explained in words. Most of us have furry friends, our pets at home. If you travel for work or leisure, you might have had to leave your pet behind with a friend or family or even at a pet hostel. I'm sure you've dreaded that. Watching your furry friend's eyes as you say goodbye stirs something inexplicable in you. That is attachment. Even if you aren't a parent or have no pets, I can assure you that you still have had attachment to things around you. If I could run your memory over to your days at school, I'm sure you couldn't do without a favorite pen, a compass box, a lunch box, or even an outfit you love to wear often. Now that you have a sense of the concept of attachment, let's jump straight into the Bhagavad Gita and see what Shri Krishna has to say. Karmanye vadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana ma karma phala heturbhur mate sangostva karmani. This is the explanation of the shlok. One has the right to work, but one is not entitled to the fruits of the action. Be not motivated by the fruits of your action, nor be attached to inaction. This is the 47th shlok of the 2nd Adhyay, and a shlok that you will hear very often. In the simplest of words, Shri Krishna is advising Arjun to do his work, fulfill his duty, and not be attached to the fruits of his actions. Sounds easy, but a tad bit difficult to implement, right? Let's decode the shlok in a way in which we understand, in a contemporary sense, shall we? Shri Krishna advises Arjun to practice detachment. The word detachment might seem like an antonym or the opposite of attachment, but we're not in grammar class, so it won't be that easy. If attachment is emotional involvement, is detachment not doing anything at all? No, not one bit. And this is where we might falter in understanding the true meaning of the word detachment. When we say we must detach ourselves from something, it means we are detaching ourselves from the emotional involvement. We are not detaching from doing the action. We are not detaching from fulfilling our responsibility. A lot of times, one tends to interpret the shlok to mean that now I can sit back and do nothing. I can do the bare minimum. I don't have to take the efforts. I can get away with a small contribution. Well, I have to break it to you. It doesn't mean all this at all. In fact, it means just the opposite. Shri Krishna's advice in the shlok is to give your 100% to whatever is at hand, but don't focus on the result. Put your best foot forward, but don't ask the question, what's in it for me? At this point, we're conditioned to ask, if there's nothing in it for me, why should I waste my time? And that's a valid question. Sometimes we have to do things because they are a part of who we are. They are our responsibility. They are our duty. They are our dharma. Your dharma can be viewed as the duty you have, a duty towards yourself, a duty to the community at large, a duty towards the greater good. And fulfilling it is your responsibility. The fruits, the outcome of our actions are many a times beyond us. They may be dependent on other factors like other people or even the environment. They may be defined by time and therefore meant to be received later in life. Why stress and fuss over the things we can't control? You know what you can control? You can control your actions.